Hello and welcome to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to start creating this beautiful blood donation application that is called Blood Bridge. We have already created even the logo here, and you can be able to see it on the top left here. You can be able to see also we have this link on the right side here. Do you have this section, or this is a landing page for this application. You can be able to see the background image, the section that we have right here, and also we can see the about us page where we have explained about us. And also here we have a form whereby if a person want to donate blood, can be able to fill in their information. Also you can be able to see the footer section right here. And also the other thing is that you can be able to use this NavBar here, these links, to be able to scroll. So for example, when you click about us, you can be able to see how smooth it is scroll to that section. Also for the contacts here, contact us here, you can be able to see it is bringing us to this part here that you can be able to fill in information here as a prospect who want to donate blood. So another thing is that on this part here, you can see on the footer here, you can be able to see this admin link here, and when you click on the admin link, you can be able to key in the email here and the password, and you'll be able to log into admin dashboard. But before that, I want to show you where I got that design, and I got that design from Dribble. I'm going to add also the link for that that design in the description of this video. So let's continue also going to showing you this application. So let's go back here, and let's say for example I want to donate blood as a prospect. So I'm going to key in the information here. I'm going to add my name. So for example, I'm going to add my name as John Doe. I'm going to add my telephone number here. So let me add the telephone number. So like that, let me add the here, just a dummy phone number. I'm going to add my email. So I'm going to add emails that I use for my own purposes. So for example, this email here, and I'm going also to make sure that I add the address. For example, my address can be Michigan, USA. It's just a dummy address. And here I can be able to add the weight, because remember, when you want to donate blood, you must have a minimum weight that you need to attain. In our case here, it is 50 kgs. So I'm going to add, for example, 80 kgs here. And then also I can be able to make sure that I select the blood group. So I'm going to select A negative here, and I'm going also to add my age here. For example, the age is 30 here, and also here I can say I don't have any disease that I know. So, and then the other thing is that also remember, when you want to donate blood, you must attain a minimum age of 18. And then here I'm going to submit my information. So when I click on submit here, be able to see this toast here on the top right, and you can see you have been successfully saved to the database. So if I come to the inbox of that email here, you'll be able to receive an email. So when I click here, it need to receive an email. So you can see we have this email here that has been sent, and you can see this is a templated email that contains even the logo of that company. So another thing, you can see, hello James, thank you for your generous blood donation. Here are the details of places you can donate blood, and it gives you the location and the time and the date where you can be able to donate blood. Also you can see the information like telephone numbers and many other things, and you can see also the image that you are able to see here on this part here that we are calling the hero section. So another thing that I want to show you is that what if you want to donate blood but you're not eligible to donate blood? For example, you have not attained a weight of 50 kgs, and maybe also you have not attained the age of 18. So let's add another person who doesn't attain that criteria for them to be able to donate blood. For example, this person, I'm going to call this person John Doe. I'm going to give in dummy information here, for example, the phone number, like that. I'm going to add my own email so that you can be able to see the email that I'm going to be sent. So I'm going to add this email here, and I'm going to add my address here. For example, I'm going to add the same address, and then here for the weight I'm going to add it to be 30. That means that I don't qualify to donate blood if I have a weight of 30. So here I'm going to add a B positive blood group type. If I know it, if I don't know it, I can just leave it like that. And here the age, I'm going to add have an age of 16 years. And if I have any disease, also I'm going to add no, I don't have any disease. So when I submit this, it will be saved to the database, and then I have a system that will be checking if there's a person who have been added to the database but they are not eligible to donate blood. So if you check here, you could be able to see we have this email that is for thanking that person who want to donate blood, and also the location that they can be able to donate blood. But after some times they will receive another email. So you can see this person will receive the first email to thank them, and then they will receive another email immediately to let them know that they are not eligible. So for example, here you can see blood donation eligible notification. So hello John Doe, thank you for your interest in donating blood through blood bridge. You can so we regret to inform you that based on the information provided, you don't meet the eligibility criteria for blood donation at this time. And then it will give you the specific reason for eligibility and as follows. So you can be able to see them here. Also, you can be able to see the information that you have provided, for example, the age here and the weight. And you can see also they are telling you that we encourage you to meet this requirement and they apply in the future. So you can see this is a templated email, and also other things that you can see. Thank you for your understanding and support. So you can see that now you have been received that email to let you know that you are not eligible, and also it will delete you from the database because they don't want a person who is not eligible to donate blood to be in the database. So also here you can we are going to go to the admin side. So let me click here, and then here I'm going to log in as an admin. So I have admin that had already created. So let me just add here the admin. So that is the email. I'm going to add the password here like that. So let me click on this login here, and you can also be able to see that we have a little bit of animation here. So when I click on login here, we'll be able to see that we have this beautiful admin dashboard here that give us the statistics. For example, the prospects, and the prospects are those people who have registered to donate blood but they have not donated blood. For example, this James here, the email that we have sent to this person, this is a prospect because they have registered to donate blood but they have not donated blood. Also here you can see the donors. So these donors are those people who already have donated blood. And the other thing you can be able to see on this homepage for admin dashboard is that you can be able to see recent donors, those people who have donated blood recently. And another thing is that you can be able to see this beautiful pie chart here, and this will give you the number of people that have a certain blood group type. So for example, if you hover over it, it is very interactive. It will give you information. For example, here you can be able to see there is only one person in our system that has a blood group type of B positive. Also, we have two people who have a blood group of B negative. You can see we have only one person who has a blood group type of A negative, and also we have one person who has a blood group type of AB positive. So another thing is also down here, you can be able to see those people who are coming to donate blood, donors that is. And right here, you can be able to go to the donors, and when you click that, you'll be able to see that this admin dashboard here give you the link that you are in and the active link. So for the active link, you can see the background color changes. If I go back to the home here, you'll be able to see the background image changes and also the color of the text. So if I come here to the donors, you can be able to see all the donors that you have in your system. For example, you can be able to see them in this rich data table here. And this rich data table is very important because it gives you the power of certain things. For example, you can be able to sort by ascending, you can sort by descending also, like that. And then also you can be able to, for example, hide the column if you want. So I can hide this column like that. And then the other thing is that I can filter or search using a certain column. For example, this column that I'm calling the name here, I can be able to filter. So let me filter using a name like Alok, and you can be able to see that we have that person here. So another thing is you can use any column to do all these things here, even manage columns here. You can be able to see how easy it is. So for the prospect here, another thing before I forget is that here you can be able to see the pagination right here. And let me first of all finish with the donors. If you click on edit here, you can edit the information. For example, if I want to donate to edit the name of this person, I can edit the name to be maybe James Doe or K, like that. And when I click on update here, you'll be able to update that. So you can see now the name is James K, that right there. So you can also be able to update the date that they have donated the blood. So for example, let's say we have a donor who, we have this donor here, so Alok, yeah, and they say that he has come to donate blood today. So I'm going to just make sure that I update the date that they have donated blood. So for example, today, and then when I click that, they will be able to be updated. So another thing is that if I come here to the donor and click on new donor here, so if a new donor have come to there to donate blood and they have not used our application, we can register them right here. So for example, let me add another person here. So I'm going to call this James Doe Jr., something like that. And also I can add the address here. The address will be like Michigan. So let me add the address like USA. I can be able to add the phone number here to be this one, like that there. So I can add the blood pressure to be maybe 110. That is because we have already, this person has already donated blood, and we have screened the blood and we know a lot of things, so that's why we can be able to fill in these informations. So here we can maybe add the blood group type, and also I want to add his email here. So I want to add this email here, so I'm going to delete this email that I have received from the system. So let me add now here that email, like that. I know I don't have to, it should not duplicate the information to the database, but I'm doing that because I don't have a lot of emails to use. So here for the minimum weight, I'm going to add a 60, and then the date of the blood donation is today, 16th July, and here I want to add their age to be 29, and if they have disease, let's say for example they have disease in their blood, I'm going to add here none. So I'm going to create here. So when I click that, you can be able to see also this donor has been successfully saved to the database, and then that means they will receive another email here. So if I check here, you'll be able to see, hello James Doe, thank you for your generous blood donation, and then the information have been sent to you. For example, the name, the email, the phone number, all the information that you have given to the system. So, and then also that means that you are a donor. So when I come here to the prospect, you'll be able to see those people or this person here that we added in our system as prospect, or they registered as prospect, or those people who want to donate blood, and that means that we can approve them. So this is the person that we registered as a prospect or registered as a prospect, and we can check here and see maybe we don't have the date here. You can see the date is empty right here because they have not donated blood. So we can either approve here or delete them. So for this case, I'm going to approve this person. So I'm going to click that, and you can be able to see when you approve that person in the prospect here, you can be able to see now we have only one, because that person have been moved from prospect. Now see, he is or she is a donor right now, and you can see we have that person right here. And when I click on this part here, you can be able to see this person here, and you can now update the date that they have donated the blood. And I click that, and also if you come here, you'll be able to see that another email that have been sent to them, because they have been approved from a prospect to donor, and the information is right here. So that's how the system works. So another thing is that, let's say for example, you have stayed like 52 days between the days that you donated blood. That means that you can donate blood again, and this system will be able to remind you to be able to, you can be able to just donate blood again. That means that when you stay like 52 days, because according to healthcare, that is the time that you need to stay in order for you to be able to donate blood again, then this system will be able to send you another, it will be able to send you another email. It will check for the 60 days difference between the day that you donate blood and the present day, for example today. So for example, I have this person by the name, let me check, for example this person right here that we have added as a donor from the prospect. When I click on the edit here, let me edit the dates here. Let's say this person donated blood in the May 1st here. So that means from the May, the date that they last donated blood, and today's date, it is like 3 months or 2 months. Actually it's 2 months and some days. So that means that our system can be able to detect that this person have stayed like more than 52 days before they have donated blood. So when I update this, their date here, I'm doing this because we cannot be able to stay for like 60 days in order for us to be able to test this functionality. So when I do this and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have a reminder here. You can see blood donation reminder. So when I click on this part, you can be able to see blood donation reminder here. Hello James, we hope this message finds you well. We wanted to remind you that it has been 52 days since your last blood donation. Your generosity has already made a significant impact, and we would be grateful if you would consider donating blood again. So right here you can see here are your last donation details. So the date of last donation, and you can see right here the date that you last donated blood, your continued support, and then after that, that means that the system will be able to update your date to today's date, because if it doesn't do that, it will send you endless emails, because that is background services that you are using to send these emails. So and it's running after every second to check those people. So here already you have seen a lot of functionality here. There's a lot of also other functionality. For example, if you come here to this admin dashboard here, we are going to use MongoDB to do aggregation and get the number of people that has a certain blood group type and be able to display them in this pie chart here. So that is the functionality of this whole project here. We have a lot of things that you need to we are going to go through, and this is a project that you can put on your portfolio if you are looking for a job, and it will at least give you a chance of getting a job, since this is actually solving a real life problem. So another thing is that here we are going to use this diagram to explain this whole project. So for example, we have a front end here that is connected to a backend. The work of backend is to do CRUD operations and fetching the data and also saving the data, doing things like updation and also deletion from the MongoDB. But here we have also another part here that we call background services, and this one is scheduled task. The main work is to send emails and scheduled emails. For example, like this part here that we are calling background services, it has several services. For example, a service that is keep checking if there is a person who is not eligible to donate blood and sending them email. Also, it keep checking for those people who have registered as blood donors and they have not been sent an email, and it's able to send the email. Also, it's keep checking if the difference between maybe if there is a donor who has stayed at least 52 days. In our case here, we are checking for 60 days before they have donated blood again, and then it is able to send the email to them reminding them that they can be able to donate blood again, since it is 52 days since they donated blood. So, and then update that date to today's date. That is, so we are going to discuss all of that in this whole project that we are going to build. And I'm so happy because this will give you an overview of how system work and how you can be able to solve real life maybe a problem. So another thing is that I've already taken a lot of time creating this project. So what I'm going to do for you to support me, I'm going to keep my code, and then you'll be able to email me. I'm going to add or to leave my email in my inbox in my description of this video, and then when you email me, I'm going to charge you only $10, and then I'm going to give you the code of this project, and also I'm going to make sure that you can be able to run it on your local machine, and because that's how you can be able to support me. But if you don't want to go to that route, that's okay. We can continue building this project with you. I'm going to do it in series of videos, and then after that you're going to be able to have your own code that will have for implementation of this project. So that is it. That's what I wanted to show you on this project. Remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Also like this video so that it may reach other people, and the other thing is to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the next video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to start building this blood bridge application. This is a blood donation application, and in the last video I went through the demo of this application. So if you haven't gone through the other video, make sure that you have gone through the other video so that you understand what we are building right now. So we are going to start with our backend. As you can see here, we have already a demo of what we are going to build. Right here you can see we have a front end that will be able to communicate with our backend, and it will send the data and also receive the data from the backend. And also our backend here will be responsible for other things like CRUD operation, and it will be able to save the data to a database and also take that data and push it to our backend here, that also will be pushed to our front end here that will interact with our user. Also, the other thing is that also you can see we have background services, and the work of background services here is to schedule tasks. For example, we'd be able to send templated emails that for the donors to remind them that they need or they can be able to donate blood again after 60 days. And also we are going to make sure that we have other services, for example, sending a templated email with all locations that the prospect can be able to donate blood. So that is the work of this diagram here, is to explain how this application works. And today, because we are going to start with our backend, I'm going to take this this line here, and I'm going to cancel the backend here and also our database, because that is what we are going to start with. So let us cancel these two parts here, and now we can go into our project. And right now, because we are going to start from scratch here, this is the project that I used to show you the demo. So I'm going to open another project. Before I do that, remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video. Kindly also remember to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So now let's get into the tutorial now. So the first thing is that you need to know where you need to place your project. For example, my project, I wanted to place it in documents. So I'm going to get into documents right here, and I can be able to at least make a folder here, but I won't be doing that. I'm going to use my command prompt to do that. So this is my command prompt here, and you can see right here it's inside documents and then blood donation. So if I want to go outside this document, so I'm going to do cd and then dot dot, and here I can create my folder using mkdir like that, and then the name. So this one I'm going to call full stack. I'm going to call it full stack MERN application, or full stack blood donation app, like that. I think this is appropriate. And then now after that I can get into that, I can be able to get into this full stack blood donation application folder, and then now I can be able to open my VS Code right here using code and then dot here. So if I do that, I'll be able to open now this VS Code here, and now this you can see is just an empty, there's just an empty application. And right here we need to have several folders, so let's go inside here and see how many folders that we need to have. So we are going to have a folder that is called Frontend, we are going to have one, the other one called Backend, we are going to have this one for background services, and this one, because it's MongoDB, we are going to create database in MongoDB website. So that we are going to do that, and I want to close this so that it doesn't confuse us. So when I close that like that, it will also close the application, but right now already we know what we are going to build, so let us close that. So inside here I'm going to have different folders. For example, I'm going to have a backend folder, I'm going to have another folder that for background services. So this one is for background services for scheduling the task, and also inside here I'm going to have for the front end. So we have those three folders here. Right now, because we are starting with our backend here, I'm going to open my terminal and then get into now this one, the backend folder here. And right here also, the other thing that I want you to notice is that yeah, I have a several terminal that I can use. For example, I can use git bash. So if you have installed git bash, you can be able to use that. But right now I'm going to use just the normal PowerShell. So right here, let me get into the backend. So I'm going to get here and then go to the backend folder, like that. And then inside here, I need to now initialize node application because we are going to use node. So to initialize that, I'm going to use npm and then init like that, and then I'm going to do -y. That means I accept all the options that they will prompt me. So if I do that, and then after a while you'll be able to see that I think this is not the command that I need to use, because if I check right here, there's no file that have been created. So let's repeat that. So it's npm init and then -y like that, and then after that you'll be able to see that it will actually create another file inside here. So you can see we have this package.json, and this one will register all the packages that we will install. So now after that, I'm going to actually create another file inside here that is called index.js. So you need to go through you need to follow what I'm doing. And then here inside I can be able to install certain packages. For example, I can use npm, and then I'm going to install like Express. I'm going to install Express. I'm going to install CORS. I'm going to install also Mongoose that will help us to connect to a database. Also, I'm going to install like others, like let's say NodeMon. If you have not installed NodeMon globally, and also I'm going to install .env right there. So after this now, let us install that. And while we are installing, there's another thing that I want you to do, and that is create another file inside here in this full stack folder here. I'm going to actually create another file. So let's do that. Create a file here, and this file is git ignore. So git ignore will be very important because we are going to push our code to our GitHub. So here the first thing that I'm going to just make sure that I don't want to push to my GitHub is node modules like that. Also, we are going to leave .env file because this is where we are going to put in the secret files or secret keys and everything. So I don't want to push these to node modules because this is where the packages are being installed, and you can check that by this time. You can see that node modules right here because we have already installed some packages. Those packages are installed inside this folder and also are registered here in this package.json. You can be able to see them here under dependencies. You can see course.env express, and if you also open this, you'll be able to see those packages right here. So let me close that, and then now we need to start now initializing our application. So let me also save this .git ignore here, and I'm going to close that. Inside also here in our backend, we need to have .env right there, like that. And inside here, I want to add several things. For example, the port number, because we need to have a port that our server will be running on. I'm going to add 8000. Also, we need to have a URL for our DB. We have not created our DB, so we are going to do that later on. So let's save that. And then inside here, index.js, and here we need to initialize our application. But before that, also let us create other folders that we are going to have in our bucket. For example, we are going to have routes here. We are going to have also controllers. So we are going to have controllers right here also. And another thing that we are going to have is we are going to have middlewares. So middlewares right there. And also the last thing that also we are going to require inside the backend, we are going to have utils like that. So, and then after that, then we are going to create another file that is called app.jx, and then leave it like that. And then also I'm going to close this, and we can now start here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I don't think I have installed Express, and it's very important. So let me see here. Also, I have installed it, so I can be able to see it here. So that means that I have installed it. So then it's okay. Now we can be able to import Express right here, and we import it using require like that, and we are going to import Express like that. And then another thing is that we can be able to create app right here, and then also here we can be able to create it using express function. So another thing that you need to do now is to export it, because we are going to use it in our index.js. So exports here, and then we are going to at least export it here. Now, after that, we can be able to come here to the index. So here into the index, I need to at least import that. So right there, I'm going to import app like that, and I'm going to import it from now the app.jx. So here I'm going to add app like that. And then here I can be able now to use app.reason. So first of all, let me comment here. I'm going to comment server, and right here I'm going to use app.reason, and then here I need to have a port. So the first argument in app.reason function is the port number, and then the callback function. So I need to use this port number here, and to use it, because it is inside .env file here, we need first of all to be able to import .env to be able to use it, to access .env, the variables that we have in our .env file. So I'm going to require here, I'm going to require like you're going to require .env, sorry. so .env right here. So I don't know why I'm not able to see it. Actually, I don't know if I installed it. I can be able to see it here. Let me confirm also in our package.json we actually installed it, so I cannot be able to see it here. Oh, actually it's here, so that will be easy now. We have imported it, and then the other thing that you need to do is to do .env. Actually, I'm doing it in a file that I don't want to use it, so I'm going to cut this like that, and then I'm going to use it right here. So make sure that I import .env, and then .env you need to do .env.config like that, so that you can be able to use it. So here I need now a port. So let me come here, and I'm going to have my port here. So port, I'm going to comment that. So I'm going to do const port, and then here I can be able to use process.env and then .port like that. And then now, since we have a port, we can use that port here, because now we can be able to access it from the .env file. Another thing is callback function right here. So let me do that. And then here I can do console.log like that. And then here I can use interpolation. Here I can say server is running on port, and then I can specify now the port here, the port like that, as easy as that. So let me try and run my application, but first of all I need to save these two files. So I'm going to make sure that I run it and see how, if it will run or there's something wrong. So let me cancel everything that I was doing here in the terminal. So using Control C. So actually let me just control or just remove this. Let me first of all make sure that I remove this, clear everything right here. And then the other thing is using nodemon and then running index.js like that. And then right here you can be able to see that server is running on port 8000, and that is what we actually wanted. So now the other thing is to make sure that we have connected to a database so that we can continue with our project. So now to create a project or any database in MongoDB, you need to come to MongoDB website here. So let me open that. So this is MongoDB website here, and I'm going to log in using my credentials. So if you have any credentials, you can use them to log in. And if you don't have credential for MongoDB, make sure that you create an account first of all, and also to make sure that you can log in. So I'm going to click here next. I have already my password here, so let me log in. So when I log in here, I'll be able to create now the database in this website. So remind me later to enable multi-factor authentication, and then inside here we can be able to create our database. So it is still loading here. Also, I think I canceled MongoDB here, so that's okay. So we are going to create the project here. So you can see I have several projects right here. So let me click actually on this top left right here. So you can see all the projects that I have created in this website. So I'm going to create a project here. You need to create a project. So you create a project right here. And then I think our project, we are going to call it Full Stack Blood Donation App, just the way we call the folder. So enter the name here, Full Stack Blood Donation, Full Stack Blood Donation Application or app. I think that's still okay. Here I'm going to add as an application. Here is my name, and then also I'm going to click next. I'm going to say the owner here, or maybe create a project now. So when I create the project, also I need to create like a cluster, and still right now it's still loading here. So after that, then we need to be redirected to a place where we can be able to create a cluster. So you can see here on the top left here, you need to make sure that that project is the one that is selected if you have created several projects. So here I'm going to create a cluster like that. Click on that plus icon, and then inside here I'm going to create now the cluster. So you can see here by default it is going to select for you. For example, this one is paid. You can see 0.09 cents an hour, but right now we need the free version. So I'm going to select this MO for free version, which will be enough for us because it has 512 MB, and also you can see it has everything that we are going to require to start with. So I'm going to create that, and then I have selected that. I think you can select AWS Cloud, Google Cloud, or Azure here, and then also you can select the region. So you can select the server that is close to your region, and then now we can create the deployment right here. So create the deployment, and then I think it's taking time. Yeah, you can see right now it's creating that, and here I can also be able to specify the user. So I'm going to create another user, so I'm not going to copy this user. So close that. Yeah, it is creating for me the database, and now it's refreshing right here. So after this, now you need to do several things. You need to scroll right here, make sure that you have selected the project that you created right here. You can see mine is full stack blood donation app. You need to come here to the database access, and first thing, you can create a user here. So I'm going to use password. So I'm going to create my name. I'm going to add my name here, and also the password will be my name like that. Let me show you. So this is, you can see the username is James, and also the password is James. And then another thing is that we need also to add inbuilt role. So for this one, I'm going to make sure that is Atlas admin or the admin. And then the other thing is to make sure that I add now the user like that. Now after that, we need to come here to network access, and right here, because you can see my IP address has been added right here, I need to make sure that I add another IP address to be able to access from everywhere. So I'm going to add it like that, and then to add this IP address here, that means that you can access from anywhere, but also you can click here allow access from anywhere. I know it is not safe, so if it is a application that you are going to deploy in real life, you need to change this for security purposes. So I'm going to confirm that, and after that you can be able to see here that it will be added, and it will be added here the IP address to access from anywhere. So after that, now also the other thing that you need to do is to come here to the database and make sure that you can be able to connect. So you need to come click on the database here, and then click connect here, and here you can be able to see this URL here. You need to copy this URL. So already you can see it has added your username and password here. Already you remember the password also. So I'm going to copy this, and then inside here I can be able to add that in my .env, this URL for my database like that. So here the only thing that I need to change is my password. So let me just add my password right here. So you can see my username here. So this is my username and also my password. So I'm going to save that, and now I'm going to look at how I can be able to connect my MongoDB. So the first thing that I can do is to come here to index.js, and for example, make sure that I import Mongoose here to be able to connect my database. So I'm going to do that, try and do that. So require like that, and then here I can be able to import Mongoose. You can be able to see that, And then here the other thing I can do is to add db URL. So you can say db, and then I can do const db and then access the variable that we have in our .env file. So I'm going to do process.env and then .db like that. And then here then we add just these semicolons here. And then the other thing is that I can just come here and say Mongoose. So let me push this down, this one, so that we can have a space where we can work here. So I'm going to add Mongoose and then .connect. So you can be able to see this function for connect. And right here, I can be able to add db, and then I can be able to say .then, and then right here, I can be able to have a callback function like that. And then here I can be able to say something like console.log, and then maybe something like my database, don't know, my database connected successfully. That is if it connects successfully. So connected successfully like that. And then if it fails, then I need to catch that error. So I'm going to have catch. Here I'm going to have error, and then here I can be able to print now that error. So console.log, we are going to print now the error right there. So if I try and do this, so let's try and save that, and you can see because we are using NodeMon, we are able to restart our application. So you can see server is running on port 8000 here, and also the other thing is database has been connected successfully. So for example, let's try and maybe remove here something like the password, or maybe misspell the password. So if I save that and then maybe restart the application, you'll be able to see that this application won't be able to run the database, because database we have it has a wrong password. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that there's this error here, and this error we are printing it from the database. You can see we have authentication failed here. So that means that there's something wrong with the authentication. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add the correct password right there, and then let me push this down. And after that, if I also restart my application right now, you'll be able to see that this will be able to run successfully, because the password and the username is correct, that is. So, but I don't want to do this because this is not the optimal way of doing things. What I'm going to do is that inside these utils here, I'm going to create a function file that is called db.js like that. And inside here, I'm going to make sure that I import Mongoose. So I'm going to come here to this index, and then make sure that I import. Actually, I'm going to copy everything here because we are going to need it. So copy this, and inside here I can be able to make sure that I copy them like that, and then to paste them, and then index.js here I'm going to get everything here. Though I'm going to copy that, or let me cut because I'm not going to need them right here. So let me remove them like that. I'm going to come to db.js right here. I'm going to paste them here. So here I want to create a function. So first of all, let me cut this. And inside here, I'm going to create a function. And this one, we are going to call it db connection. So db connection, and then this is an arrow function right here. I'm going to add here try catch. So let me add here try catch like that. I'm going to add async, and then right here I'm going to add now this MongoDB. So I'm going to do await, and then I'm going to remove this try catch here, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to make sure that I do it right here. So I'm going to use this catch from this try catch to catch any error that will occur. And right here, what I can do is I can be able to console.log the error first thing first here. I think let me see, yeah, like that. And then the other thing that I need to do is to make sure if we have error, then this function call itself. So we can do that using set timeout. So I'm going to use this set timeout like that. I'm going to add now, the first thing that I need to add here is the function. So this db connection, and then after that, the time that I want it to be able to call this function, I'm going to use 5000 seconds. So that means that if the connection for database fails, that means that it will print the error, and then it will pause for 5000 seconds, and then it will call this function again. That means it will keep trying to connect to the database, and that is the least optimal way of doing things. Then the other thing, I need to export this function now. So I'm going to come here and say module.exports like that, and then I'm going to export db connection like that. So now I'm going to require that or import that in the index.js. So let me do that here. Actually, I can just try under auto import. So I'm going to call this db connection. You can already be able to see right here, it is suggesting for us. So I'm going to import it like that, and then you can be able to see here it has already been you can see here it has been imported. And because we don't need this mongoose right here, I'm going to just remove it like that. So you can see after the server have been started, we are calling now this function to connect to our database. So if I save that and come back here, you need to see that it is starting, and also you can see database connect successfully. I think I can change this to database connected successfully. So I'm going to come here to db.js, and I'm going to add that here like that, and then save that. If I save that, will be able to restart, and you can see right now database connected successfully. And so I don't want this video to be longer than this, so I'm going to end this video right here, and we are going to continue in the next video, where we are going to start by pushing our code to our GitHub. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our backend. In our last video, we started creating on our backend here, and also we looked at how we can be able to connect to our database. So now what we are going to do in this video, the first thing that we are going to start with is to push our code to our GitHub, because we need to be able to track our code. So I'm going to open my GitHub right here, and also you can follow my GitHub so that you'll be notified when I upload a new project, or you can also be able to see the project that I'm working on. So here I'm going to add a new repository. So make sure that you have your GitHub, and also make sure that you have a Git. And also the other thing that you need to do is to connect the Git to your GitHub. So if I come here to my command prompt and do Git, you'll be able to see that I have several options here, and that is because I have installed Git, and also I have connected my GitHub with my Git. So let me add the name of the repo. So here I'm going to call this full stack. Let me add here full stack blood donation application like that. And then another thing is that if you can add the description right here, and this one is a public repository. So I'm going to create the repo here. So after that, now it will be easier for me now to be able to push my code. So the first thing that you need to do is that you need to get into the project that you want to push. For example, my project is inside this full stack blood donation app here, and if you open the code here, you can see we have several folders here. For example, we have this folder that is for front-end, for background services, and we have for our backend. And one thing that I want you to notice is that we added this .gitignore here, and we specified things that we don't want to push to our GitHub. And so that is what we are going to do right now. So I'm going to get into my command prompt here. The first command that I'm going to do is to initialize Git. So you can see Git init right there, and then I'm going to add everything that is inside this folder here. So Git add and then dot, that means to add everything, and then I can be able to just add a comment. So Git commit, I'm going to add a comment start working on backend like that, and then I'm going to push now git push, or actually I'm not going to push. First of all, I'm going to connect now my GitHub repo. So to connect, you need to use this command git remote add origin, and then now there's the URL for that repo. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here like that, and then enter, and then now I can just push. So I'm going to do git push origin and then master like that. So let us push the code right there. So I'm going to add my passphrase. If you maybe have connected to GitHub, you might find that you need to have a passphrase when you push your code. So I have already pushed my code, and then the other thing is that when I reload here, you'll be able to see the code will be uploaded. So for example, right here, you can be able to see the backend, and the backend here, you can see the code that we started. Right here, you can see the code that we have. One thing that you notice is that we don't have .env file here because we specified in the .ignore file that we don't want to push .env file. And the other thing that you need to notice is that you can see, if I come back to this repo here, you can be able to see in our code here, we have a folder that is background services and frontend, but right here, you can see we don't have frontend and background services, and that is because Git ignores any folder that is empty, and our folders right here for the front end and also background services are empty. That's why they have been ignored. So another thing now I want to do, because we are going to work step by step and by features, I'm going to create branches for different parts of this application. So if I do git branch, so let's do that. So if I do git branch right here, you'll be able to see right now we have only one branch that is called master, but I want to create another branch because we are working on a backend. I'm going to create a branch that is called backend like that. So I'm going to create that, and if you do git branch, you'll be able to see that we have now two branches, one master and the other one is backend, but this one master is highlighted using green. That means it's the active branch that you are working on. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to switch to backend branch because that's what we are working on right now. So I'm going to do git branch and then backend right there. So if I do that, and then you can see here switch to branch backend, and when I do git branch again, you can be able to see that now our backend branch is highlighted using green. So that means that is the active branch that you are working on. So that is it. So I think that's okay now. I think also I can be able to maybe close this, or maybe something of the sort. If I just close this, I think it will be okay. So now let us concentrate now with the application and continue from where we left in the last video. So also, if you have want to watch the other video, kindly go back and watch the other video so that you notice what you are working on. So right now, another thing is that you can subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also like this video, turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time that I upload a new video. So what I'm going to do is that in this part here, you can see we are working on our backend and also our MongoDB. So let's go back here. And the other thing that I want to do is to come here to the app.js, and there are several things that I want to do. First thing first, I want to initialize what we call course. So I'm going to import course here. So const course here, and then let us import it. So require, and then right here I can import course like that, simple as that. And then right here I need to initialize course, because course will help us, or will help our backend to be able to accept requests from other domains. For example, our domain that is localhost 7 that runs on port 5173. So here I'm going to write course like that, and then I'm going to actually make sure that I do that here. So I can do app.use, and right here I can now call the course, and then I'm going to make sure that I call that function inside this middleware, that is app.use. So another thing is that I want my backend to be able to work with JSON data. So to do that, I'm going to actually have a comment here says JSON, and then here I'm going to use app.use, and then here I can do express and then .json like that. You need to do this, because if you don't do this, then it will give you an error. For example, if you don't add cause here, and also if you don't specify that your backend need to work with JSON data. So that is it. That is what I wanted to specify here. But now here, right down here, also we are going to have different routes here. So I'm going to do that later on. But right now, what I want to do is to make sure that we have a schema for our database. So I'm going to create a folder here that is called models like that. So models right here. So I need to use small letters, so models. And inside models, we are going to have different models, and that is the structure of our database, how our database will be structured. So inside here, I'm going to create the first schema, our model that is called user. Let me use capital U, and then the user.js. And inside here now, I'm going to specify the my schema for my MongoDB. So I'm going to do const and then mongoose like that, and then I'm going to do require. So require, and then inside here I can do mongoose like that. And another thing is that I'm going to create now the schema. So I'm going to call this user schema. So user schema like that. We are going to have mongoose dot schema like that. Actually, it should be having a capital S, so like that. Also inside here, this is a function, and this function here accept this object here. But after that, now what we need to do here, we are going to have to export this schema. So I'm going to use module.exports, and then here I'm going to use mongoose, and then I'm going to use model. So mongoose model here. And then the first thing that I need to do is to specify the name that our collection will be called, or our document. And then this one, we are going to export user schema. So let me do that. So user schema, this one here, the one that we have created up here. And now here we need to structure how our user will be looking at. So the first thing that we are going to have here is the name. So let me have the name here, and the name will be having a type of string. So this is a string right here, the name. And because we want this user to be having a name all the time, otherwise the user won't be will be not be added to the database, we need to have this require to true. So that means that when you add the user, the name must be present. So also the other thing is email, and then we do the same. We are going to do the same here. So the type should be string characters. Also here we are going to have require. So require like that, we need it to be true like that. Let me have it a small letter there. Also we are going to have password. So for password, also remember this will be just a string, type will be string like that. And then the other thing here, it should be required. So should be require, you can be able to see this one here. This is true. So because we don't want to add user without a password. Also, we are going to have a status. So let's have a status here. So the type here for the status is number. So let's add the number here. And also we are going to have the status to be having a default of 1. So if we don't specify the status, we are going, it will be saved in the database with the having a number of 0. That means because that is default. So another thing is the role. So here, this one, because we are going to have only admins, we are going to have this as a string, first thing. And then here by default, we want to add this user to be admin because we won't have any other user. We are going to have admins only. The other thing now is to add the timestamps, and timestamps we add right here. So that means that when this user is created in our database, we are going to have the time that they were created and also the time that it was updated. So here I'm going to add timestamp. So timestamps. So this is timestamp here, and we are going to add it to be true. Yeah, just like that. I think this is how it should be added, like that. So I think now I have created the model for the user, so I can be able to save this. Also, I can be able to save this here, and I'm going to close this one so that we can have a place where we can work here. So now I want to add other models, for example, models for, let's say, the donor. So let's do that. So we are going to have another model right here for the donor. So let's create another here. So mod donor.js, like that. We are going to do the same. First thing is to import Mongoose. So Mongoose, like that, we are going to import it here. So Mongoose, and the other thing is to make sure that we create the schema. So this one is donor schema. So donor, actually it should be start with a small d. So this is donor schema here, and then the other thing is to make sure that this is, we create the Mongoose schema, mongoose.schema. You can be able to see it there. It is a function that accepts an array. And then here I think I can just add a capital D. I think it will be fine. So here also I'm going to add module.exports to export my schema. And then here I can be able to add Mongoose and then .model. And then here I can call this donor. So donor, like that, and then here I can be able to export donor schema. So like that, simple as that. So now inside here, I want to add everything that will be in the donor, that will be like fields in the donor database. So here, the first thing that I will have is the email. So let me start with the name actually. So the name here of the donor, and then here the type will be string. So the type here will be string. Also, this one I want it to be required, first thing. So required to be true. Also, we are going to have email. So email, and the same will be added here. For example, the type will be string, and then also it will be required. So I'm going to have require to be true. Actually, this one should be require and not required. So here I'm going to actually now copy paste, because now you understand what we are doing. So right here we need to have the address. So let's have the address here. So address, and then this one it is not a must. So I'm going to just leave it like that. I'm going to copy this here, and then I can paste it here. This one also we need to have phone number. I'm going to call it 10. You can call it the way you want. So also we are going to have a broad group or group broad group type. So here this one will be Brad group type here. So let's add that Brad group like that. Also now here we are going to have another one which is weight. So let's have weight here. Weight of course will be number. So weight. So weight for weight here will be just number. So let's do that. Weight will be number. Another thing is that for our weight here, also we need to have date. So the date that the donor actually donated blood. So also the other thing is that we need to have like disease or diseases, let's call it diseases. And this one actually I need to copy paste because I want us to save a lot of time. So this one is diseases. And let's also add another one which is age. So for the age here, age will be number. So let's add the type here to be number. Another thing is that we can be able to add something like blood pressure. So these are all the things that are going to be required so to donate blood here, as the information that also is going to be required when the donor donate blood, or the information that will be gotten from the blood. And also the other thing is status. So here we are going to have a status. So for the status, we are going to have a status of 0. That means that this donor here has not received any email. But don't worry if you don't understand. I'm going to explain everything before we finish or when we are working on our background services. So here we are going to have a number, and also here we are going to have a default here will be 0 like that. So I think that's all right there. So I'm going to save this, and then we need to have another model here, and for this one here is for prospect.js like that. So let us add it there. And then what we can do is that for this one, for the donor and the prospect are almost the same. So I'm going to copy everything from here, copy that one, and then paste it here like that. And then the other thing is to make sure that I change this to be prospect schema. So prospect schema, I'm going to change here to be prospect. So prospect, and then here also I need to change this to be prospect like that. So after that I can be able to save this like that, and then now I can close all of this. So we have a schema. So for our models here are saved. So what we can do also is to proceed. So now the other feature that I want us to start working on is making sure that we can register the user, or we can work on registering the user, or the authentication in general, that is. So to work on that part, we need to work on our controllers, because this is where we are going to keep our functionality for everything. So let's do that. So what we are going to do is that inside our controllers right here, we are going to have another file that is called auth.js, and that is for authentication. And right here now, this one, we are going to add the functionality for our registering and also logging in as our for our admin. So also here we are going to have a functionality for our prospect, for example, be able to be saved to the database. So here I'm going to have a prospect.js, and also we are going to have donor.js here. This is where we are going to at least keep all the functionality for our donor, for example, CRUD operations. So I'm going to actually close this, and this one for the prospect right here, and then we can now be able to concentrate with this one for authentication. And right here, because we need to have several we are going to have several packages that you are going to require. For example, crypto.js for actually encrypting our password when we save in the database, because we cannot be able to actually store the password in the database that is not encrypted, that will pose a risk issues. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to check in package.json here if I have installed those packages. So I have not installed those packages. So let me install those two packages, the crypto.js and JSON Web Token. So I'm going to actually open another terminal right here. And then here I'm going to get into my backend and be able to install now those two. I'm going to install those two packages. So I'm going to get cd backend like that, and then I'm going to make sure that I npm install, and then I'm going to install crypto.js like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to install is JSON Web Token like that. So JSON npm install crypto.js and JSON Web Token like that. So these two packages are very important, and we are going to need them when we register and also log in. So I'm going to do that right here. So actually we have installed that, and you can be able to see JSON Web Token has been added here, and also crypto.js. So let me close this, because now that we can just make sure that we have a space where we can work in. So here we are going to have a crypto.js. So let us first of all make sure that we import crypto.js here. So const, here we need to have crypto.js right there. So, and then let us require crypto.js. So crypto.js here. So I think need to have crypto. Let me see the name here, because it is not giving me like auto completion. So you can see here crypto.js. So you need to import this one here. So copy that and then make sure that it is the one that we are able to, or actually you can be able to see right there. Another thing that we are going to actually use is JWT, or JSON Web Token. So I'm going to require here JSON Web Token like that. And also another thing that we are going to have here is user schema. So this one we are going to require from now our models. So let's go out of this folder inside, and then we are going to get into models, and then we are going to get to user right here. So I think that's all that we are going to require, but also I think we need to have .env here, .env, and we are going to require here the .env. So let's do that, .env here. So .env, and then the other thing is that we need to config .env. So I'm going to do .env.config right there. And then the other thing is that now we can start working on our registering the user. So the first thing that I'm going to do, let me actually add a comment here. And this one I'm going to add register user like that. And then here we can be able to create a function. So this one is register user like that. And then right here I can be able to have the function here, so like that. And also right here we are going to have login user like that. Let me create also the function here for login user like that. So here we are going to have these two like that. And then now inside here we can continue building the functionality for registering the user. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a new user here. So new user, and we are creating this new user from our user, and then this new user function here that is going to require now the things that we are going to save to our database. The first thing that we are going to save is the name, and then our name here we are going to get them from requests.body. So here we need, in our function we need to require two things. So we are going to have a request and the response here. So these are the things that also you need to understand with this function. It needs to have a request and also the response. So the name here, we are going to send it using request.body, and then this one will be full name, or let's call it the name here. So the other thing is we are going to have the email. So for the email, we are going to actually have this one, request.body and then .email, like that. And also we are going to have the password. So we are going to have a password right here. So the password, we are going to first of all make sure that we encrypt our password, and we are going to use this package that is called crypto.js. And for crypto.js here, you can use different algorithm. In our case, we are going to use this crypto.js, and then also we are going to use algorithm that is called EAS, and I'm going to encrypt now using that algorithm. And inside here, we need to actually pass in the password. So our password, we are going to send it using request.body and then password like that. The other thing is we are going to have we need to also have a secret password. So I'm going to create that in our .env. So you can see this process.env.pass here. So that means we need to actually add another variable here in our .env. So I'm going to have a pass here that will enable us to be able to encrypt our password. So here I'm going to add just Brad donation or Brad bridge. Let me just call it Brad bridge. But this is very, very simple. You can make sure that your password that you're using to encrypt here is a very complex one. And then here we have process.env.pass, and then here I can be able to do toString right here and call that function to make sure that is a string. So also now after you have done that, now you can use try catch right here. And here we need now to be able to save to our database. So to do that, we need to create a user. So user like that, and then here we need to await, because we don't know the time it will take to save this user to our database. So here I need to add async, so that if you want to use await, you need to add also async, because that will be a synchronous function. So another thing that you are going to do is now use new user, and then you can be able to use save function here like that, and that's how you'll be able to save that user in the database. So the other thing is that we need also to send that user to our front end. So I'm going to use res here, or this one we can call response, and then status. We are going to use the status code of 201, that means creation, and then you are going to use JSON here, and then we are going to send that user to our front end, or the person who is have been registered. Also here now down, what we can do is that we can do test.status, and then here we can add 500 and then .json, and then we can send the error also like that. And that is how we actually able to register our user. So now that is very, very simple to register a user. And now the other part we have been left with is to log in the user. But right now, I don't want this video to be longer than this. In the next video, I want us to be able to create this functionality here for logging in, and also we are going to use Postman. So we have Postman here so that we can be able to test our backend. So if you don't have a front end and you want to test your backend, you can use this software here that is called Postman. So make sure that also you have installed Postman for the next video where we are going to test our Postman. So pause this video, go and install the Postman, so that in the next video also you'll be ready when we are testing our backend here. So that is it. Let me see you in the next video. Remember to like this video and also subscribe, and I'll be able to see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our backend. In the last video, we looked at how our models will look like. For example, here you can be able to see this model for our user. User will have name, email, password, and then we have status and then the role here. You can see the schema here. Also, if you come back to the donor here, also you can be able to see their schema here that we looked in the last video. So if you haven't gone through the other video or the last video, make sure that you go through it so that you'll be able to understand what we are doing in this video. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to close this donor here, and then I'm going to be left with this auth.js here, because in the last video also we looked at how we'll be able to register a new user. So for example, here you can see register user. So I'm going to create a logic now for the login user right here. So remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel and also turn on the notification bell. So let's get into the tutorial now. What we are going to do is that when you are logging in, first thing first that you need to do is to make sure that you can be able to find the user in the database. So we are going to use the user's email. So first thing I'm going to do, try catch, so that if we have error, we can be able to catch it. So here I'm going to just, for example, check if there is any user that has a certain email that we are going to send. So here I'm going to say const user, and then here I can say await. So here I can also add a sync right there. And another thing that I want to do is that here I need to have a request and then a response. And then let's check here if we have that user. So I'm going to use user here, and then I'm going to say find, this is the function for MongoDB. So find one here, right there. And then inside here, I can be able to look for the email field. And then here I'm going to check the email that I'm going to send using request.body.email. So email, I'm going to send it from the user side. So this email will be checked in the email field here in the database. So if we have that email, or we have found that email in the database, that means that now we have that user in our database, and now we can continue with the authentication. So what we are going to do is that also here, so let me just come back here, and what we are going to do is that if we don't have that user, we need to send an error message. So here I'm going to say, and user here, you can see exclamation user. That means if user is not present, then what we need to do is that we need to return a message which we are going to send using status here. So rest or status, and then the status here will be 401, or even 404 is okay because it's not found. So here I'm going to say JSON, and then here I'm going to say you have not registered. So I think like that, you can see you have not registered. And then after that, now that means if we have checked if the user is available or not. So that means if we don't have any user, that means our operation will be terminated right here. So after, if we have the user, then we can proceed. Now to proceed here, we need to first of all make sure that we decrypt the password, because remember right here on our register, first thing that we do is to encrypt our password before we save it in our database. So now what we are going to do right here is to make sure that we decrypt the password. So I'm going to decrypt the password. So I'm going to say const hashed password here, like that. We need to first of all make sure that we can be able to decrypt now the password. I'm using crypto.js. You can be able to see crypto.js. And now I'm also going to decrypt using the same algorithm that I used to register. For example, you can see the algorithm that we use to register here is AES. So we are going to use the same algorithm, and then this time is decrypting. So, and then the other thing, when you are decrypting, this password requires several things. For example, the first thing that you are going to require is the password, and this password now is from the user that we have found from the database. So we are having the user right here. And the other thing that we are going to require here is the password or the phrase that we created in our .env. If you remember, right here, these are password. These are this phrase that we are using to encrypt the password in our we are using this passphrase here to encrypt the password. So we need to make sure that also we are using it to decrypt the password right here, because if you don't do that, that means that they will be inconsistent, and you will find that the password cannot be decrypted because there is this need for this passphrase here. So now the other thing is that we need to do several things. For example, we need to first of all get the original password now, and to get original password, we are getting that original password from now the hashed password. So hashed password here, let me type it here. So hashed password dot toString, so you can be able to see that password dot toString, and then inside here I can be able to use crypto.js. So we have this crypto.js, and then I'm going to use encode here, and then I'm going to use UTF-8. So this one here, right there. So that is how now you can be able to get this original password. And now what I'm going to do is first of all compare now this original password and the password that the user will be able to send to our backend. So I'm going to say if original password here, like that. First of all, we need to check if the password is not the same. So if not the same, that means you need to use exclamation mark and also this equal sign. So I'm going to use this hashed password right there. So actually not the hashed password, sorry. This one should be the password from the user, and the user is sending the password using request.body and password here, like that. So right here, you need to, if the password is not the same, what we are going to do is to return, and then here we are going to return another message, which is res.status here. And then after the status here, we need to have like a message. So which message you are going to just send here? We are going to send a message which is wrong password. So here we need to send wrong password here, like that. So wrong password. And then now if now we have gone through these stages. So the first stages is to make sure that you have that user in the database, and we are using email to see if that password if that person is in the database. And then if that person is not in the database, that means that we need to send this error message here, you have not registered. After that, then the other thing is that you need to check for the password or to decrypt the password in the database, because you cannot compare password that is encrypted and the password that the user is sending to a backend. So that's why you can see here we first of all decrypt the password using the passphrase that we also created in our .env file here. You can see this pass here, and then after that we can be able now to compare if it is not or they are not equal. That means we need also to send error message here, wrong password, that will notify our user that they have used a wrong password. So another thing is that also if we do that now, if we have a correct password, there are several things that we need to do. First of all, we need to have the password and the other info. So that means we need to separate the password and the other info, and I'm going to show you why. So here, this one we are getting it from the user and then underscore doc, and then after that now we need to create the first thing that we need to create is access token. So the access token, we are creating it from JWT. So if you remember, we imported JWT on the top here, on top of this page. You can see we have this JWT here. So after that, now we need to first of all sign. So we need to sign using the JWT. And the first thing that you need in order for you to be able to sign is the information that you want to sign with. So for example, that will be an object. So this object, we are going to have an ID. So I want to just make sure that I sign using the user ID. So I'm going to do user and then underscore ID, like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to make sure that I sign with is the role here. So I'm going to use role, and then the role here is user dot role, like that. And these are the only thing that I want to make sure that I sign this AWT or the access token with the ID of the user, and also the role here for the role here for this person or this user. So another thing that you are going to require, another passphrase here that we are going to use. So I'm going to call this passphrase. So it should be in .env, and I'm going to call it JWT underscore sec, like that. So after that, now we need to create this passphrase in our .env. So I'm going to come here and under JWT, so JWT underscore sec, yeah, and I'm going to create anything and any passphrase that you want to use. For example, we can take any characters here, like that. And it should be strong. If you, for example, want to deploy your application, it should be strong so that any hacker cannot guess the JWT passphrase. So also here, the other thing that you want to specify is the time that you want your access token to expire. For mine here, I'm going to specify it to expire in at least 10 days, or you can specify what you want it to expire. So here you can see it's 10 days, and then now we have the access token. So first of all, let me format my code. You can be able to see now we have this access token. So after this, now we can be able to send now the information to our front end. So here we are going to have rest.status and then 200, then .json. And here we need to send the data to our user, and this information can be stored in maybe Redux toolkit and maybe persist, so that when the user able to log in, we can be able to use that information and maybe use to display their information in their application, the front end, that is. So here I'm going to add the object, and remember here we destructured our information. So I'm going to send back the information, So I'm going to send this info here, for example, and also we can be able to send now the access token. So I'm going to send the access token, like that. So I'm going to send this information here, and that's why I distracted from the password, because there's no need to send the password to the user, because this can pose a security risk. So that's why we distracted the password and the rest of the information, and that's why I have sent now the other information plus the access token, because using this access token we can be able to know if this access token is valid. Then we can be able to at least make sure that that user can be able to do things like access some data in our database. So I'm going to make sure that I add it there. So here we can just do rest.status and then 500, and then we can send now the error. So the error should be sent here, like that. So after that, now here we need to export these two functions, because we are going to need it in our routes. So I'm going to format my code like that, and then here I'm going to do module.exports, like here. So module.exports, and then here I'm going to send login user. You can be able to see it, and also register user. So register user like that. So this information here, we can use them in our routes. So we need to create the routes in our routes here. So we need to create another auth.js, and then here is where we at least have all the routes that we are going to create in this for registering or for authentication, and that's why we are calling it auth. So here the first thing that I need to do is to import express like that. So require express. So express here. Another thing is that we need to make sure that we create router. So router here, and this is from express, and then we call the router here like that, and then we need to expose this router. So let's export module.exports, and then we need to export this router like that. And then now inside here we can be able to first of all add the register router here like that. So let's do that router, and then here we need to actually add now the router dot post, because this will be post method. Here we need to first of all start with the login, and then for the login here I'm going to use now the login user here. You can be able to see login user logic here, or the function from our controllers, and if we do that you'll be able to see that it has been imported on the top of this page here. So another that we are going to use is login. So I'm going to say login router right here, and then here I can say router. So our router here, and then dot post, and then here we need to have register like that, and then here we need to have register user like that. So we have those two functions, and now the last step that you need to do is to make sure that these routes also have been registered in our app here, app.jx. So in our routes here, the other thing that we need to do is to use app.use, and then here we need to have for example as API here version 1, and then version 1 here, and then out like that. And then here we can create now the router. So let us import that router. So const, and then here we need to have out router, or the out route, let me call it like that. Here we need to require here from, we need to get it from, let me go to the controllers here, not controllers actually, it is routes. So from the routes here, so let me just import it here from the routes. I cannot be able to see the routes, it is here, and then I'm getting it from the out here. So let me import it like that. So here we can add now out and then route like that, as simple as that. So now we can use our Postman to be able to test this application. So I'm going to save this, and in the last video I mentioned to you that you need to actually install this Postman. So let us just make sure that we open our Postman. So another thing that I want to make sure is that our backend is still running and there is no error. So I'm going to open a new terminal here and check for the backend. You can be able to see here that our database has been connected successfully. So let me also come right here, and let's make sure that we have everything that is required. I think this we can close it like that, and let me push this down because already our backend is running. There's no error at this time. So here this one is still loading. So we are going to pause for a while, and then when we'll have finished loading, then we'll continue with our video. So right here the Postman has open. So what we are going to do is that to use the postman, you need first of all to create the collection here. You can be able to see that we have a collection here, and if you want to create your collection, it will be such an easy task. So you need to come here, and in this icon that is you can see this icon here, plus icon here, you can be able to create a new collection. For example, if I click on that, I can create a blank collection right there. And then these two, you can see I have created just two, but I wanted one. So I can just make sure that I delete one here. But in this case, I'm going to just have only one. So let me try and delete this one if because we are not going to need this. So this is very crucial to know how to use postman. So for example, in here I cannot be able to see how to delete, so it is here. So let me delete it. So I have deleted this one here. So for this new collection here, you can call it the way you want. For example, mine here, I'm going to click on these three dots here, and I can go to rename here, and I can call this like Brad donation. So Brad donation app. So Brad donation app like that, and then save it like that. And then inside here, I can be able now to create request. For example, I can click on these three dots here, and I can add a request. So add request here, I'm going to create the request that I want. For example, if I want to create a request for registering the user, but before that, I want to rename this request here so that I know what is we going to happen in this request. So I'm going to make sure that I add here. So let me add something here. So for example, I'm going to rename it. So this one will be register user like that. And then also inside here, we are going to have maybe another one for login user. So add a request and then make sure that you rename it. So it is still loading, and then you can click on these three dots here and make sure that you rename. So rename this to login user like that. And then now, if you want to make a request, for example, for register user right here, we are going to first of all make sure that we specify the method. So in our case here is a post, and that is because if you come to the routes here, let's come here to the routes. I think this one here, actually it's not this one. Let's go to the routes here. You can see on the out here we are using post. Post for login and post for register. So let's come here and specify this is a post request. You can now be able to specify the route here. For example, for this case, you can be able to see, you can type maybe this HTTP localhost, because this is a localhost. You can be able to see the localhost and also the port that your backend is running. For example, mine is running on port 8000. And again, now this is the route that we are going to test. So it is API version 1, out, and then register. This means that this route or this request here, first thing that it will do is that it will hit this route here, and then this is, you can see this is localhost and then /API /version1/out here. So like that. So you can come here and specify that, and then after that it will check here for the out. It will be able to come here and see that we need also to go to the out route here. So it will just go to the out route, so this one, and then when it gets here, it will be able to see that also we have another route. In our case here, the other route is register here, this one here. So after that, then it will be able to see that it needs to also go to functionality for register user. So it will go to the controllers here, and this is what it will be able to do now in the register. It will try to register this user using the name, the password, and the other things is I think the name, the email, and then the password. So let me try and register this user now. So to make sure that you send the request, you need to come here to the body, and remember it is a raw data, and then here you need to specify the data that you are using, or the format of the data that you are using. You can see several other format, for example text, JavaScript, login, and many other, but we are not going to specify the other ones. The JSON is the most common, so I'm going to come here and specify, for example, the name. We are going to require the name. So here we are going to have my name here, for example, and I'm going to call myself John Doe. Here I'm going to specify the email. So the email here is my email. So let's add that like that. And then the other thing is the password. So password, you need to make sure that you use these quotation marks here. And then here you need to, first of all, let me add maybe something like Brad donation, and then at 1 2 3 4 like that. And now we can try and send this request, because now we have everything that is required for our backend. So I'm going to hit send here, and then let's try and see if it will make a request, and then if it will save our, it will be able to save this data. So here you can be able to see that the status code is 201, which is very good. That means it has created this user in our database. So then also you can see, because after we register the user, then we send that user to back to our the user. So you can see this you have created, and also you can see the password here is encrypted. The other thing is the role here has been created as admin, because we specified that by default it should be added as admin. Also right here you can see the status is 0, and the other thing is the ID here that has been created by MongoDB. So now the other thing is to make sure that you can log in. So I'm going to come here and try to log in. So for this one, I need to change now the port number, which is 8000 right now, and also then we need to log in now. So here I need to go to the body, and then the row here we need to go to the JSON here, and here we need to send the email and the password. So this is email. My email here is the one that I have specified right there, and then the password. So we have a password here like that, and then the password here, remember, is Brad donation. Let me see it. So this one, Brad donation at 1 2 3. So I can be able to copy this one. So let me copy it and then come here to the login and then paste it inside here. So that is the email and the password, because these are the ones that you are going to require to log in. So I'm going to hit send, and after that you'll be able to see that the API version 1/out here is not found. So that means there's somewhere that we did a mistake, and I'm going to go back here and then let's see where we did the mistake. So for example, this is login user, and I think I have in our routes here, I never created that route. So actually we have it, this login here, and it's telling me that it cannot find that route. So let me see where the problem is. So the register here, so for this one is API version 1 and then out and then login. So let me see where the problem is. So I'm going to try again and then see. So cannot get API version 1 out. So let me check here in the app dot here. So here we have all the login, and then let me just go back, because here I can see that we did actually the everything that it was required. So I'm going to come here also to login user and see maybe what is not right. So let me just come back here to the also the controllers here and see if that function is right here. So let's see. So we have the login user and register user. Already I have seen where the problem is, and the problem is because here we forgot to specify the method, and by default it took that this is a get method. So we need to change here the method to be post, and then after that we can try and send now this request, and you can see here you have not registered. So that means this error is coming from, let's go to the controllers here, and right here we can be able to see that this error is coming from this part here. So we are sending the email right here, and right now you can see it is sending me you have not registered. So that means that this user is not in the database. So let's try and see where the problem is. So I'm going to try again. So you can see this is not registered, and I want to see like the data, for example. So let's come here to the raw data here, and then you can be able to see this is a email. You can see the email here, and also this is a blood donation. So let me check here if the email that I used here is the same one. So this is the email here. So I think there's somewhere that there's a problem. So I'm going to check for the email here, and then the other thing is we can try, let's try and maybe console log. Let me console log the email and see if we can get the email here. So let me do that. So here, and then so now let me send that data now. So if I do that, and then actually we have registered this user. So let me just go back to the login here, and then when I send this, and you can see could not get. So that means maybe there's a problem with our backend. So I'm going to push this up. So I'm going to push this up here and see if there's any error. So first thing, let me restart my server here. So my server will start on port 8000 here, and also the database has been connected successfully. So let me try again now. So it is telling me that could not get. So that means we have an error here. So the error is the email is not defined. So you can see the email, they are telling me that email is not defined, and I know why. So let me come back here. It should be actually request.body and then .email, like that. So it should be like that. So let me save this like that, and then let's try again now. So let's send the data here. So if I do that now, you can be able to see that this user has been has logged in, and I don't know why we had that problem earlier on, because already the email that I'm using is the same. So here you can see the name is James Doe, the email, and here also you can see the role is admin, and the access token here has already been created. So using this access token, we can be able to verify that it is a valid token, and also it has not expired, so that we can give the user access to the data, and also verify that he or she is an admin. So now that is we have done the authentication part. The other part now that we are going to concentrate on is the donor. So we are going to create the functionality for the donors here. So I'm going to cross for the out here. I'm going to cross this part for the this part also for .env here, and then for the out here. So we are going to concentrate on this part here for the donor. So we are going to first of all make sure that we import donor, and we are going to import donor from donors. So here I'm going to add donors from the models, and then donor, like that. Then right here we can be able to create the functionalities. For example, we are going to have the create donor. So create donor functionality, and here we can be able to create this function. So const create donor, like that. So this is another function here. So let's create this one here. So this one, we are going to require the request and then the response right there. We are going to have now try catch also there. So here we need to have several things. For example, we are going to have a new donor. So create a new donor right here. And then this new donor is, we are going to await, first of all, or not actually, we can just make sure that we, first of all, make sure that we have the donor here. And then after that, we are going to pass in the data from request.body, like that. So that means the data that we are going to send here to create donor, all of it, we are going to make sure that we add it in here in request.body. We are going to send it to donor. And after that, the other thing that we are going to do is that we are going to create a donor right there. And then the donor here, we are going to first of all await. So here means that we need to add a sync, like that. And here we are going to make sure that we add now the new donor, or we are going to use now new donor here, and then dot save, like that. We need to save that donor right there. And then the last thing is to send this donor. So I'm going to add status 201 because that is for creation. And then here we are going to make sure that we send that donor back to our front end. And then here I can just say res.status and then 500 and then .json. And then now here we have the error, like that. So then here I can be able to just format my code. So I have formatted my code, and then now we can have the other functionality. And the other functionality here is to get all donors. So get all donors right here. And then these donors here we can, is a very simple also. So we are going to create a function here, get all donors, like that. You are going to have a function here that has a request, a response, and here we can be able to make sure that we add now the information. So the first thing is to try catch here, like that, and this will be very easy. So try catch this one here. So we are going to have donors variable here. So donors, and then the donors we are getting is all donors. So I'm going to add async here because this will be asynchronous function. So I'm going to await here and say donor and then dot find, like that, dot find, and then that's all that we are going to require here. And then because I want to be sorted, so I'm going to sort in a descending way. So that means the latest donor to be created will be on the top, because if you just do donor.find, then that means that the donor who was or who has been created recently will be on the bottom. So that is to create the, to make sure that you have been using, or you want the donor who has been created recently to be on top of the data. So you're going to use sort here, and we can use created art here, like that, created art, and then here we can be able to use -1, like that. So created art and then -1. So here we need to send these donors to our front end. So I'm going to use test.donors here to 200, and then I'm going to use .json, and then here we are going to use donors, like that, and that is the simplest way. So here I'm going to use status and then 500 and then .json and then the error, like that, simple as that. And then now the other thing is we need to have the other part, which is update the donor. So update the donor functionality right here. So this one we are going to have const, we are going to use const function here. So this one we are going to call it update donor, and then this one will be actually also be very simple. So update donor, this one is a function that has a request and also has a response. And this one we are going to have the functionality here, so try catch, and then here we can be able to have the donor. So const updated donor like that, and then here we can be able to say await. So here I need to add async as usual, so async, and the other thing is we are going to use now the donor. So the donor dot, here we are going to say find by id, so find by id and update. This is the function for MongoDB. So find by ID, so I need to change this or to update this. So find by ID and update, so like that. So here we need to, first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we pass in the ID, and the ID we are going to pass it. So let me just come here. So we are going to have request.params and then .id. That means that we need to pass the ID so that MongoDB will be able to understand which donor to update. Also, the other thing is we need to set here. So set, and then the other thing is here we need to have request.body. So update using the data that you are going to send using request.body. And the other thing is to make sure that we add another option here, which is true to be new, so that we be able to update that donor. So the last thing here is to make sure that we have sent this here. So I'm going to use rest.status and then 1. So here I'm going to add the updated donor to be sent to my frontend. Now, if I have error here, also I'm going to make sure that I send that to my frontend. So this is rest.status and then .json, and then I'm going to send the error right there. I'm going to format my code. So let me format this. So you can see update donor, and then here we are going to have another part which is get one donor. So get one donor like that, and then here I can be able to see that we need to create const and then get one donor like that, and then we can have request response, and then here we can be able to have this one here, the functionality right here. So try catch like that. So sorry. So try catch, can be able to see this option here to be able to create that, and then here we can be able to have the donor that we are going to get. So I'm going to use donor here, and we are going to say await. So this one it is async here. So async. So for the donor here, I'm going to use donor dot find by ID like that, and then now you only need to pass in the ID. So request dot params and then dot ID like that, and then now inside here now we can be able to send now this donor. So here is 200 and then .json, and then here is the donor, sorry. So here we need to have the donor like that. So now the other thing is that we can have now the other part, which is the error. So if we have error is 500, here we can have it JSON, and then here we can send the error right there. So you can see how simple it will be. Here I can be able to format my code, And then now if we find that one donor, so there's another functionality, and the functionality for deleting the donor, so delete donor right there. And then this one will be also simple, so const delete donor like that. And then this also is, you are going to have a request, you are going to have the response, we are going to now be able to have the functionality here. So try catch, and then so let me have here try and then catch like that. Here we are going to have this this donor here. So this one I'm not going to send any donor to our front end. So this one we are going to be async. And then here we are going to do a very simple thing, and that is we are going to have the donor, and then we are going to say find by ID. So find by ID and delete. So this is the function for the MongoDB, remember. So this one is delete, not delete. So here we are going to pass in the request.params and then .id like that. And then now the other thing is to send now just a message. So res.status, and then here we are going to have 201 and then .json, and we can say on this message we can say donor deleted successfully like that. And then here we can have now status, and then we can have like 500 JSON and then error. So you can see how simple it is. And now we have only one the other one is the for statistics. So I'm going to add it as stats here. And also here I'm going to add const, and then here we can say get donors statistics or stats. I'm going to call it stats like that. And then here we are going to have request and response as usual. Here we are going to have now the function. We're going to have try catch, and then here the first thing that we are going to do is to have the statistics. So const stats like that, and then here we need to specify what we want in our statistics. So first thing, we need to aggregate the data. So let's aggregate here. So aggregate like that, aggregate, and then we can aggregate first thing. So let me add here, because you can see we have error. Let me add async here. So and then here we need to aggregate, and what do we want to aggregate? So here you can see we have this object, and then actually this one should be just array first of all. So let me add it there, and then after that we can have this object here, and we need to use a function to group like that. And then here we are going to have to group by ID underscore ID, because that's how the MongoDB works. And then here we want to group by Brad group, so I'm going to add here Brad group like that. And then the other thing is that here we are going to have count. So we are going to have a count here, and count here we are going to have a sum. So sum here, and then you need to add 1. So that means that we are going to have number of people that have a certain Brad group type. So that is the statistics that you are going to have. But right now, because I know you not be able to maybe understand, we are going to test that, and you'll be able to see what I mean. So here I'm going to add test.status, and then here this one is 200, and then .json, and then I can just send the stats. And then the other thing is here we are going to have test.status here, and then this one will be 500 and then .json, and then here the error. So we are going to have the error. So now the other thing that I have been left with, so let me format my code here. So the other thing that have been left with is to make sure that I export all these functions. So I'm going to do module.exports here, and I can be able to, for example, import export delete donor, get one donor, get all donors. So you can be able to see it here, and then things like get stats, you can be able to see get donor stats here. I think the other one is update. So update the donor. Don't know if I have any other function. So let me check here. So we have get donors, delete donors, get one donor, update donor, get all donors, and create donor. So this is the last one. So I'm going to come here, and we are going to have create a donor like that. So I'm not going to just make sure that this video, I don't want this video to be longer than this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to at least make sure that this video is not that long. And the last thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I push this code to my backend, to my GitHub, sorry. So I'm going to just make sure that I add everything here like that. You can be able to see it. I'm going to make sure that I comment or commit, and then here I can say added authentication, something of the sort. You can comment anything that you want. So like that, and then I can say git push origin, and right now we are not going to push master, we are going to push the admin branch. So I think git push origin, so admin actually is backend, not admin, so sorry, so backend, because that is the branch that we created in the other video. So I'm going to add my passphrase here, and then have pushed my code like that. So I'm going to do pull request. So I'm going to come here, and then this is my GitHub. So I'm going to come here to the repos, and then we are pushing on this full stack blood donation application. And then here we can be able to just make sure that we pull request. You can see compare and pull request. And then after that, we are going to create pull request. And the last thing that we are going to do now is to make sure that we merge our branches. So it is taking merge pull request, confirm merge, and that is everything that we wanted to do right here. So if you come to the insights here and come to the network here, to the network, you'll be able to see that we have this network, that is, we have a master branch here. We created our backend here, and you can see we merged it here. So we are going to use this network also to track what we are doing. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Make sure that you subscribe, like this video. Let me see you on the other video. Have a go and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our backend. And in the last video, we looked at the controllers here for the donors here. So today we are going to continue and also make sure that we create the routes for our donor, and also we are going to create the controllers for our prospects. So let's continue from where we left. So here we created all these controllers right here. And now the other thing that we need to do is to create a route. So inside route here, what I can do is that I'm going to create a route that is called donor.js. You can see we had also routes for out here. So another thing is that first thing that you need to do here is to import express. So require express. So let's import express here. And another thing is we need to make sure that we create the router. So const router, and of course the router is from express here dot router like that. And then the other thing you need to make sure that you do is you need to do module.export to be able to export these routes. So let me export the router like that. And now inside here, we can now access our routes and add them here. So the first route that I'm going to add here is add donor. So add donor here like that. And this one will be route or the router, sorry, and then dot post. And this one we are going to have a default route here, and then now we are going to call our function from controllers. So here you can be able to see create donor like that. Also we are going to have another route down here, so let me make a space like that. Here we are going to have another route that is called get all donors like that, get all donors. Then this one will be router here, and then this method will be get method. So this one will be default route, and then here this one we are going to call get all donors like that. So another thing is that we are going to have another route here, and this one we are going to have update donor. So let me add here as a comment, add donor or update, sorry. So here we are going to have router, and then this one will be put here like that. So this one will be just a put method here, that means updation. And then here we can have the ID. So we need to pass in the ID so that we can know which donor we are updating. And also here we can add now the update donor function like that. Here we are going to have, after update donor, we are going to have get one donor. So get one donor like that. And then here, this will be also simple. So this one will be router here. And then here, this one will be get. And here we cannot just add a default route. Here we need to add just a different route, that is will be find. And then for the find here, we are going to have an ID like that. We are going to add an ID, and then here we are going to have get one donor like that. So for the others, for example, also we are going to have the one for delete donor. So let's have delete donor here like that. We are going to add here router and then dot delete like that. Here we are going to pass in the ID now. So the ID will be added here. So let's add first of all the forward slash like that, and then ID. Here we are going to call delete donor like that. And then now the other one and the last one is get statistics. I can say donor statistics, donor stats. Let me add it like that. So here we are going to have to add here router, and then this one also will be a get method. So right here we are going to add here the stats. So forward slash stats here, and then we are going to call the function for the stats in our controller. So this one, get donor stats. And then after this, now we have one step that we need to do, and that is to make sure that we register that route in our app.js right here. So I'm going to add that app.use, and then right here I can be able to write API like API version 1. Yeah, and then we are going to add it as now. This one won't be out right now. This one we are going to add as donors like that. So we have registered it like that, and then here we need to create that route up here. So I'm going to create out donor route, sorry. So router out route like that, and then I'm going to import my router from now the router. So this one, so from the router, so let me just import it here. So you can see we have a donor, this one. So when you import it now, I can be able to use that inside here. So donor route like that. So let me just use it here like that. So now the other thing that we need to do is that we need to create another controller here, and this one is for the prospect right here. And because the donor one and prospect almost look the same, I'm going to copy everything from here. So let me copy everything like that. And then the other thing is that I need to copy and then paste this here. And then the other thing is, because in our prospect here we don't have to get the stats here, and I'm going to remove this first of all. And also the other thing is that now we need to import here the prospect. So let me import the prospect, and then this one is from the prospect model. So prospect here like that. And then here also I need to change here from the create donor to create prospect. And this one will be new prospect here, prospect. And also here this one will be prospect. So we need to change everything. And then this one also will be prospect here. You can see it will be also easier. So prospect like that. Also this one we are going to change. So this one is prospect like that. And then now that's okay. Here we need now to actually send prospect now like that. So the other one here for the donors here, this one will be now prospects. Let's have a prospects here. And then here we are going to make sure that this one is prospects, get all prospects. So this one will be all the prospects here, and this one will be prospect. So prospect, they are almost the same. So this one is a prospect there, and also this one will be prospects like that. And I think now that's okay. So we have this one for the update. This one will be update prospect here. So have a prospect, and also this one will be for the prospect here. So let's add it here like that. Also we are going to have the other one here for the, we need to change here now to update prospect. Prospect like that. We need also to change here. This one will be get one prospect, prospect. And also down here we need to change this to prospect. So prospect like that. And here we need to change to prospect like that. You need to here to send the prospect also. So this one will be prospect. And also right here for delete donor here, this one will be delete prospect like that. This one will be prospect like that. And I think now everything is okay. So right here I need to change now, this will be delete prospect. This one is get one prospect. So get one prospect. Also here down you need to have get all prospect like that. Also we need to remove this because this one we are not going to need here. This one will be update prospect, and I think already you can be able to see it there. And then this also will be create a prospect. So I think that's okay now. So I think I have update prospect, all this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one will be 1, 2, and then 3. This one should be update prospect. So update prospect right here. So that one. And also I think I have the other one here. So I think now they're okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm going to create now the route in my routes folder. But even before that, let me just come here in my routes and create prospect.js like that. And also here I'm going to copy from the my donor right here. So let me copy this, and we are going to, actually I can create it from scratch, I think. So let me just come here to the prospect, and the first thing I need to do is to import Express here from now my Express. So let's import Express here. The other thing is to create router. So get router here, and then Express we are going to get the function router right there, and then we are going to have module.exports right there, and then import now or export now the router. So here we can have now the add prospect, for example. So add prospect, and then this one we can be able to do router dot post, and then here this one will be default like that. Here we are going to now get create prospect. You can be able to see it here, import it. So another thing is to get, let's have a space here. So get all prospects. So get all the prospects here, and this one will be router, and then dot get, and then default here, and then the other thing is get all prospects like that, and then let's have another one here, have a space here. So update prospect, and then this one will be router dot put. This one will be for the updating. So this one we are going to have an ID like that, and then here we can have update prospect like that way. So another thing here is we are going to have delete. So delete prospect. So delete prospect like that. So this one we are going to have or this one is a prospect. So this one we are going to have router dot delete, and then this one will be having like the ID here, ID like that, and then we are going to have delete prospect here, and then we need to have the other one for get one prospect. So get one prospect here like that, and then here we are going to have a router, and then dot post. This one we are going to add find. So this one will be find, and then here we are going to have an ID like that, and then here it will be get one prospect like that. So that is easy now. So I think I need to format this, and we can have space right here. So I'm going to save this, and the last thing that we need to do is to register it in our app.js here. So I'm going to have app, and then .use, and right here I am going to add my API, and then version 1, and then here I'm going to add this as a prospects like that, and then here I'm going to create, now let me create the prospect route. So I'm going to copy this, and then let me add it here. So this one I'm going to call it prospect route. So prospect route like that. We are going to have now the prospect. So from this one will be prospect. So let me add it here. I think you need to have auto completion. I cannot be able to see the auto completion, so I'm going to just write it. So dot prospect like that. So and then I'm going to add it here now. Prospect route like that. And then we are going to at least save that, and then here I can close these other ones here, donors here, and then can also close this. I think so. So right now the other thing that I can do right here is to have a middleware. So we are going to look at the middlewares right now, so that we can just be left with testing our backend. So let us write a middleware here for checking the token. So I'm going to have a verify token here, verify token.js, like that. And inside here now, I'm going to create a middleware that is going to check for the token or access token when the user is logged in. So here we can add here require, and then I'm going to add .env, like that. And then the other thing is we are going to also import JWT, and this one we are going to import it from JSON Web Token. So JSON Web Token, like that. And then here we are going to have to initialize or to config .env. So .env.config, and then this is a function right there. And then now the other thing is to make sure that we verify the token. So I'm going to create a function that is for verifying the token here. So this one, we are going to have a request and then response and then next. Yeah. So this one we are going to have now, like that. So this one we are going to have request response and then the next. And now the other thing that you are going to have is another function right here, and this function will be verify token and authorization, and this one is because this one will be for the admin now. So this one is a function here also, and this function will be for the checking if the assigned person is admin, because we need also to make sure that that person is admin. So this one will be next also. So here the first thing that we need to do is to check if we have any token. So I'm going to write here a variable called auth header. So let me write it like that, auth header. And then this one we are going to take it from request, and then dot headers and then dot token, because that's how we are going to send our token in the headers. And then the other thing is to check now if it is there. So if auth token or auth header, sorry, so if that is present, then we need to do several things. But if if it is not present, so here in else, we need to make sure that we send an error message. So for example, here we are going to have another message here under status of 401. And this one we are going to add here, you are not authenticated, you're not authenticated, like that. And then now, if we have a token, then we need to do several things. First thing that we need is to get the token from the headers. So I'm going to do const token, and then to get now the token, we are going to have the auth header, and then I'm going to split it because this will be a string. I'm going to split, and then because this will form array, make sure that you specify where you want to split. So right here, I'm going to split where we have a space, and then because I'm going to have an array when I split using the space, I'm going also to take the second element, which is index 1. So here, I'm going now to verify my token. So I'm going to use now jwt.verify. Remember the other one, when we are logging in, we are using sign in. So this time we are going to use the verify. So I'm going to pass in the token. I'm going to also add the phrase that you used to sign in our access token. So this one we called it jwt_sec, like that. And then I'm going to have, if I verify using the token, and also this one here, this phrase here, we can have two things. So we are going to have either the error or the user, because remember we added the user in our token. So I'm going to have either the error or the user. So if I have the error, so if error here, what we can do is that we need to send now the another error message. So this one will be having a status code of 403 and then .json here. And this function we are going to have to say token is not valid. So that means that that token, we cannot allow this token to be able to access the data, because that means that that token is invalid, and that means that maybe that person is not real, or maybe is a hacker is trying to hack our system. So another thing here I can add now, we are going to create another variable in our request, and this variable is the user, and we are going to assign that request. You can see here this request or user to be the user, and also now we can make sure that we call the function that is next. That means we can proceed with the other things that you are doing. So now I'm going to format my code right here. And the other thing is that now we can come inside this authorization, and we need inside here, we need now to call the verify token, and this is because verify token will already have verified the token. So I'm going to add it as that, as like this. So I'm going to pass in request and then the response, and then we are going to have another callback function right here. And then inside here now, this is where we are going to check if the user, if it is the user, if the user is the admin. So I'm going to look for request dot user. Remember here we created this variable. You can see we created this request dot user. So now we are going to check here dot role, and then we are going to check if this role is admin, like that. And then now we can be able to make sure that we go to next. We call the function next here, like that. And if not, if the role is not admin, then we need to send another error message. So I'm going to add here those status, we are going to have 403, and then here this one we are going to add let's say another message, and this one will be you are not admin, you are not admin, and I think so, something of the sort, or you are not permitted to do this operation. So let me just save it like that, and then now make sure that I format this. And then the last thing that I think I need to do now is to export these two functions, because we need to use them in our routes. So here I'm going to do module.export, module.exports, like that. And then this one we are going to export verify token. Actually we are going to just export this one, only this one, because we are going to verify and look for authorization and check if the user is an admin. So because this system we don't have the users who are logging in. So right here, let's go to let's add go to the routes here. And how you use this authorization is that you need to come here. For example, for the donors, you can be able to make sure that the person who is accessing or is able to create a donor here needs to be admin. So that means that we are going to call that verify token and authorization, this one here, before now, yeah, they are permitted to create the route here. So if they send the data to this post here or this route, they will be able, first of all, to verify if that person is admin, and then they can be able to be permitted to create that donor. So you can add it for the other route here. The only that the one that you cannot add right now is this one for adding or registering and logging in. Those one don't require to have that middleware to check if these are admin or the user. So let's just do that. So now I think this one video is long enough, and the last thing that we need to do is just to push our code to our GitHub. So I'm going to do that. So here we have our code, or our folder where we have our code, and then here I can be able to add now. I can be able to git add, and then I want to commit. So git commit dash m here, and then here I can add maybe something like added prospect, and I think added response prospect route, I think that will be okay. And maybe middleware. So middleware, yeah, like that. And then if I do that now, I can just say git push origin and then master, like that. And then let's see how it will operate now. So here we are going to add passphrase. Actually, this one will not, this one cannot operate because here we need to send the backend, because right now we are in this branch that's called backend. So I'm going to add now the passphrase here, and then now we are going to push our code. So I'm going to visit my GitHub right here. So let's open my GitHub here, and then we are going to do the pull request, because remember we are pushing in a different code from our different branch from the one that is master. So I'm going to just come here and visit this repo here, and after that now we are going to see like that notification here for pull request. I think yeah, you can see here backend had recent pushes 29 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare and the pull request, and then also here I'm going to create pull requests like that, and then also we need to merge. So here it is checking for ability to merge automatically, and after that you can merge pull request and confirm merge, and then that will be okay now. So I think we have finished our backend. So the other part that we are going to look from the next video is background services. But before that, you can go through and test the backend here. And I'm going to do that before we start our background services. I'm going to just test a few so that you can understand what I mean by testing our backend here using our Postman again. So, and then we are going to continue with the background services in the next video, so that now we are going to proceed also to create the front end, or the part where it is interacting with the user. So I think that video is long enough. I don't want to be longer than this. So remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell. See you on the next video. Have a great. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So in our last video, we created our backend and we finished working on our backend here. And now we are going to continue building this application. So today we are going to start building this exciting part here that we are calling background services. So I'm going to take this line here and cancel this part. And if you can see here, you can be able to see that this is a backend, and you can see it is larger than these background services. And this is because background services is just a small service and or a small backend. So I'm going to continue building now background services, and you'll see how similar it is to our backend here. So another thing that I want us to do is to make sure that we create another branch here for our GitHub. So I'm going to do, first of all, git branch here, and you can see we have two branches right now. We have a branch that is called master, and also we have a branch that is called backend. So here we are going to create another branch, and this time this one we are going to call it background services. So I'm going to do git branch, and here I'm going to add background services as my branch, like that. And when I do git branch again, you'd be able to see that we are having three branches. We have our backend, we have our background services, and we have our master. So to go to switch to background services, we need to do git and then checkout and then background, and then we are going to use background services right here, like that. And if I do git branch here now, you'd be able to see now our background services here is highlighted using green. So that means we are working on this branch right here. So before I continue, remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video. And now let's get into the tutorial. So now we can come back here to our code. And one thing that I notice is that when we are trying to run our backend here, we have this error here that says that we don't have this function called get prospect here. And that is true, because if you come here into prospect here, you'll be able to see that we don't have get all prospect. You can see here it is prospect, so I need to change here when I'm importing or exporting this. Here we need to have all prospect like that, and then if I need also to change this in our routes here. So let me just come here into our routes, and I'm going to change this to prospects like that. I think that will be okay. So this one will be get all prospects like that. I think this will handle now my error. So I'm going to come here and restart. Let me restart my backend. So even if I save like that and then I save this part here, you are going to see that here starting node, and then you can see it is starting my server, and you can see now server is running on port 8000, database connected successfully. So if you haven't, or you are not able to at least correct that error, make sure that you have gone with me through that process of changing that function, so that you understand what you are going to do in case of that error. So now I want to close this part, that is core backend, and now we can continue building now our background services. For now, you can see our background services here is empty, and that's where we are now starting to build our background services. So I'm going to come here to this part here and add another terminal here, so that we are going to get into my background services. So I'm going to get into background services. So I'm going to background services, and another thing is that here I'm going to initialize another node application, because it's our backend. Also, background services is part of our backend, or is a small backend. So I'm going to do init and then -y right there. And then you'll be able to see that there's a file that will be generated called package.json, and you can see it here. So inside here also I'm going to add index.js like that. So, and then inside here, we are going to at least install some packages that we are going to use in our background services. So the first thing that I'm going to install, of course, is Express, because we are going to use that framework. Another package that we are going to use is Node Mailer, because here we are going to send emails, scheduled email. And another package that I'm going to use is .env. I'm going to use a package that is called node cron, and this will help us to be able to make sure that we schedule some tasks. Another thing is that now we can also add Mongoose, because we are going to at least make sure that we connect with our database. I think these are enough, but remember another one called EJS, and EJS will help us to template our emails. So another one that I'm going to add, I think these are enough. So I'm going to install this, and inside here, also in our background services, we are going to have a .env file. So we are going to have a .env file right here. And because in our .env file here, we are going to have port, or what I can do is that I'm going to make sure that I get everything from this .env here. So I'm going to get this database. So let me just take database, because that's the only thing that we are going to share with our with our backend. Sorry. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this backend here. This database here. I'm going to save this, and here also I'm going to make sure that I cancel that part, and also this part here. So here already my packages, you can see that they have been installed, and some of you may be asking why I'm copying this database from our backend, and this is because according to the diagram here, you can see we are sharing the same database with our backend, but you can see our background services is only interacting with our database, is not interacting with any other part like frontend or this backend here. We are just interacting with our database. So that's why. So I'm going to push this down. So let me just come here, push this down, and here also I'm going to add another variable right here. So this part here is called this one is a port number. So in our backend is running on port 8000. So this one you can give in any port between 0 to 65,355, I guess, but you need it should not run on the same port with our backend. So actually you can just give it a port of 8001. So my backend is running on port 8000, and my background services will be running on port 8001. So another thing is that here, now I can initialize my application. So the first thing that I'm going to do right here is that I'm going to import Express. So import, you're going to require Express here, like that. And again, here I'm going to make sure that I have my app. I'm going to create that app here. So this one is another part here that we are going to have. I'm going to import .env because we need to access the variable that we have in our .env. So this one will be require and then .env right here. So let me also come back here to, we have .env, and for .env, I'm going to just write it here, .env.config, because this is very important, like that. And then right here, I think this one is okay now. So another thing that you're going to do now is to try and create our server. So I'm going to have server here. This one we are going to create or get the port number from our .env. So to get the port number, I'm going to have a variable here called port. And again, here I'm going to use process.env and then port, like that. That will access the port variable in our .env file. So here I can now initialize app.reason. Now here we need to add the port number, and then again here you need to have this callback function, and inside here this is where we are going to console log. So I'm going to console log here, use interpolation. So this one I'm going to write server, or let me just write background services is running on I can just make sure that I get now the variable like that using interpolation. And another thing is that now if for example right here, if you didn't install NodeMon, make sure that you install NodeMon using npm install NodeMon, like that. But in our case here, I'm going to, because I have installed NodeMon globally, I won't be installing NodeMon. So here I'm going to run now this index.js and see if our background services is running. So if I restart my server like that, so push this actually up there. So let's see if my background services is running here. So let me save here. And you can see the background services running on port undefined, and that means that it's not able to access this port. So let's see where the problem is. I have done .env config here. So let me just come here and see if I have the port. Yes, I have this port. So I don't know where the problem is. So I'm having the problem here with the port. So this port here. So process.env, let me try use process.env. Let me make sure that I do that again. You can see here is still undefined, and here I'm going to do, let me try a process.env. So process.env and then .port, like that, then save that. So let me see, it's still undefined. So let me see if I have installed .env in a big package.json here. So under dependencies here, we are going to see, you can see here we have .env, so that should work, and then index here. This index here, we have imported .env, and we have done .env.config, and then I don't know what is the problem here. So, but for now, what I can do is that we can just make sure that we add here all, because we are going to make sure to see if there is any problem. So this one I'm going to add here like that. So if I save that, you can see here still undefined. So I think there's some problem. So this is 8,000. I'm going to just give it to be 8,000. We are going to make sure that we are going to debug that in future. So I can still see here, this is port here is undefined. So I think there's somewhere that is, yeah, it is wrong. So let me just add here 8 or 8,000. So 8,001. So let me try that. And then when I save this, still is saying background services running on this part here. So what I can do also is that I can console log here. So let me console.log and then the port. So see where the problem is. So if I do that, and here this one, you can see it is getting the port. So for debugging, also we can try and do .env and then .port like that. And let's also save that. Let's save and see. So yeah, it is not able to get my port number. So I think there's somewhere that is wrong. So I'm going to just make sure that I add here that port number right here. So I'm going to write 8001. Also here I'm going to hard code it for now. So if I do this, you'll be able to see that it's running on port 8001. So for now, I won't be able to debug. I'm going to debug later on. So what we are going to do right now is to make sure now also we have connected to our database. So I'm going to have connection to my database, and we are going to call the function to connect to a database right here. So inside here, I'm going to create another folder that is called utils. So utils, and then under utils, we are going to create another file that is called db.js like that. And here we are going to just copy everything from our database or our backend here. So I'm going to copy this like that. If you don't get what you're doing, make sure that you have gone through the other videos so that you understand. And then here we can be able now to paste this. And then if I save this and go back here, and I'm going to call db connection. So db connection like that, import that function. You can be able to see that function here. And then I can be able to save this, and let's see if it is working. So the background services is running on port 8000, and you can see here database connected successfully. So that means everything is okay. And I'm wondering why my database here is still working very okay, but my server is not working. So that is not any problem for now. So I think I can just make sure that everything is okay here. So my DB connection has been connected successfully. So I'm going to close this part here. And now the other thing that I want to show you is how to make sure that you can use or you can be able to schedule tasks. So I'm going to have a function here, and I'm going to add here schedule task. So schedule task, task like that. Here I'm going to have a function. I'm going to call this function const run like that. And then let's have this function here, and I'm going to call this function down here, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. So I'm going to save this, and to schedule task, I want us to go and look for this package that is called node cron. You can be able to see it here. we can read the documentation. So it is here. So you can see the node cron module is a tiny task scheduler in pure JavaScript for Node.js based on GNU cron tab. This module allows you to schedule tasks in Node.js using full cron tab syntax. Need a job scheduler with support for worker threads and cron syntax? Try out the B job scheduler. So you can also look for this one here and see how it works. So here we have this package, and you can see how it works. So the first thing that you need to do is to import it here, and so I need to import it actually up here. So let me just come here and import that. So copy this here. You need to import this con so cron. So I'm going to import it here, but this time this one I'm going to call it to add a const rather than var, because var is kind of outdated in JavaScript. Another thing is that you need to schedule using cron.schedule, and you can see here how you can schedule a task that is running after every minute. For example, here you can see running a task every minute, and you can just copy this here, and I'm going to make sure that I copy it inside here, because you can see right here we have this cron schedule after every minute, and then you can see here how you can also schedule for any task that you want to run at any specific time of the day, of the month, of the year, and everything. So I'm going to make sure that I save this. So let me save this, and when I save this, you'll be able to see here, because you can see here we are not calling this function. So I'm going to make sure that I save this. And another thing is that I want my scheduled task to run after every second, because we are not going to wait for every minute to see how this scheduler is working. So to run after every second, I'm going to add my third or sixth this asterisk, and when I save here, you'll be able to see that will be working right here. So let it restart here and connect to database. You can be able to see that this is running after every, now this one is after every second, not after every minute. So I'm going to save this here, and you'll be able to see that this one will be running after every second. So after every second, you can see this is running, or this task is running after every second. And you can run about this documentation. For example, maybe a task that you want it to run after every minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can be able to see. Let me scroll here, and you can see a task here, how you can schedule a task that is running on Sundays of every January and September. So this is how you can create that this schedule, or this task that is scheduled. So another website that you can use is cron tab guru. So this one will help you to be able to play with schedulers and to be able to understand how you can create a schedule, because this is a very important concept also, because when you are creating applications, sometimes you find that you need to make them very automatic. So I'm going to just cross that, because we are not going to go through that right now. So make sure that you go through that Grown Tab website, and I think that's all in this case. So in our case here, for our cron tab or this scheduler, what we are going to do, we are going to have several services. For example, we are going to have a service that is checking if the donor has stayed 7 or 60 days from the time that they last donated blood, and then it will send a reminder email. So it will be able to calculate 60 days from the time any donor donated blood, and then they will be able to send them email. So it will be running after every second, and then looping through the database, checking for a donor who has stayed at least 60 days, and then send the email. I'm sure that you're getting what I'm trying to add. So here, that's what we are going to do. So for now, I'm going to just make sure that I don't run this function. So I'm not, or I just let me to make sure my console is just clean. I'm going to just remove that console log, but remember my background services is still running after every second. Now inside here, I'm going to have other packages or other folders. For example, we are going to have models, and models, we are going to get models from our backend. So another thing is that we are going to have helpers. So helpers, actually here we are going to have a helpers, and here we are going to add a function that we are going to reuse. And also here I'm going to have another one that is email services, because in our application we are going to just have our email services. If you have other services, for example, if you want to backup database, also you can create the service to do that. So that is also another work of scheduler. So what you can do is that you can create a scheduler or a service that is scheduled, that will be saving or backing up the database after every day, or at any day, or every day at night at midnight. So that is also the way you can use cron tab. So now what we can do right now is to start with helpers here, because this is the function that we are going to reuse in our application. So let's do that. So this one, we are going to call it sendmail, sendmail.js. So I think can call sendmail here. And this one is the function that we are going to reuse in our application, and this will help us to send emails. So I'm going to make sure that I close this one, and also this for the prospect here. I'm going to also make sure that I close this, and or even before that, what I can do is that I can make sure that I copy these models here. So let me create those. For example, for the donor here, let me copy this before I even create helpers in my background services. So I'm going to come here to my background services, and inside here I'm going to create another file here that is called donor.js. So you can see most of things I'm copy pasting from my backend, because that they are having the same things. It's still a backend. So here also I'm going to create one for the prospect. So I'm going to copy this also from my backend here, and in my helpers here I'm going to create another file, and this file is called prospect. So prospect.js, and now we have been left with only one, like that. So let me save this, and here I'm going to have the other one for the user. So let's have for the user. Actually, it's not need to create them inside here. So actually I did a mistake. This one should be inside the model, so move that like that, and then now we can create the user here. So user.js, like that. Make sure that you copy that from our backend here. So this one, I'm going to copy it like that, and then make sure that you paste it here. So I'm going to save that, and then inside here I can be able to paste now the model for the user here. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to close all these files here, and then left with the send email here. So this is where we are going to create now the function that we are going to reuse. So let's do that now. So let's do that. Here there are several things that I need to check. First of all, I want to check if we have node mailer, and I can see here that we have already installed NodeMailer package, because that's the package that you are going to use to send emails. And in our case, we are going to send emails that are templated already. So I'm going to add here const, and then here we are going to have NodeMailer like that. We are going to import that NodeMailer here. So this is NodeMailer. I can be able to see it there. I can also be able to create another variable for .env here, and then require, and then this is .env, so you can be able to see it there. And then another thing is we need to do .env and then .config like that. And then here we are going to have another function, and then this function is create transport. So function create transport, so create transport or transporter, sorry. We need to create first of all the transporter, and then this transporter is for sending the email. Here this is a function like that. We need to accept the configurations here. We are going to call them config right now. And if you are not understanding, please go along. We'll be able to understand when we are still coding here. So the first thing you can see here, we have created this transporter here, and this because it's a function that is not arrow function. We should not have this arrow here. So I'm going to create here const transporter. So this is transporter here. I'm hoping that I'm spelling it right. So transporter, and then this one is we are going to create from NodeMailer, and then dot create transport or create transport right here. So you can be able to see that function. We are going to pass in the configuration that we are getting here as an argument. So after that, now the other thing that you need to do is now return. So let us return transporter like that. And then now the other thing is now we can create another function, or let me first of all have the configurations. So here I'm going to create configurations like that. And these configurations are just object. So the first thing is we are going to have a service here. So the service, we are going to have Gmail. Also, we are going to have another that is host. And then for this host here, we are going to use smtp.gmail, then .com like that. We are going to have a port. So port here. So for the port here, we are going to use port 587. So make sure that this one, you make sure that they are correct. And the other thing is here we need to have require. So require TLS like that. And this one we are going to say it's true. And now the other thing that we are going to require is auth. And for the auth here is also an object inside object. And here we need to have the user. So here we are having the user, and this one we are going to get it from our .env. So this one will be process.env and then .email. So this is the email that we are going to use to send emails. So like from, and here also we are going to have password that we are coding pass, and then this one we are going, this one it will be process.env and then .password. So .password like that. So these two variables I need to create them in my .env here. So in my .env here I need to have email. So email like that. And also we need to have password, and this password is app password. So before I continue here, I need to have the email that I want to use. In my case here, I'm going to use the email here that I'm going to send using this email like that. I'm going to create the password. So let me show you how you create a password. So let me come here to the inbox of my email, So you can see this email right here. I'm going to get to the inbox, so make sure that you are going with me right here. You can stop coding, and then if you don't um, if you don't understand, make sure that you, or if you haven't done this before, make sure that you are going through or along with me. So I'm going to come here. You can see this is the inbox of that email. And again, here I'm going to get to manage. So I'm going to get to manage here. And this one, we are going to get to this part here that we are calling a security part here. So the first thing that you need to do is to make sure that you have two-step verification here, or you have multi-factor authentication. Make sure that this part here is ticked, and because this one we require that. Also, the other thing, if you have done that, you need to come here and search for app passwords. So you need to come here, search for app passwords, click on this app password here, and create one here. So before you do that, it will require you to enter the password. So I'm going to enter my password here. So let me now log into my email like that. And then now you can see I had already created another password here, actually for my Brad bridge here also. So this one, I'm going to call it any name. For example, I'm going to call it just maybe full stack email, full stack Brad donation, like that, and then try and create. So if you do that, you'll be able to see that password here. So in this case, I'm going to copy this password here like that, click done, and then here I'm going to just make sure that I add it here. And another thing is that to make sure that my password is I actually protecting my email, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete it, because I don't want somebody to misuse my email. So I'm going to delete it. But you get the idea. That's how you create app password, and to be able to make sure that that password, that email, you can use that email to send emails. So I'm going to close also this one. And now, because we have passwords, so if you try to use this password, because I have deleted, you cannot be able to use it. So make sure that you use your own email. So I'm going to close that, and now we have our email, and also now our password. So I'm going to now create a function down here, and this function is send mail. We are going to call it send mail, and then this one is a narrow function. Let's create a narrow function. So if you want to create a function here that is not arrow, this one, you can do that. There's no problem. So here I'm going to push this down, and we are going to first of all get the transporter. So get the transporter. Here we are getting the transporter from now the function. So we need to await, and then here if we await, we need to create a sync here. So this one we are going to get it from, remember our function up there, that is create transporter, and then we are going to pass in the configurations that is up there. So these configurations like that. So if you scroll up here, you'll be able to see these configurations, and that's the one that we are passing here, because also you can see in this function we need to pass the configurations here as argument, and that's what we are doing here. We are just passing them right there. And then now the other thing is we need to await, and then this one we are going to do transporter and then dot verify. So let us verify first of all. So we verify that. Another thing that we do after that is await, and then we are going to send now the email. So we are going to use transporter and then send email. You can be able to see send mail right here. And when we are sending, we inside here we are going to have two arguments. So the first argument is that we need to pass in the message options. So the message option right here, and then this one we need to get it as argument, so message option like that. So this one is message option. Let me just add it like that. So we need to pass in the message options. I'm going to show you what is message options, and then after that, if you pass in the message options, you can have either two things, either error or information. So those are the two things that you are getting. So this is a callback function. So here what we do is that if you have error, then what you need to do is that you need to console log that error. So console.log, and then this is error. So like that. Else, that means that you can console, or you can console log now the information that you are getting if sending the email is successful. So we are going to console log now the info. So you can see how simple it is. So this function here. So I think that is it. We have this part here. Let me add a semicolon that there. So this function called send mail here, we need also to export it because we are going to use it in other parts of services. So this one is send mail. So like that. Okay, actually, yeah, send mail like that. So sending this one will be help us now to use it in our email services here. So we are going to do that in the next video. I don't want this video to be longer than this, but now we have this function. You can go through this function before the other video so that you understand what we are doing right here. Don't don't cram it, just go through it and at least understand what we are doing here in send mail. And the other thing is that also you can go through the node mailer documentation to understand what I'm doing. You can just come here, look for node mailer, and then go through now the documentation here. Go through, understand what is transporter. You can be able to see up here the usage. You need to install node mailer. You can see you need to create the transporter here. Everything is right here. So just go through that so that you understand. And in the next video, we are going to continue now creating our email services. Before we end the video, what I need to do is that I want to push my code to our GitHub, and let's do that. So I'm going to come here inside my folder that I have my project, and what I can do is that I need to git add everything to start with, and I'm going to commit. So I'm going to add here started. So started working on our background services like that. And then another thing is now I can push now my branch. So git push origin, and then this one is background services like that. And then let's try and push it. So I'm going to add my passphrase here like that, and then let's see now. So I have pushed my code. Now if I come here to branch to my GitHub here, we are going to have a pull request, and I'm going to get to my repo here, get to this this full stack broad donation application. And if I do that, you'll be able to see here there is a notification. So compare and pull request, click that, and it will be able to compare and pull request right there. I'm going to create pull request, and after that, then it will be able to check for ability to merge automatically. So after that, I'll merge and confirm merge like that, and then this one will be just fine now. So if you just come back here to the insight and check for the network, you'll be able to see how our networks look like. And if I go back here, you'll be able to see that we have merge pull request, 3 of them. we don't have any open pull requests, and no any closed issues, and also new issues are 0. So that is it. I want to end this video here. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and most important, turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you on the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our application right here, and you can see right here that we are building on our background services here. So in the last video we talked about how you can be able to send emails using Node Mailer, and we created this part here that we are calling helpers. Under helpers we have this function here, or this file, that help us to be able to create the transporter here, and also this function that is called send mail here, and this one is the one that is going to help us so to send the emails, and I'm going to show you that. So inside here also we have to have several things. For example, we need to have the templates that we are going to send in using the emails. So here I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So if I come here to my inbox, any of my email here, you are going to see what is the template. So like if you want to understand mostly about templates, it's like sending HTML in your email, and you can bend things like images, or maybe any animation, and also many other things. So for example, let's say we have this here, or let's say for example this email here, be able to see that this email is structured in a way, and you can see we have embedded things like icons for social media here, and this is just HTML that has been sent using this email. So let's do that. So let's first of all look for templates. So the templates that you are going to use. So I had already prepared some templates to show you. So I'm going to come here to my documents, and then we have this HTML challenge here. So under this HTML challenge here, you can see we have several templates that I prepared beforehand. So if I open, for example, this one here, like that, you'll be able to see that this is one of the email template that you are going to send, and you can see this is how we are going to pass the data. So for the name here, for the phone number, for the address here, for the blood group, for the diseases here, and also you can see we have embedded things like our logo here. So this one is just HTML, and I want to show you why I say that, and because if you check here, you can see this is template 1.html. So this one is just HTML. So what I'm going to do in our case here, because already I have those templates prepared, so I'm going to just come here and make sure that I get those templates. I think they are inside the other project that I built for demo. So let's see this one here. We have a blood donation application here. Under this part, you can be able to see that inside background services, we have templates here. So I'm going to copy this like that, and then I'm going to paste them inside now this application that you are going to build. So this one that is called full stack blood donation application. So I'm going to get into my background services here, and I'm going to paste this inside here. So under here, if I go back to my application, open background services here, you'll be able to see that we have templates inside here. So in your case, what I'm going to do is that before I release this video, also I'm going to have added the description of this template in the description of this video. Or what you can do is that, because I would have already pushed my code to my GitHub, you'll be able to download these templates from there. So you just come to my GitHub here, so and open my GitHub, because also at the end of this video we are going to push our code. So you are going to see this template inside this repo here. But before that, let me show you these templates here. So for example, we have this template here for blood donation donor, and then you can see this is just a regular HTML here, and you can modify how you want it. You can just hide it how you want. You can see the style here. I have a style header 1 here. The status, you can see I have tried to add animation right there. We have our p tag here, which is our paragraph. We have our email wrapper here, email header, email body, and right here you can see the content. You can see I have already added for you the logo. So inside in this image here, also you can see this is how you pass in the data using the template. For example, here we are going to pass in the name, we are going to pass in the email right here, we are going to pass the phone number, the address, the blood group type, the disease, the weight, all these things, and you can see this how it has been structured. So let me check for another one here. So for example, this one, actually this is the one that we have gone through. So I'm going to look for this one here. So you can see another services here. So for this is for actually sending an email for eligibility. So if we check and see the person who want to donate blood has not attained the requirement, for example, they must be above 18 years, and also they must have attained at least 50 kgs of weight. So we are going to send this email here, and you can see we are going to just pass the name here, and then this one will be, we are going to add this part here, or you can see the text here. Thank you for your interest in donating blood through Blood Bridge. We regret to inform you that based on the information provided, you do not meet the eligibility criteria for blood donation at this time. So I think now you have got to understand, or you have understood the meaning of these templates here, and you can see they are actually .ejs because we are using ejs to template. I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to close this, and also this for send email, I'm going to close it here. And remember, because we have this that we are calling email service, this is where we are going to create our services. So the first service that you are going to have is the one that you are going to call here. You are going to call this send. So send prospect or details. So let's add here details, and then prospect. So this one is going to send an email for somebody who has registered to donate blood, but they have not donated blood. So this is like thank you, and also it will have already, it will also send the location and the time that they can go and donate blood in various locations. So to start with here, I want to first of all make sure that I import things like EJS, because we are going to use EJS to template. So I'm going to say require, and then EJS here. I'm sure I installed EJS. Also, I'm going to actually get .env. So .env like that. So let me import it. Require .env like that. Also, I'm going to actually make sure that I import the other one, which is the prospect. So prospect from our models. So require, and then this one is from the models. So you can be able to see the models here. And then here we need to actually take this prospect here. And then also I'm going to do .env .config here, because we need to use some .env. So I'm going to use .config right there, and here also I'm going to now create the function. So the function that we are going to create is called send. So we are going to call send details, and then prospect. So prospect email here. This is an arrow function. So let me add as arrow function here. And another thing is that we need to make sure that we export this. So I'm going to use module.exports, and then you are going to actually send this. So this is send details. You can see send details prospect email right there. And now this function we need to call it here in our scheduler, so inside here, so that it will be called after every second. So here I'm going to say send a prospect, or let's say send details. You can see already here we can be able to import it like that, and we can call that function in our scheduler here, so that it will run after every second as we scheduled up here. So I'm going to go back here and now continue with our service. So our service will be, first of all, to check if there is any prospect. So prospects, so let me create prospect. So it will be able to await. Let me first of all await here, async, and then async here. And this here, it will be able to check for the prospect and then find. So this means that we need to go into the database and check if there is any prospect that has a status of 0, like that. That means that they have registered but they have not received email. So that means they have a status of 0. If they have a status of 1, that means they already have they have received an email, because after this function here has run and then they have sent an email, then the status here will be updated to 1, and I'm going to show you that. So here I'm going to first of all make sure that I loop now. So I'm going to loop if there is any prospect here. So I'm going to loop. So actually I can just first of all check. So I'm going to check if prospects. So if prospects dot length, and I can say it's greater than 0. That means that array is not empty. Then I need to loop here. So I'm going to loop inside here and say let prospect of prospects, like that. So I'm going to start looping because I need to loop and send email to those prospects individually. So that means that we need to loop. And here, first thing that I need to do is to template now. So I'm going to use EJS and then render file here. So this is how you use how you template your email. So the first argument here in our render file function of EJS, we need to pass in the templates. So the template that we are going to use, for now we are going to use templates, and we are going to use a template that is called blood donation prospect dot EJS, like that. And then the other argument that you need to have is the data that you want to pass. So in our case here, we are going to pass the name, and the name here will be from the prospect. So that prospect dot the name, like that. And then the other thing that you need to have here is a callback function. So we are going to have a callback function that either will produce data or error. So let me just come here. This one will be either error or data. So like that. So first, let me show you first of all this template here that we are calling blood donation prospect here. So if I come to the templates here, let me see. So this one is for eligibility. So this one, I think this one, this is the one. This is for the reminder. This is for blood donation prospect. Yes. So if you check here, you'll be able to see that we are passing in here. Let me scroll. We need to pass in the name here. So it will be hello and then the name here. So I'm going to cross that, and you can be able to see here in this function how we are passing the name. So the name and then the prospect dot name here. That's how you are able to make sure that you pass in the name. So I'm going to get inside here. So then it will produce either the error or the data. And inside here, this is now we can be able to actually create now configurations. So this one we are going to call them message options, and message options are very important, and we are going to pass them to send mail function. So the first thing that we need to have here is the from which email, and remember we have that email in our process.env and then .email, and then also we are going to use to. So this one is 2. Here we are going to have which mail we are going to send to. So this one is for prospect.email. Also, we are going to have a subject. So the subject of the email here. So the subject of the email will be Brad Bridge. So this one will be Brad Bridge, and then thank you, like that. You can add any subject that you want. And then the other thing that you are going to add here is HTML. And then this HTML, we are going to pass in the data. So the data that is up here. So you can be able to see this data here. This is the one that you are going to pass. So you're going to, after now these configurations here, or the message option, what we are going to do is to try catch, because we need now to send the email and we can have an error. So we are going to try catch here, and then the first thing that I need to do is to call the send mail function. So we have send mail here. You can be able to cannot be able to see it here. So what I'm going to do is to just import it. Remember the send mail function that we created here, and also we imported right here. So I'm going to make sure that, let me first of all close this here. So if I close this, and then let me just come here to my sender email, and you can be able to see here that we need to pass these message options. So let me click here. So send mail here, and we can be able to import it very easily. So let me first of all try and import it like that. So because I cannot be able to see the auto completion, so I'm going to say here send mail like that, and then here we are going to require. So and here we are going to have the sender, or the from helpers. We are going to import it from helpers, and then the function that is called send mail like that. So we are going to call that function here, and we are going now to pass in the message options. So message options right here. You can see the message option that we have here, that we have created above here. And now if we have successfully sent now the email here, we need to update the prospect. So what we are going to do is to say await. So here, if I use await here, I need to add async like that. So then again here, I'm going to call the prospect, and then use the function for MongoDB, which is find by ID. So find by ID and update like that. And then inside here, we can be able to pass in, first of all, the prospect dot underscore ID. And then here we can add this set. So here we have set. And then here we state, now what we need to set here is the status, to have a status of 1 like that. So I think now it's clear. So now then if we have error here, we can just console log. So console.log, and then we have the error. So the error like that, and then I think that's okay now. So let me format my code here like that. So what we have done right here is, first of all, check if we have any prospect that has a status of 0. That means that we have the prospect who have registered but they have not received any email. So if there is any here, we template our email through looping, and after we have looped here, we are going to send individual email that are templated here, and we pass in the name here. So we are updating, because this function right here, we update the status to 1, because this function is running after every second, checking for a prospect that has a status of 0. So that means we don't want to keep sending emails to the prospect. That is, we only need to send only one email, and then the next time that this function or this scheduler is running, after 1 second, it will find that this prospect already has a status of 1. So that means that it won't send that email. So I'm going to save that, and we are going to continue with other functions or services. So let us create another service here, and this one will be for sending eligibility email. So now, because already you know what we are doing, so I'm going to at least make sure that this is faster. So eligibility dot, I think this is eligibility email, like that, and .js. And then inside here now, first thing I need to actually copy this like that, because this one we are going to use them. Actually, all of this we are going to use them. So let me copy that, and then I'm going to paste them here. And then the other thing is, now we can create this function here. So the function is const. Here we need to create a function that is called send eligibility email, like that. So this is an arrow function, just like that. We need to make sure that we have exported this function. So module dot exports, like that, and then here we need to export this email. So send eligibility email, like that. And then this one we are going to call it also, we are going to import it and use it in our index.js here inside our scheduler. So let me import it first of all here and call it. So send eligibility email. Can be able to see it there, and then I can be able to import it like that. I'm going to save this and then close that file. So now we can concentrate with the functionality right here. So the first thing is to first of all make sure that we get the prospects. So I'm going to just add here get prospects from. Now I'm going to await, and then I'm going to get them from my database. So dot find here, remember the status is 0. We are going to check for the status, that prospect that has a status of 0. So status should be having, let me just make sure that I add a status of 0 here, like that. And then here also I add a sync, like that. And then so that we are going, because this is a synchronous function, let me add it here. And then again, now if we have prospects, so I'm going to add here if, so first of all, the prospects, if prospects have a dot length is greater than 0, that means we have prospects. So then again, what we are going to do right here is, first of all, we are going to loop. So actually, let me start looping here. So we are going to loop. So I'm going to use let prospect. So let prospect of prospects let me add it here, like that. And then here we need now to check for eligibility. So the first criteria is that the person must be 18 years old. So what you are going to do is, inside here we are going to check if, so if this person is of age. So we are going to add here prospect dot age is equal to or is greater than 18, first of all. And if is or is less than 18 years, and or maybe me add here, or maybe let me just go back. So if also the prospect dot, let's say, weight is less than 50. So either if these two, one of them is not met, or maybe all of them they are not met, then that means that we are going now to send the email. So if it is that, we are going to have ejs.render file. So this function here, render file, we are going to pass in, first of all, what we are going to pass is the templates that we are going to use. So the templates, we are going to send from the templates here, and then the template I'm going to send is called blood donation, eligibility, and it is .ejs, like that. We are going to pass in the name. So here we need to pass the name here. So the name is from prospect. So it is from prospect.name. Also, we are going to pass in the age. So the age here we need to pass in as the prospect.age. We are going to pass in also the weight. So the weight here, and the weight is from prospect.weight. So like that. And then the other thing is a callback function here that has either the error or maybe the data, like that. So if I have this here, so inside here is where I'm going to have the configurations now, or the message options. And because already I have done that, I'm going to copy these message options here, like that, and then I'm going to use them inside here, like that, because I don't want to spend a lot of time here. So also I'm going to add here async. So after these message options here, the other thing is to try catch. So we are going to try catch here, like that, and then we are going to await. So make sure that you add async here. I have already added it. So async, and then we are going to have await. And then the first thing that I want to do is to delete this person from the database. So I'm going to add here, so prospect, because we don't want to register this person in our database, or to leave this person in our database. So we are going to add here prospect, and then find by ID, and delete, like that. And then the only thing that we need to pass here is the prospect ID, so that prospect underscore ID, and then that is all that we need to do. So here we are going to do console.log, and then here we can say error, like that. We can just pass in the error, like that. So that is that. Let me just format this. I think now you can be able to understand what you're doing right there. So I'm going to save that and also close this one here. So the other services that you are going to build right here is for reminder, the email for the reminder. So I'm going to create here a file that is called send brand donation reminder, like that, reminder.js, like that. And then here we can first of all make sure that we copy some of the things from here, or even most of them from the importation here. Let me copy all of this, but in this case, because this is the donor, here we need to change several things. For example, this one will be donor. So from the prospect here to donor, and also we are going to import from the donor here, like that. And then the other thing that we need to do here is just to make sure that we create another function here that is called send blood donation reminder. So reminder, like that. And then this is an arrow function. We need to first of all export this. So module.exports, like that. And then let's export this email here, this function, sorry. And then I'm going to come here to my index.js, and I'm going to call that function here. So send blood donation. So send blood donation reminder right there, and then import it. You can be able to see that they are already being imported up here. So this one, I think, don't see, yeah, they need to be 3 of them. So I can see here they are just 2, but we are going to take care of those in the future. So I'm going to first of all save this and just close that. So inside here, the first thing that I want to do is to create a function up here, and this function is for formatting my date. So let me come here and copy this function like that, and then copy it right here. Another thing is that here in our broad donation, now we can start working on functionality. For first thing that I'm going to do is to check for the donors right here, all the donors. So I'm going to say await and then donor dot find like that. So because it's all donors, there's no criteria that we need to add inside here, and here we need to add a sync like that. And then the other thing that we need to do right here is that we need now to make sure that the donors are not empty. So donors dot length, it's larger than 0 like that, and then here we can just start looping. So to loop this, it will be very fast. So the first thing that we need to do is create for loop. So let donor of donors like that, and then here we can start looping. So the first thing that we need before we start looping is to calculate. We need to calculate the difference, the difference between donor date, or the date that the donor last donated blood, and today's date. Let me add here and today's date like that. And then inside here now, let's try. First thing you need to do is to get the donor date. So donor date like that. We are going to use new date. So new date, instantiation of date, and then here we are going to pass in the donor date like that. And then also inside here we are going to now get the dates, today's date, so today, and then it's going to get now new date, yeah, so like that. And let me call this function, and then also we are going to now get the difference. So I'm going to call it diff time first thing, and then this one we are going to get math. We are going to use math.abs, and then here we are going to say today minus donor date, so this one here. And then after that, now also we need to have the difference of days, so difference of days like that. And this one we are going to use math.cell like that, and then we are going to take in now the difference of different time. You can be able to see we have calculated it up here, and then we are going to make sure to get the date or the days. I'm going to take 1000 to divide the difference in time, and then divide it by 1000 multiplied by 60, and then also multiply by another 60, and then multiply by 24. So this is how you calculate the difference between two dates in terms of days. So if now here, what I'm going to do is that if now I'm going to check also if the difference between the days here like that, is greater than 60 days, because that means that the donor already has donated between the dates, the last time the donor donated blood and today's date. There is a difference of, if there is a difference of 60 days, that means that they can donate blood again, and we are going to send them a reminder email if they want to just donate blood again. So I'm going to use the EJS and render file here, this function. This function, first thing that it accepts is the templates that we want to use. So in our case here, this is the templates we are going to use is called blood donation reminder.ejs, like that. And then also we are going to pass in some data. For example, I'm going to pass in the name, and the name here is the donor name here. And also we are going to pass in the date. So the date here is the donor date, like that. So donor date. And then after that, we are going to pass in, or the other argument is a callback function. And this callback function can have two things, either the error or the data, like that. So for this one, I'm going to first of all make sure that I have the message options. So I'm going to come here and let me check for, even I can be able to just check in the error if we have the error. But in our case here, let me just go forward and first of all create these message options here. So copy this, and then inside here I can be able to paste it here. So this one, I'm going to format this, and for subject here, this subject will be different. So this one will be, let me just add here hello, and then blood, can say blood bridge donor, like that, blood bridge donor. And then I'm going to this also, I'm going to change this to donor email. So donor email, like that. And then now after this part here, I'm going to try catch here. So try catch, so like that. And then now this is where we need to format now, or we send the email. So I'm going to say await, and then send mail, like that, and then pass in the message option. So the message option, like that. Also, we are going to make sure here that we update. So we need to update the dates. So I'm going to come here and update the dates using the, actually here, because we have an error here, let's add async. So let us now update the date, but before that we need to format that date before we update that. So we are going to use formatted date, the function that we added up here. So you can see this function that we added, format date. So format, it is called format date, I think, like that. Let me check again. So format date, yeah, I think it's correct. Here we need to pass in, and now here we need to pass in the date. So to pass in the date is the today date, and then again now we need to make sure we update the donor. So the donor date, that is. So let me just make sure that I remove this. So here we are going to just say const formatted date, and then we are going to get them from this format date here. So after that, now we are going to update now. So to update the donor, we are going to do donor dot find by ID. So find by ID and update. So find by ID and update, like that. And then here we are going to first of all pass in the donor.id like that. So here you can be able to see that. I'm going to format this a little bit. So this one we are going to have inside here also we are going to set now whatever we want. So I'm going to have a set here. So set, and inside here we can be able to set now the date. So the date here is for now the formatted date. So formatted date like that. And then the last thing that we need to do now, I think that's okay, because now remember that we have formatted the date, we have updated the date to the today's date. So the next time this function is running, that means that let me first of all also console log here. So console.log here, and then you are going to have the error here. So you are going to console log the error. So here this means that we have updated the day to day's date. So the next time that this application is running or this service is running, then it won't send the email to the donor, because we don't want to spam the inbox of our donor through the email. We need to update the date so that the difference now, if we send them the date and we update that date to the today's date, then the difference here will be 0, or it won't be greater than, or the difference between the dates here won't be greater than 60. So, and then when the donor donate blood, we are going also to update the date to that day's date, and so that it will the system will keep checking for that date, and the if the difference between the dates is greater than 60, and then send the email. So this is how the system is working, or that's how the system is working. So I'm going to save that, and so let's open here, send eligibility here, and sending this eligibility email here. What I forgot to do here, I need to send here I want to send the email. I forgot to send the email here, so I'll wait, and then here we can add send mail like that, and we can be able to add the message options here. So message option, and then the other thing that we need to do is to change the subject here. So the subject here will be blood donation. So blood donation eligibility like that. And then now we can continue with the other services. So I think this is okay now. So let me format my code here. So make sure that you update for the eligibility. Make sure that you're sending the email using this send mail here, this function. So I'm going to now close this. Let me close this and create another services here. So the other services that you're going to create here is the one for sending the donors details, their details, sorry. So I'm going to create here another function. These functions are the ones that I'm calling also the services, so don't get confused. So send donor details like that. I think this is how we need to call it. So send donor details email. I think that's how we are going to call it. So now here we can be able to close this. I'm going to open my donors here. This one for sending a reminder. So I'm going to copy everything here. Up here, this one for importing. So let me copy this, and then inside here I can be able to paste this. So inside here I can be able also to create a function. So I'm going to call this function send details, donor details. So I'm going to call donor details email like that. Also, this is we are going to have it as an arrow function. So here we are going to make sure that we export it. So dot exports, and then this one is let me make sure that I remove this capital as 0 or O. So here we are going to send donors details email like that. Actually, I have done the wrong way. So this one should be donor details like that. So this one up here, and then now we can proceed here. So and then inside here we need to create the functionality now. So the first thing that we need to do is to create here donors. So let's get the donors here, await async here. We need to get them from the database. So sync, and then here we need to add here await donor, and then find, and then here we are going to have a status of 0. So those that has a status of 0. So here we are going to add here if the donors dot length is greater than 0, that means we can be able to continue with our functionality. We need to loop through. So let donor of, let me add here of donors, and then here we need to loop through. So we need to add ejs dot render file, this one, and then we are going to add the templates. So let me add the template that I'm going to use here. So this one. So here we are going to use our templates. So the templates here that we are going to use is called blood donation donor dot ejs, like that. And then the other thing that you are going to have here is the data that you are going to pass. So in our case here, this we are going to have the name. The name here we are going to pass in the donor name. So donor.name, we are going to have the email. So the email, this one we are going to add as a donor.email, like that. We are going to pass in the tel here, which is donor.tel, that is phone number. Also right here, we are going to pass in the address. So let me add here address. So this one is from donor.address, and then also we are going to pass in the blood group. So blood group, because now that means that we have screened the blood. So the blood group here is donor.blood group like that. Also we are going to have here, so here we are going to have diseases, if there's any diseases that are present in the blood. So this one we are going to have donor, and then dot, so donor dot diseases like that. We are going to have weight. We are going to pass in the weight. Let me add here the weight. Then this one is from the donor dot weight. Also we are going to have this one. After the weight here, we need to have a blood pressure. So blood pressure, this one will be donor dot blood pressure right there. We are going to have also the age. So this one is donor dot age, and then the last thing is the date. So this one will be donor dot date, like that. And then after that, already you know we have a callback function here. So after this, we can have the callback function, so that either has error or the data, like that. So here we need to pass in now we are going to have this message. So this message option. So I'm going to copy this from here. So copy that, and then I'm going to paste it here like that. And then here we also need to add async. So this one we are going to change the subject. So the subject here, we are going to have a subject of, let's say, hello blood bridge donor. So I think this is still okay. You can just have it as this subject. So after that, now we can make sure that we try and or send the email. So the first thing that we are going to do here is to send the email, and we are going to use the send mail function here and pass in the message option. So message option. Another thing is that also we are going to have now to update our donor. So we are going to have a donor dot find by ID. So find by ID and update. So this is the function of MongoDB. So find by ID and update, and we are going to pass in donor dot underscore ID. And then here we are going to pass in to set. So set, and then inside here we can be able to maybe add here. So set, it will be set, and then inside here we can have status of 1 like that. So I think that's now okay. Then here we can console log if we have any error. So console.log and then error like that. So I'm going to format this like that. I think that's okay now. So I can just add it in our index.js right here. So I'm going to add send. I think, how did we call that? So donor, I think donor details right there, and then like that. So we have already created all these 4 services here. So in our case, our system will have 4 services, and already we have already imported all of them here. We have created them, so they will be run after every second. So that is that. I need also to check send details. So send details, prospect, email. We have this one for eligibility. For the reminder here, I'm not able to see for the reminder here, so I think I need to import it. So for the reminder, so let me check if we can be able to import it. So I cannot be able to see it. So I'm going to add send blood donation. So let me see the reminder. So let me see the reminder here. So for the reminder, so this one for the reminder, we need to see if we have sent or we have already exported this function. So I think yes. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to call it in our index here. So like that. So let me try and import it. So I don't think I will be able to do, actually I can be able to auto import it like that. So that is that. I think now we have created all the services. So in the next video now we are going to continue with our frontend, but before that let us push the code. So I'm going to come here and add everything now, git add and then commit here. So git commit, and then here we are going to have finished the services like that, and then let us push. So git push origin master, actually not master, this one is background services. So background services like that, and then I think now we can add the passphrase here. After that, now the other thing that I need to do is I need to pull request. So I'm going to come to REPL here, and then I'm going to open this repository here. And then the other thing is that we are going to compare and pull requests. And I think this will be very easy now. You know what you are doing right now. So you can see the data that we have already pushed, and then it's checking for ability to merge automatically here. And after that, we can merge pull request and confirm merge. And that's now we have already merged our branches. So thank you so much for coming this far. Remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and I'll be able to see you on the other video. So turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our application. So in the last video, we already created background services here, and we talked about the lot of background services in this whole application here. So today also we are going to continue with our front end here, or the part that the user can be able to see. So for example, if I click here, you can be able to see this part, and this part is the one that we are calling front end. This is one that we are going to start creating today. So what I'm going to do, as usual, I'm going to take a line here and then cancel this part here like that, so that because this is the last part that you are going to create in our application. So also again, I'm going to come here to the terminal, and then if you check using Git branch here, you'll be able to see that we have 3 branches, and right now we are in this branch that is called background services, that is highlighted using green here, and that's because we have been creating our background services. So now I'm going to create another branch. So let me create another branch here that is called Frontend. So let's create using Git branch and then Frontend here, and then I'm going to for example, let me first of all see the branches that I have. You can see we have 3. Now we have 4 branches, but you can see the one that is highlighted using green, or the active branch here, is the one that is called background services. So I'm going to switch to front end here, this branch. So I'm going to add here git checkout like that. And then I'm going to specify the branch that I want to switch to. So this one that is called front end like that. If I do now git branch again, you'll be able to see that now the active branch here is the front end, and this is the one that you are working on right now. So now already you can see here the diagram, and already have explained this diagram. So if you don't understand about this diagram, you can go back. There's several videos that I have talked about how this application is working. But right now we are going to start creating now the front end, and we are going to use React, Tailwind CSS, and also we are going to use a tool that is called Vite. And Vite is very important because it will make our work easier when we are developing our application, and also for the production of the application. So it will create application very fast, and also managing it will be easier. So let's do that. I already here have opened the documentation for our, or the procedure, the documentation for how to be able to install and configure Tailwind CSS in React. So I'm going to make sure that I attach this documentation in the description of the video, so that you can go through it and install. Or also you can be able to type tailwindcss.com and then /docs/guide and then /vite, and you'll be able to see this documentation here. So I'm going to get into my code here, and you can see right now in our front end here we don't have any code. And what we are going to do here is that we are going to open the terminal. So I'm going to get here, open the terminal. So the terminal like that. And also I think I'll make I'll zoom out my VS Code so that it will be visible. I think that's enough. And then now we can get into our front end. So let's come here, get into the front end. So this will be cd frontend here like that. And then I'm going to clear my command prompt, and also I'm going to push this up here so that you can see what we are doing. So right here I'm going to copy the first command here, this one, and then I can copy it, then paste it here. But in our case here, because you can see here, it has specified the project name, and already we want our project name to be just frontend. So here I'm just going to add dot, because this is telling it that we are going to generate the application inside this folder or in this location. And then I can can enter, and then it will be generating my application right inside this folder here. So the other thing is that, let me see here. So yeah, you can see it is asking me if the package name should be named frontend, and I'm going to enter. And then right now you can see that if you come here, you'll be able to see that there are certain files and folders that have already been generated. So if I go back here, you can be able to see the next command here is to cd into the folder, but already I'm inside the folder, so I'm not going to cd into the folder because already I'm inside that folder. So, and again here you can see how to install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to just copy this command here like that, and then paste it here, and then it is going to install here. And also other part that we are going to deal with is this one, or we are going to use this command for initializing Tailwind CSS in our application. And the last thing is that we are going to, in our tailwind.config.js file, we are going to add these 2 lines of code here inside content here. Another thing is that inside index.css, we are going to add these 3 lines of code on top of that page, and then we are going to run our application. Then here you can see how you can be able to test if Tailwind is working. So let's see if it has finished installing, and right now you can see here is still installing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pause the video right here, and then after it has installed everything, I'm going to continue now run this command here called npx tailwind css init.p, because this is also the command that you need to run here. And now I think now we have been left with looking at this tailwind.config.js and then add these 2 lines of code here. Already, you can just copy out of it here and then copy inside the tailwind.config.js in here. So I'm going to push this down, and here you can be able to see that we have this part here. So inside the content here, I need to add these 2 lines of code inside, and then the other part that we have been left with is this part that we need to add these lines of codes, these 3 lines of code here in index.css. So I'm going to copy them and look for index.css. It is inside the source folder here, and inside here up in this part here, we are going to add these 3 lines of code like that. And then now the last thing is just running our application right here. So let's do that now. So I'm going to save this, and another thing is that let me just run the application here or our front end. So let me do npm run dev right here, and then after that we'll be able to see that we are going to run on a different port. We are not going to run on this port, which is by default 5173, and that because the application there's this application that is already running on this port that is called 5173. So by default it will just assign another port, and this port is 5174. So I'm going to open this application on that port like that, and then you'll be able to see that we have a application here, and already you can see it is Vite plus React. So using Vite to create React application or to run, and this will make our work easier. So I'm going to close this documentation here like that, and because now we have gone through it, everything in it. So here you can be able to see this application here is about Vite and React, and if you want to run about Vite, you can be able to click on this icon here, and it will take you to the documentation of Vite and how Vite will help you to make sure that you run your application or develop your application very fast. You can see the key features is instant server start, you can see lightning fast HMI. You are going to get rich features here. You are going to get optimized build and also universal plugins, fully typed APIs. So that is the key features and also benefits of Vite, using Vite. So now what you can do is to first of all clear all this boilerplate code here. So I'm going to just push this down now, and then inside here in our app.jsx here we are going to have to remove everything inside here, because this is the one that has a boilerplate code. So let me remove everything inside here, so like that. So also we are going to remove everything inside here. So if I save this file here, so let us save it like that, and then come back here, you'll be able to see that we don't have anything. It's just a blank application, but you can see we still have this dark background of which we don't want. So what I'm going to do is let me come here, and inside my index.css, I'm going to remove everything here that is default like that. And then I think also I have all this code that I need to remove here like that. And then the other thing, you need to be leave these 3 lines of code inside here. And another thing is that we need to get into this called app.css, and I'm going to just remove everything here. And this is because if you check in this main.jsx here, you'll be able to see that we have this part or this file imported here, and that means that it is going to use like this in CSS that is inside this file. So, and we don't want to do that on. So now let me close this file. We are not going to use it right now. So inside here already, if we run our application now, you can be able to see it's just a blank application. So if I also come here, you'll be able to see that we can add anything that we want here. So for example, here I'm going to add home, because this will be the home page. By default, you'll be directed to home page. You can be able to see that this text is here. So if we want to test if our Tailwind is working, so what we can do is that we can add a class name here, like for example text, and then 3xl, that means is to enlarge that text. And then if you hover over it, you can be able to see the font size that you have applied, and also the line height that have been applied in that text. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see that my Tailwind is working, because this text here has become large. So also that is the way you can be able to test if Tailwind is working. So also now I want to now make sure that I structure how my application will look like. So if I go back to this application that I built earlier, you'll be able to see that we have this home page here, and when you can use these links here to scroll down. And then if you are just an admin, you'll be able to scroll on the footer here, and there's a link for you. If you click this link here, you'll be able to just go to that login page. But right now, because already have a logged in as a admin, we are being directed or redirected here to this dashboard here, where you can be able also to go to this. We can use this sidebar to go to different areas, for example, where we can be able to see all donors, also for the prospects here. And so you can see kind of we need to lay out how our application will look like. Then the other thing that I want to do before I proceed is that I need to change this title here, because you can see already it's reading Vite plus React. So I'm going to go into index.html right here, and you can be able to see the title here. So this one I'm going to call it Brad Bridge. So Brad and then Bridge like that. I'm going to remove the icon here, don't want to have this icon, and you can create your own icon and add it here as CFG. So I'm going to just remove that, and when I save that and then come back, you'll be able to see that title has changed here, and we don't have any icon here. So you can just add your own icon there. So another thing that I want to do is now make sure that I lay out this part that is called or how our application will look like. So to do that, that means we need to have application that has multiple pages. And then if we try and maybe go to another page, for example, admin in our application here, we'll be able to see that we don't have any other page because this React here is just a SPA, so single page application. So we need to use a different package to make sure that we can create a multiple page application. And the package that we are going to use is called React Router DOM. So let us install that, and that's the way we need to add that package here. So let us add another command here, and then go to the front end like that, and then here I can be able to install using npm install, and here I can add React Router DOM. So this is the package that we are going to install, and this is the reason why we called React as a library, not a framework, because you can see already we have to add some packages in order for it to do certain things like creating routes. If it is like Angular, that is a framework, because you'll find that these routes already are served in the application or inside the Angular. We could not, or we would not, if we are using React, we won't add any packages to be able to create a multiple page application. So another thing is I need to install also another package, and that is React Icons, because this will help us to be able to use icons. So let's us install that, and now because we have a React Router DOM here, we can be able to structure our application how we want it. So to make that, to do that, I'm going to come here to this function here that is up, and up here I'm going to make sure that I import several things. And from now, because we have installed React Router DOM, you can see it here, and then we need to get certain things. For example, router provider here, we are going to get create browser router like that, and I think outlet, but for now I don't think I'm going to add outlet right now. And here I'm going to, first thing, if you go through the documentation of React Router DOM, be able to see that the first thing that you need to do is to create a router, and then here you need to have a React Router DOM, this one, and then this is a function that accepts array, and then this side, this array, you are going to have an object that specify the path or the route, and also it is going to specify the element, which is the component or the page. So for example, here I'm going to just add the home page, of which we don't have any pages. We just only have this home page here. So I'm going to create several pages right now. So here in our source, I'm going to create components. So components here, we are going to have another folder here that is for, let me just close this. So here I'm going to also add another folder that is for pages, and this is where we are going to create pages. So inside the pages, I'm going to create another home page here. Also, I'm going to create another one here for the admin like that. And also, actually, let me just rename this because it should be have as extension of JSX. So let me rename it here. So this one is .jsx. We are going to have also another page here for the login for now. So I'm going to just create only these three pages here. And then another thing, I need to create that component as a component, and I'm going to use this shortcut here, RFCE, and this works because I have an extension that is called ES7. So if you want to use that shortcut to create your component, just come here to the extension in VS Code and then look for an extension or a plugin that is called ES7. So you can be able to see it here. So this ES7 plus React Redux, and you would be able to use this command that is called RFCE, and then you can be able to just apply that and create that application or that component. So here we need to create another page using the shortcut RFCE, and then here I can be able to create that easily. So we have these 3 pages and we want to show these 3 pages. So what we can do is that, let me save them. So save that. I'm going to save this also, and also this one, and then close them. So here I can be able to, for example, for this route here, so this is the default route or the home page. So we are going to add the home page that we have already created, and here, because I can't see the auto completion, what we are going to do is that I'm going to import it manually. So import, I'm going to import home here from now the components or the pages, sorry, and then I'm going to import the home page. Also for the others, let me import them first of all. So I'm going to import login from now the login here. So the pages and then login right there, and then here we can be able to import the last one, which is admin page, and then this one is from, let's say, from now the pages, or from the pages, and then here we have to go to this admin to import the admin. So now what we can do is that we need to specify several pages. So the first page that we need to add here, so the other page that we need to add here is for the login. So for example, we have the login here, and then for the login, I'm going to specify the login page for the element there, and also I'm going to have the other page here. So let me paste this, and here you can add admin. So, and then add admin as a admin page here as an element. So like that, and now we need to add the last thing, and that is here at the return, we need to return router provider. So router provider here, and then router provider here needs to be passed prop. So the prop that you need to add here or to specify here is the router. So we have already created the router, so you pass in the router here as this one here. So if I just save this, and then here you'll be able to see that we have IT roads, and you can see right now, because we are in the admin, it will be able to show you the admin. So I'm going to go to the home page, and now you can be able to see the home page. If I want to go to login, let me specify the route for the login here. You can be able to see that we are able to go to login, and if we want to go to the admin here, also you can be able to see that we can go to the admin here. So you can see how easy it is to create a multiple page using React, and this package that is called React Router DOM. So I'm going to push this down here, and also I'm going back to now from the extension to the code here. So now if you check for my case here in this application, you'll be able to see that for the home page here, we have like this part that is called home page, and the home page, you can be able to see how easy, how great it looks. Also, if I go to the admin, so I don't have like the admin, I can go to the login here, and or let me go to just admin, I think so. So if I go to the admin here, you'll be able to see that we have this a part here that is dashboard here. So what we can do is that, and right here you can see it's loading data. So before it shows the pie chart here, so you can see here in the admin here we need to have this sidebar here, and this sidebar help us to go to this or the other pages. So it is like a navigation to other pages. But you can see even if you are navigating to other pages, you need to also this sidebar here that doesn't change from here. So what we are going to do is that also we need to create the layout for the admin here, for our admin. So to do that, first thing I need to create a layout. So I'm going to come here before the router. So I'm going to create a layout. So layout is just a function. So we have a function here called layout. And this layout here, we are going to create how we want the layout to look like. So I'm going to add here return. So I'm going to return first of all. And then inside here, I can return a div like that. And then inside here is where I'm going to specify how I want my layout to look like. So here I'm going to add another div. So another div here. And this is where we are going to have a menu. So a menu. So let me call this a menu here. And also here we are going to have now the other part. So here I'm going to have the other parts. So this is for the admin. This layout is for the admin. And this, if we have the menu here, you can see we have the menu that we have added here. So we also need to now specify all the other pages here, because we are going to use the menu to navigate to other pages, but we cannot be able to add all the pages right here. So the thing that we are going to do is to use the outlet. So let me use outlet here from React Router DOM. And if you check up here, you can be able to see that we have imported it, this outlet here. So that signifies other pages that we are going to embed here, but the menu will just be left here. So, and then let's try and now create that layout here and add that layout here in our create browser router here. So it will be just an easy. We are going to add here after the admin, rather than us having the element here as an admin page, we are going to add as a layout like that. And then the other thing is that we are going to have inside here, we are going to have children, which are the pages that will be pages here in the admin. So this one is also children, and also children accept like the path. So we have the path here. So for the thing here, for the first thing here is we are going to have the admin as a path, and then here we can have the element. For our case here, the first here will be the admin. So admin like that. And then now if I add that layout here, so let me format my code, just simple. And then now let me see where the error is. So I have the admin here. I don't know why the admin, actually this one should be capital A there. So if I save that and then go back to my application here, you'll be able to see that when you go to the admin here, you can be able to see that we have a menu and we have the admin here. So we have created the layout for the admin, but now because we have no other pages inside the admin or the part for the admin here, you won't be able to understand. And let me create other pages that you are going to require for the admin so that you can be able to understand. For example, here we are going to have donors page, so like that, and then let's add it here. So we are going to have another page that is for prospect.jsx like that, and then we are going to use the shortcut here RFCE, and then let's use this here to create the pages. So we have these pages, and also for the donors here, let's create that page here. So as easy as that. And then here, let me just remove that. And then now if I save that and then remove this part here like that, so we have this part here. Let's add now the other pages. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it down here to add other pages. For example, now you can see these pages that we are adding. We are adding as children's through the this admin path here. So let me add, for example, this will be, so for example here we cannot just add like donors and then add donors page here. We need to add donors admin and then slash donors like that. And then here we are going to add like donors like that for the other pages. So let me just see if I can auto import it. So I don't think so. So I'm going to import it here. So import donors, and then from now the donors. So from the pages, and then donors, you can be able to see it there. We are going to import also the prospects. So let's do that. So prospects like that, from now the pages. So pages here and then prospects. Actually this one I named as prospect rather than prospects. So I think I need to change that here. So let me change this. Here for the rename, I need to change it to prospects like that. And then also here I need to change this from prospects, I think like that. So I think that's okay now. Here I can be able now to paste the other path here. So for this one, it will be /admin, then /prospects here. So here if I come here and add the prospects, like that, now that means now it will be okay. So if I save this and then just go back here, so to the admin. So first thing, let me just go to the home page, be able to see that we have the home page. And if I go to the login here, you'll be able to see we have the login. And when I go to the admin here, I want you to notice something now, is that we have the menu and we have the admin. So if I now try to go to the donors, so let me try and go to the donors like that, be able to see now the menu is still there, and then we navigate to donors. If I go to the prospects again, so let me go to the prospects here. You can see here we have the menu and the prospect here. So that means the menu doesn't change, but the other pages changes. So if we maybe, for example, try and add here just like donors without the admin here, this won't work. So let me just try and show you here. So if I try and maybe, for example, try and go to the donors here, it will let you know that you don't have that page. So you can see it is not there. We don't have that page, and that because you need to add as admin and then donors here. That's because we added here. The layout is inside this admin path here, and the other pages are independent. So if you wanted to create a layout for the admin here for the login, so you can add that here. Or if it is, for example, for the home page here, you need to create that layout here. You will come here and create that there. So I'm going to save this, and now I think because you cannot be able to see the donors page here, so let me add as a admin. And for the admin here, by default, you can see it is showing us the menu and then the admin homepage, or just the admin. And that page is this page here that we are going to style, have a sidebar here that is menu, and have this homepage here that we are calling the admin. And you can see right here on this path here. So I'm going to make sure that at least they are side by side, and to make them side by side, because you can see the menu here is just above the other pages. So right now I want them to be side by side. So to do that, just come here to the layout and specify that. So I'm going to add the class name here, and then I'm going to add flex like that. And then if I do that, come back here, you'll be able to see now they are side by side. If I try and go to the donors path here, be able to see also they are side by side. So another thing is that here we don't want to just create the menu here. We need to create that as a component. So let me create a component here that is called menu and .jsx like that. Here I'm going to add RFCE like that. Let me add the RFCE here, create that page. I'm going to remove this here. So if I save this, and then I'm going to close all these pages that I don't use right now here. So if I come back here, I can be able to import now. So let me see if I can auto import it. So menu, and already I think you can see the menu here. So I think it has been imported, or if it has not been imported, let me import it. So menu, from now we are going to import it from components, and then menu. You can be able to see now we have the menu here. So after that, now we can add the menu here. So the menu, and like that. So you can see we have the menu now. And also if I save that, also you'll be able to see that we have the menu, we have the donors here. If we go to the admin here, also you can, now we have the menu and we have the admin. So from here now we are going to continue building the home page and the other pages. So I don't want this video to be longer than this, and we are going to continue in the other video. So for now, what I want is just to push my code to GitHub. So I'm going to add git push origin, and then this time we are going to push Frontend, not any other pages, because right now we are working on the front end. And then I'm going to add my passphrase here like that. And then let's see, now we have pushed the code and we have created pull request. So I can just copy this URL here for the pull request like that, and then paste it here. This will take me direct to this repository where we are pushing our code. And then you'll be able to see that the pull requests, and if it is not working right here, let me go back here, and I can go to the repos, and for the repos I can just go to full stack Brad donation here and see if we have any notification. So right now, because we don't have any notification, it is good. We have pushed our code, and if I also come back here, you'll be able to see that we have also for the insight here under network, you'll be able to see how we are creating our application. So now that is good now. So what we are going to do is to just end the video here. So remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our blood donation application. As you can see here, we actually created the routes, but now we need to start building our homepage. So if you check here, you'll be able to see that in our homepage here, we have our NavBar right here. You can see the other part here that you are calling the hero section. So we have the featured section here, contact section, and the last thing is that we have the footer right here. So what you are going to do is that first of all, we are going to start with creating our homepage, and that means that we need to create all these components. So we are going to start with this component that is navbar right here. So another thing that I wanted you to notice is that when you click on for example, about us here, you can see there's a smooth scroll, and you'll be able to be taken to this here the part that we are calling feature section. Also, if you click on the contact us here, you'll be able to see that there is a smooth scroll to this section where a prospect can be able to add their information. So what we are going to do is that now let's get into our code right here. And the first thing that I need to do is to install a certain package. So I'm going to install a package that is called React Scroll, because that will help us to scroll to the section that we want. So I'm going to add a CD into my front end, and here also I'm going to add npm install and then React Scroll, so that it will help us to scroll to the section that we want. So let us install that, and because it will be taking some time. Also here inside the component, we only have one component, which is menu. So we are going to add another component that is NavBar here, like that. And then I'm going to use this shortcut here to create the component here. And then let me just make sure that I remove that import there. So here we can be able now to create our navbar. So I'm going to push this down, and let us scroll, let us start building our navbar here. Another thing is that also, before I continue, I noticed like 80% of those people watching this YouTube channel, they have not subscribed. So kindly subscribe and also like this video, and remember to turn on the notification bell. So now what we are going to do is that we need to have a logo here, and also we need to create these 3 links here. So let's do that. So the first thing that is that I have the logos in my downloads here. So this logo here, you can see the logo here, and also we have our hero, this hero, and our logo here. So I'm going to copy all of them like that. Let me make sure that I get them, and I add them at the here under the public. So let me scroll down here. So first of all, let me just remove them. So I'm going to close these node modules here, and I'm going to add those two icons or 2 images here. So let me just scroll or just take them and then add them in the public folder here. So, and then the other thing is that now inside here I can be able to specify them. I'm going to import above here. I'm going to import a link here, and this link I'm going to import it from React Scroll. So React and then scroll here like that, because this will give us a smooth scroll. And then here inside we can now design our navbar. So the first thing is that I'm going to add the class name here like that, and we need to create a design here. But if you come to this our application here, you'll be able to see that we have home. We need to show the navbar. So let me first of all import the navbar in our home page. So I'm going to open the pages, and then inside the homes here, I'm going to add now the navbar. So let me import the navbar right here. So from the components, and the other thing is I'm going to now design the navbar. So if I save that and come back here, you'll be able to see that this will change to navbar. This should show us the navbar, and because we don't have anything inside the navbar, that's why you cannot be able to see anything. So I can add the text like that, and then when I save that, you'll be able to see now our navbar right there. So now let us make sure that we design our navbar. So here I'm going to add the styling. So we are going to start with display flex. I'm going to add the items to be center, to be on the same line. I'm going to justify, and this time I'm going to justify between, and also I'm going to use to give it a height of 100 pixels, and I'm going to give it the padding of let's say 200, and you can see here this is a padding of horizontal, so that's why you can see it is px here according to Tailwind. So if I do that and then come back here, you'll be able to see where it has been positioned. So, and now here we are going to add now the logo. So I'm going to add the image here. I'm going to specify the logo. So my logo is logo1.png, and then the other thing that I want to specify here is the height and the width. So the height here, I'm going to add the height to be 200 pixels. The width should be 200 also. And also the other thing that I want to add here is the class name. So for the class name here, I'm going to add the styling to be cursor, to be pointer. So when you hover over that image, you'll be able to, your cursor will be, your mouse will be cursor. So if I see here, you can be able to see that we have that, we don't have any, we cannot be able to see the logo. So I'm going to come here and check here, and right now the only thing that I can see here is the icon. So I don't have the logo right now. So what I'm going to do is that, let me check if I can get the PNG. So I think it's this one. Let me just open it. So let me see it here. So I think let us also make sure that we scroll this and push it here like that, and then you need to go to the other application. So let me come here to the application that is called blood donation. Inside here you can go to the front end, and then public here we need to get this logo one here .png. So this one is the PNG file. So we are going to get that and place it inside the public here, public folder. So also let me close other parts here and our home. So if I just here, let me just save this, and then when I come back here to now my application, I think it should show. Yeah, you can see now our logo is right here. So we need to create now the other links now. So after the logo here, we are going to have another div, and that will hold all our links. So the div here, here we are going to add the class name and start styling. So the styling here, we are going to add flex. We need to display them horizontally, so we are going to use display flex. We want them to be on the same line, so we are going to use item center. Also the other thing is we need to justify evenly so that they can be spaced evenly, and also the other thing, we need the cursor to be pointer for them right here. So now I can add those links here. We need to have those three links here for the first one. So the first one, let me start with the home. So this one, let me add inside now this link here. So the link, so for the link inside here, we are going to start the home, or to add the link here to be home. And you can see here this link is from React Scroll here, so that we are going to add certain things that will help us to scroll. So here we can format that, and then here let me add the styling first of all. So our styling here, we are going to add the margin right to be at least have a space, and also the text here we are going to give it like a font size like that. Now inside here also we are going to add several things. For example, this one for the home page, we are not going to add to something because we are not going to use it to scroll to anywhere. So the other thing is we can add the smooth effect. Yeah, so smooth effect here we are going to add it as true, and also we can add the duration. So the duration that we want to take to scroll. So I'm going to take 1,000 seconds. So, and then I can copy this and paste it twice because we have three links. So I'm going to add it here and also right here. So this one, for this one is for about us. So about us here. So let's add about us here. And also right here for the other part is contact us. So contact us like that. And then let's come here and add the to prop. So here I'm going to add this prop call to, and then this one will be, we want to scroll to hero. And also for this one, for contact us here, we need to scroll to another part that is called, which is our featured. Actually, we don't need to have this /. We need to just have the hero here. We are going to have a featured. I think this one we can add as a contact like that. I think this is okay if we add contact like that. So another thing is, I think that's still okay. Or for our hero here, we can even add here, like this one is featured. So let's add here featured, and also here we can add as to scroll to hero. I think that would be okay. So here we can add the where we want to scroll as hero. So if I do that and then come back to my application, you'll be able to see that we have these icons here. So if you check here, at least these ones have a font size, or the full font is at least have a weight. So what we are going to do right here is that we can add that and say font to be semi-bold. So I'm going to, or even medium. I think medium is okay. Let me check. So the medium here, I think we can go with the font medium. So font should be medium. So should be medium like that. And also for this one here, font here should be medium. So let me add it here. So I'm going to scroll up to here and add font should be medium. So like that. So I'm going to save that, then go back to my application here, and you can be able to see now we have these links. So we can go to the next section here, which is this hero section, which we are going to build in a few. So now for this section, the first thing that you need to notice right here is that we have a background image, and now we have this text and also these two buttons here. So let's create that. So in our part here for our components, we can add another component here that is called hero.jsx as our component. I'm going to close the navbar here, and then here I can add RFCE. We are going to make sure that we add in our home page now. What we are going to add, we can be able to import this hero. So I'm going to get into the home page here, and then going to, let me first of all save this, and our home page here, I'm going to now get the hero. So the hero part here, we can import it from our components like that, save that, and then inside here we are going to now create this hero section. So let's add that. So here, if you want to add a class name or a background image, so if you want to add a background image in Tailwind CSS, so what you are going to do is that you can be able to add using these square brackets here, and you are going to specify using the URL here, and after that we can be able to add now. Inside here we can be able to add the URL of the image, so like that. So inside here we can just specify. So let me just use a single quotation here like that, and inside here we can add hero1.jpg like that. And when I save that and then come back to my application here, let's see if we have saved it. Cannot be able to see it, so we need to do several things. So for example, we need to add here, we need to add like bg no repeat, So like this one, because we don't want that image to repeat itself. Also we need to add PG cover, and also we need to add to center it. So you're going to use PG center, and height will be 85, so 85 VH, so 85 VH like that. And then the other thing is we need to give a padding of let's say 200 pixels, the same with our navbar. So if I do that, let me save this and go back here, check, and you can see it has now been pressed here. We have our background image. So if we add anything inside here, it will be on top of that image, and let's do that. So here I'm going to add another div, and then this div we are going to add the class name here. So the class name here, we are going to make sure that we have flex, and then this one will be column. We are going to add a text here to be white, and also we can have the width to be width of 50%. Another thing is we can give a padding top of, let's say, something like 10%, like that. So inside here now I can have like the first text, which is let me check here. So we have this first text, so I'm going to copy it. So this is just a span, so I'm going to add a span here, and then make sure that I add that text. So I'm going to also style it. So for this one, I'm going to give it the font size to have a font size of 30 pixels. Another thing is we are going to have a margin top of 3, like that. And then now let me check here in our application how it looks, so you can be able to see it's okay. Now here I can copy this also and then add it here as a heading. So here we have a heading right here. So this one we can add as H1 or maybe just a heading 2. So let me just add it as heading 1, like that. Let me add here also, this one should be heading 1. So this one, or we can add the class name here. For the class name, we are going to add the text, the font size. So the font size here, we are going to give it a font size of, let's say, 38 pixels. So like that, we are going to give it a margin top of 3, like that. So if I just come back here to my application, be able to see that it has been pressed here. So the other thing is we need to have another section, and this section is the one that is able to hold these two buttons here. So you can see we have this button and this one. So we are going to add this section. So class name here, let's add, it will be displayed horizontally. So also I want them to be on the same line. So I'm going to use item center, and margin top here, we are going to have a margin top of, let's say, 20 pixels, like that. So inside here we are going to have the first button. So the first button here, and this one is donate now, like that. And we have the other button here, like that, and this one is for call. So we can add the call, and then here we can just add the any number. So for example, we can just give any number here, like that. We are going to add it like that. I think that's okay. So now if I do that and come back here to my project, you'll be able to see that we have these two buttons here, but we need to style them. So let's make sure that we style the first button here. So this one is the class. Let me just add the class name here. So I did a mistake here. So let me add a class name. So here I have a class name. And for the donate now, we are going to have a BG or background to be of red, and then 500. We are going to have a padding, and the padding here should be padding of 10 pixels. Another thing is we are going to have a width of 200 pixels, and also we are going to have the text to be white and a cursor to be pointed. So we have cursor pointer and margin right to be, we are going to have a margin right of 9, like that. I think now let me just see how it looks, so you can be able to see it there. Now another thing is, because here these buttons are identical, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this class name right here, and then I'm going to paste it in our button here. So let me, the second button, let me just go back, and then so don't know, so let me just paste it inside here, like that. And then this one we can be able to change now the color. So for this one we are going to give it a color of gray. So let me just make sure that I add the gray color here, and I think that's all. So here, let's see. So you can see now we have these two buttons here. So we have already added this button, or this donate now, and also this one for the phone number here. So let's continue and build the other section, which is now this section that is for about us here. So let's do that. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I have that video. So this video here, let me see the video, this video here, and I'm going to make sure that, let me just make sure that it works, because I can see here it's not working. So yeah, it's working. So I'm going to make sure that I pull that and place it inside our project. So let's push it like that. Let me look for the public folder. So for the public folder is right here, so I'm going to place it there. Then I'm going to close that because I don't want it to play right now. So for the featured component, so we are going to create this part that you are calling featured.jsx, like that. And then this one is RFCE. Let's add that component. So, and we are going to import it in our home page. So let's come here to our home page here, and we are going to import it here. So featured, you can be able to see it there. I'm going to make sure that I add it like that. And now if I come back to my application, you'll be able to see that we have featured right here. So let's now create this section that is called featured. And this section here, you can see we have two parts. We have this one that has this card, and also we have this one that has this video. So let's create those two. So inside here, we are going to first of all remove this featured text, and we are going to create or cite this section here. So we are going to have a class here. We can make sure that those two, we are going to display them horizontally. So this one we are going to give a padding of 200 pixels, like the logo and also the hero section. Margin top here, we are going to give them a margin top of 100 pixels, like that. And now we can start by creating the first, we are going to have the first card, and we are going also to have the other card here. So for this card, it holds a video, so we are going to add a video here. So video like that. We are going to give it the source to be just video, and then it is called video.mp4. Let me add it here. So inside here also we can add other things, like the things that we want to add here. For example, we going to add the height. So for this one, I'm going to add the height to have the height of let's say 450 pixels. So 450 pixels, we are going to have this width of 500. So width here should be width of 500 pixels. And also I think we can do several things. For example, we need to make sure that it loops so it doesn't stop, and also we need to mute the video, so if it has any sound, need to mute it, and also make sure that it autoplay, so like that. So those are the things that you need to add here: loop, muted, and autoplay for that video. So now let me first of all make sure that I save that, and then when I come here and scroll, you'll be able to see that we have this video here. And right now it's just looping and it's auto-playing all of that. So here we are going to now create the other card. So let's add a class name here. So for this styling, we are going first of all to give it a background of gray, and background gray here 200. We are going to have the height to have a height of, let's say, 400 pixels. We are going to have a width of 500 pixels, like that of our video. So this card, and we are going to have to give it a z index of 10, so that it will be on top of everything in this page. So I'm going to give a margin top of, let's say, for example, 20 pixels, like that. So that means that we are going to make it to be just below the video, so you can be able to see it here. So another thing that you can be able to do here is that for this one that has a video, because if you check in our project here, you can be able to see that this card has entered inside this video. So to do that, what we can be able to do right here, let me style this card for the video. So this div here, so you're going to just let me just make sure that I add the class name here. So class name, and here we are going to have like the height should be 450 pixels. We are going to have a width of 500, so 500 pixels. And also now here, to make sure that the video is inside this card here, so we are going to give here a negative margin, so margin depth to be negative 30 pixels. So if I do that and then come back here to my project, you'll be able to see now the video is inside now this card here. So and then we need to have to go back to this section here, where we are going to have another div inside here. So for this div, we are going, let's give it a class name. So a class name, and add a margin to be having a margin of 10. So this one is just 10 here, margin 10 all around. And let us format the code. So format the code here, and inside here we are going to have now our heading. So heading here is who we are, like that. I think it should not have a question mark, so we can just leave it like that, or because that is not a question that it is asking. So for the class name here, or the styling, so we are going to add a text here, font to be having a font size of 25 pixels, like that. So let's go back here and see, you can see the text right here. And also I think this one, we can make it at least have a font that is bold. So I'm going to use a font semi-bold. So if I do that, you can be able to see it there, or even I can just add the question mark. So you can just ask any question here. And then here we are going to have now this, if you come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this red line here that is horizontal. So to do that, we are going to use this hrd here, element, and we are going to style it. So the first thing that we are going to give it here is a background color of red, then 500. We are going to give it a width. So a width here, we are going to give a width of 100. So let's give 150 pixels. And also we are going to give it like a height of let's say 3 pixels. And the other thing is margin. Margin here should be having margin of 20 pixels, like that. I think that's okay. And if I come back here, be able to see that we have that line here. So now we need to add the other section here, and this is actually we need to have first of all this section. So let me copy this. Let me copy it like that, and we are going to have a span. So span here, and add the text. After that, let's see. Let me see how it looks like. Yeah, I won't be able, actually I won't style it. So now we can have the other part here, which is now the list. So I'm going to use an ordered list. So an ordered list here. The first thing that we are going to have here is an ordered list, and this one I'm going to add just the class name. I'm going to style it, give it a margin top of 3, and also we are going to actually it's just that, and then I can be able to copy from here. So the first one, so it is this here. So let me copy it. So I don't know why it is actually it has agreed to, or it is, we are able to copy it. So here also I'm going to copy this list here, and to paste it, let me see how many times that I need to paste it. 4 times. So I'm going to paste it here, so like that. So I'm going to just change here several this other text. So copy this number 2 here. So let me copy this here. So from here, all of it, and then paste it here. Let me paste it as number 2 here. So let me actually add to there. We are going to copy the other one for this one, and add it as our number 3 right here. So let me copy this and paste it here like that. And now we have 2 left, which is number 4. And number 4, let me just come here and let me copy this and paste it as our number 4 right here. So let me see it here. Let me paste it here, and now we have the other part here, which is part 5. So copy that, and then we are going to paste it here. So let me just paste it here, and then now that is it. Let me now save this part and see how it looks. So yeah, you can see how good it looks. So now we have this section here. So in the other video, we are going to continue with the contact us page here, and also our footer, so that we go to the admin side where we are able to create the admin dashboard. So I don't want this video to be longer than this, so make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and I'll be able to see you on the other video. Have a great day. See you. Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Works. So today we are going to continue building our front end here. You can be able to see that we have created our NavBar right here. We also have created this section that we are calling the hero section here. Also the featured section, which also is about us page, about us section here. So we are going to continue from here, and we are going to create this section here that is for, we are going to call it contact us or contact, and also we are going to create this beautiful footer down here. So let's continue, but before that I want to push our code to our GitHub, because that is what we are doing in every video. So right here what I'm going to do is to get to my terminal, then I'm going to navigate to the folder where I have my project, and then I can do git branch right here and be able to see the branches that we have and the active branch. In our case here, the active branch is the front end, and you can see it is highlighted using green. So what I'm going to do is to add everything that we added yesterday, and also right here you can see it's adding the other code that we added, and this one is for front end. So another thing is I'm going to comment here. So added, let me add here, added some sections in our front end, like that, in our front end. And then I'm going now to be able to push now. So I'm going to do git push origin, and then this time, because it's a branch that is called frontend, we are going to push that, and then we are going to do pull request. So let me add the passphrase right here, like that, and then now we can be able to go to our GitHub. So let me also navigate to my GitHub. Still, you can see here it is still pushing the code, and it has completed doing that. So I'm going to come here to the GitHub. So this is the GitHub that we are pushing the code. So I'm going to go to repository right here, and I can also open now the repo where I'm pushing the code, and we'll be able to see like the notification. So after that, you can be able to see that we have this notification here. Frontend had recent pushes 38 seconds ago. So I'm going to create a compare and pull request. So I'm going to do other things like create pull request right here, and after that it will be able to check for compatibility to merge. So checking for ability to merge automatically right here, and after that now we can merge pull request and confirm merge. So that is, we are going to merge our front end with our master branch. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to make sure now I can be able to create the contact section. So before that, remember to like this video and also subscribe. And here we are going to create another section that we are going to call it contact. You can call it contact us or whatever you want. So this is the shortcut to create this component. So this one we are going to call it the contact, and then let's see how the contact look like. So in this region or this project right here, so you can see this section, it has this information here. So I'm going to copy that, and then we are going to add this name and then the input here. So it's just a name and then input. This one will be label and then the input. So I'm going to get into this contact right here, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to add the class name and then be able to style this. So this one is flex. You're going to use item to be center right here. Also we are going to have to give it a justify content to be center also, and the other thing is we can give it a height to be auto, and also margin here margin y would be 100 pixels, like that. So after that now we are going to create another div inside here. So let's create another div, and this is where we are going to start now creating the label and the input. So I'm going to add the class name so that we can be able to style. So this I'm going to add as a flex. So this one should be vertical. So we are going to show label and input in a vertical manner. So also I'm going to give it a background of gray, and then we are going to give it a variation of 100, and then we are going to give it a width, so a width of 50%, like that. And also we are going to give it a height of auto, I think so, like that. And we are going to give a padding of, let's say, 50 pixels. so 50 pixels like that. So here I'm feeling like I'm doing repetition, so I'm going to remove this height auto up here. And now inside here we are going to have now the first of all we are going to have the information, which is, do you want to donate blood? Fill in the information, so like that. And then this one, let me first of all check in our application here how it looks like. So it is let's save first of all. So it has already been saved, and then here I cannot be able to see our information. So let's just continue building here, because I think there is something will occur here. So here we are going to make sure that we are going to style this information here. I'm going to add the class name, and the first thing that I want to give here is we give the text the font size. We need it to be at least 20 pixels, and another thing is we need to give it like a margin y here to be 20 pixels. So that is margin that is for vertical. So also or the top and bottom. So here then we can have the label now. So we are going to have the label here. The first label here is the name. So the name, and also we are going to have the input. So the input here. So let's see now, if I save that and come back to this part here, already we cannot be able to see any change. And I know that's because I know the problem where it is, and that is because we have not added the contact section here, because now we are going to show the home page, or we are showing the home page. So if I do that and come back here, you'll be able to see that section right here. It is we are creating it right here. So now let's go back to our code right here in our contact, and then here I'm going to create a styling for the label. So for this one, I'm going to add a class name, and this one we are going to give it a font size of 18 pixels, and also we are going to give a margin top of, let's say, something like 10 pixels. And then I think now for the input here, we are going to give a class name. So this one will have a class name. We are going to give it to specify the width. So for the width here, we are going to give it a width of 350 pixels, and also the padding, we are going to give a padding of 15 pixels like that. So if I do that and then come back to this part here, you'll be able to see how it looks like. So we have the name here, and we have this part that you can add your name. So for the label, I feel like we can add the font weight. So let's add here font weight, and we want to give it a font of semi-bold, so that we can have at least something, the text that you can be able to see, a bold text. So here I think yeah, you can see it has changed. So we can continue with these ones, because we are going to have different labels and input. So for the other one here, we are going to have a label for the, of course, telephone. So let me add telephone here. So telephone, and I think it's also we need to add like a placeholder, so that it will be able to guide the user. So placeholder here should be like a name, so John Doe, like that. And here also we are going to have the placeholder here, so placeholder, and then we can add any information like for the phone number. So like that, I think will be okay. And then we are going to add now, let me just copy this, because it has placeholder and everything. So we are going to have another input here and the label, and for this one we are going to add the email. So here this is an email, like that. We are going to change the, for the input here, we are going to change the email. This, it should have a type of email. And also I think we can add other like require or required, think this one here. And then we are going to have here the email. So for example, here we can add John Doe at, or John Doe at example.com, like that, so that it may guide the user. So another part here that we need to have, or the other information that we want to correct, is the address. So here let's add the address. So this is the address. For the address here, we are going to add the street. So you can say something like a town street, like that, anything that will be able to guide. So for this one also, I think I can change, but it's still okay. Let's just leave it like that. Also, we are going to have another for the weight. So for the weight here, and I wanted to have a weight here, and for the weight here, we can add the text here to be number, and also we can add the placeholder here. In our case, we are going to measure our weight using kgs, so I'm going to add 50 kgs right here. And the other thing is also we are going to need the BRAD group if the prospect knows about their BRAD group. So for the BRAD group, I think this will be them to be able to select. So the BRAD group here, like that. So this one will be select for selecting. So I'm going to use a select element. So let me remove here, and then here I can have a select element. So let me just use select right here, so like that. And inside here we can have different BRAD groups. So for this one, let me first of all make sure that I have styled it. So this one, we are going to have a class name, and also the width will be 350 pixels, like that. And we are going to have a padding also of 15 pixels, like that. So inside here now we need to have the options. So I had already prepared the option for all the BRAD groups that we have. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here for these BRAD groups. So if I format my code, and let's format that code here, and let's go back to our application. Here you can be able to see how this one looks like, and you can be able to click here and select the BRAD group type. For example, A positive here, AB positive, something of the sort. So let's continue with the other information. So after BRAD group, we can have the age. So after here, we need to have the age. So let's add the age here. Let me just go back and copy this one, this label, and the input that we had up here. So let me just come here and paste it. So for this one, this is age. So age, like that. We are going to have age here. Also this one we can add as a maybe 30 or 20. Let me add as 20. And then also we can have the other part here, which is maybe do you have any disease. So this one, so if you do you have any disease here, do you have any disease or any diseases, something of the sort. And this one here should be a text area. So I'm going to add the text area. So let me first of all add here something of the sort. Here I'm going to add as a text area, and then here you can be able to add now like a paragraph if you have describing the blood or the disease that you have. So here I'm going to add the button. So for the button here, this one is for submit. So we are going to submit after we have added all the information. So this is the class name here. Let's make sure that we style it. So background should be red, and then variation is 500. We are going to have a padding here of 3, we are going to have a margin top of 3 also, and we are going to have a width of 350 pixels. And let me also add something else, which is here we are going to add the cursor to be pointer, so like that. And the last thing is the text here will be white, like that. I think that will be okay. So let us see in our application how that looks like. So you can see here we have this part here where it has not aligned itself like here. So what we are going to do, and I know where the problem is that this one should be inside the other div. So let me cut this and then place it inside here, so inside this div. And then if I do that, now you'll be able to see that it will be aligned. Okay, so you can be able to see now it is okay. So now a person who want to donate blood can enter their information here, like their name, their telephone number, their email, their address, their weight, their blood group and age, and any diseases that they have, they can be able to describe here. And you can see for the diseases here, we have added this as a text area, because this one can be, a person can be able to describe anything that you want. Maybe they have any disease that they want to discuss. So that is our contact. So now we can go to the other part now, which is our last part for our homepage here, which is footer. So let's create a footer. So inside our component here, we are going to create a footer. So let's have a footer here, JSX, and then I'm going to add RFCE right here. So this is a footer like that. So I'm going to remove this here, the React, because right now we are not going to use it. And using ESLint, that's why you can see, because it is an used import, it is showing us the error. So now also I'm going to remove this file. I'm going to close the contact. Now I'm going to make sure that I import it here in my home page. So for the home page right here, and because I don't have any auto completion, what I'm going to do is to import it manually. So this is footer, and footer is from now the components and then the footer. So you can be able to see it here. So if I save that and go back to my application right here, you'll be able to see a footer here, and you can see the text is down here. So let us make sure that we create now the footer. So I'm going to open the footer component here, and we are going to start styling now. So this, remove this text here, so like that. And here the first thing that I need to do is let me first of all make sure that I go back to this part here, and you see the footer, how the footer looks like. So for the footer here, we need to add several things. We are going to give it a background color. So I'm going to give a background color of gray, then 100. Also I'm going to give it a padding of horizontal, and this one will be 200 pixels. And also we are going to give it, I'm going to give it a height of let's say a height of 60 VH, and we are going to give it margin top of, let's say, 50 pixels. So 50 pixels. And I think I can just let me see here if I can just add it here. So you can see right here it has this background color that is a variation of gray. So after that, now we need to have this top part here first of all. So we have this part that holds this part here for the logo, and then this tagline here, saves lives, and saving lives one donation at a time. We have these links right here, and also we have this for contact us. So let's do that. So we are going to have another div, or two divs actually. So let me have a div right here, and also I'm going to add another div so that we have the lower part and also the upper part. So we have those two divs, and here I'm going to have styling for this. So the first thing, actually here I think I can just leave it like that. I don't think there's need for styling. So here I'm going to add an image. So for the image here I'm going to add a logo, logo1.png, and then I'm going to specify the height. So the height, we are going to give it a height of 200, and also the width, a width of 200, like that. So another thing is a span. We are going to have a span right here, and let's us copy from this here. So I'm going to copy that one and paste it here. So this is actually what we are going to do. Let me save this format, and then I think this part here, let me just see how it looks like. So you can see the blood donation here, and save, and this part here, savings one donation at a time. So here we are going to actually, let me add another div. So we need to have a div inside here that will be able to make sure that they are set, they are on the horizontal. So I'm going to use class name flex here. Then I'm going to add the items to be justify between. So I'm going to have a justify between here, like that. And the other thing is that we are going to add a padding, that is top top and bottom of 5%, like that. And then now after this logo here, we can have another div, and this div here holds the links. So we are going to have this heading here. So for the headings, I'm going to use quick links. Here I'm going to add it as a quick links, and here we can have the class name. So the class name, we are going to give it a text of extra large, and also we are going to have a font of semi-bold. So semi-bold, like that. So another thing is we are going to have a list. So the list here should be, let me add the list here. So for the first list here, we need to have home. So this is just links. So here I'm going to add the class name, and then for the class name here, I'm going to add the margin top here to give it to. Also, we are going to have a space of vertical, that is bottom and up, and then we are going to give it as 2 here. So for this one, we can add the home right here as a link, and actually here also we can add, let's say, when you hover this part here, it should have a underline. So let's add that. So hover, underline. So and then now we can continue with other links. So let me copy this. I'm going to paste here. After the home, we can have about us, and then let me add this as a capital U. So here we are going to have, after about us, we can have donate as a link. Let me just paste it so that we have the same styling. So here we can have donate. So donate, and also here we can have the last, which is contact, or we can just have another one. So the last one here is the admin. So we are going to have the admin right here. And I want us to first of all check how this application looks like. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that we have these quick links here. You can see there's a lot of space between, and that is because we are using justify between. But now when we add the other part where we have contact us and this information here, be able to see that there will be space evenly. So what we are going to do now after this div here, that let me see this, if I can be able to style this div for that holds the quick links here, but we can just leave it like that. So inside here also we can have another div, and this div now will be able to hold our contact information. So let me first of all make sure that I style this div. So the class here should be, we can style this and give it a width of full, and also we can give it, if for example we can make it responsive by giving a width of a half or a third when the screen is medium. So here we are going to have a heading 3, which we can add contact us like that, and then this one will be a class name here that we can style by giving a text of extra large. We are going to have a font which is semi bold, and I think that's all. So that is for the heading contact us. So for this one, for the other part is we are going to have a p tag here, and let me first of all make sure that I add the styling. For the styling here, we are going to give a margin top of 2, and inside here we are going to add now. So let's come here, and we can be able to copy this. For example, this is the address where you can visit to know about the Brad Bridge. So let me also make sure that I copy this here and paste it twice to add the other information. So let me add it here and also paste it again. So for the second one here, we'll hold our phone number. So this is the phone number here. So let me add it in this p tag here, and then we need to have the last part here, which is this email. So let me add the email like that. Let me add the email here, and so if we have that email now, so if I go back to in the Brad Bridge here, and you can be able to see that now we have styled it the way it should be. So now the other part here is the link. Now for this is the part that holds the part here for these logos for our socials, and also this text here. So I'm going to copy this here, and before that I want to style this section. So I'm going to add here class name, and this one we are going to give it a margin top of 8. We are going to give it a border of, let's say, top. We are going to give it a border red, and then this one will be like 500 like that. So, or 800, let's just add as 800. And also we can have a padding top of, let's say, 4 pixels, or just 4, and then we can have our text to be center like that. So if I do that, we'll be able to see that we have a border that is for red color here and is on top. So let's come back here, and you'll be able to see this line here, be able to see that that will be created here, and you can see it right here. So now we have now the first part here, which we are going to create, and this part here is for the copyright. So I'm going to add the copyright sign, and to add the copyright sign is just simple. So you need to add the upper sign and then copy, and then that now this one that is semicolon. So if I do that, you'll be able to see here that sign should be added somewhere here. So, and then also I'm going to copy like this information now, 2024 like that. If I come back here, let me just add it here now like that. So let me see now. So if I come here, you'll be able to see even the text. So let me save. So if I save that and come back here, you'll be able to see now we have this part here. And I think I can make it at least have or just leave it like that. If you want to style it also, you can continue styling it. So now we have the other section that holds the icons for social media. So this one, we are going to style it, give it a class name here. So let me just go back here and give it a class name. So class name here, we are going to have a class name. So for the class name here, I'm going to give the class name here to be flex. Needed to have a justify content to be center, and then also we are going to have a space here. This one is horizontal, and we need to give it a space X, and then this one we can give it 4, and we can give a margin top of 4 like that. So now inside here we need to have the icons. So for our social media, so what we can do is that I had already prepared the these CFGs here. So I'm going to copy all of these here and then copy them, add it inside this div here like that, and then save that. So if I do that and come back to my application here, you'll be able to see that we have these CFGs for our social media here. So for the GitHub here, we have for the Twitter here, and also for the Facebook. So you can add any other icons that you want here, or you can do whatever you want. So here we have our homepage, and you can see how sleek our homepage is. So the last thing that I need to do is to make sure that when I click on this about us here, it scrolls to that specific page. For example, when I click about us here, it should take me to this featured section here. If I click on the contact us here, it should take me to this page here, or this section where the prospect needs to add the information. So to do that, it is simple. So remember, in our navbar here, let's open our navbar. So we used React scroll here, and we already specified that this, using the link from React scroll here, we specified the names here. So what we can do is that we are going to come here to our homepage, and then here we are going to import element. So we are going to import element from React scroll. So this one. So let's add here element, and now we are going to use this to be able to scroll to where we want. For example, we want to scroll to our hero here. So I'm going to cut that and add here element. First of all, we are going to wrap using this element, and for this element inside here we can add now this one. We are going to add just the name. So the name here should be corresponding to the one that is on the navbar. So you can be able to see here we have this hero here, and that we correspond now inside here. So the other thing is, for the featured section here, we need to make sure that let me just wrap it using element. So for the element, this one we are going to give it a name, and remember the name here is featured. So let's add here, and you can confirm here in the navbar that this is a featured, and let's add now this section here inside this element like that. We need to have another element for the contact, so element, and then here we can just cut this contact and add it inside here like that. And this one, we are going to add the name as, now the name here should be contact like that. Then save this. I'm going to format my code, so format that, the code right there. We are going to save that, and now let's try and how we can be able to scroll. So if I click on about us, you can be able to see that it's scrolling smoothly to that section. And also if I click on contact us, you can be able to see that it's scrolling us to this part here for the contact us. So I think that's enough for this video. So in the other video, we are going to continue now building our admin dashboard. So have a great day. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel. And the other thing is that turn on the notification bell so that the next time you'll be notified when I upload a new video. So see you on the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our front end here. So the other video we created this whole home page here. You can see it, and also you can see the footer here. So you can see in the footer part here where we have the quick links, we have a link for the admin here, and this one will take us to the admin page. So let me show you in the other application here. If I scroll down to where we have the admin right here and click the link for the admin, we are going to be redirected to this home page here. But before that, also you'll be able to log in using the login page by filling in the email and the password, so that will be redirected here. But this is the admin dashboard that you are going to create, and then after that we are going to also create the login page. So let's continue and start creating this admin dashboard right here. So if I come to my application here, or the code, I'm going to push this down here, and then I'm going to add here the link, or to add the link to my admin. So let me import also, let me actually make sure that it's a footer here. So let me go to the footer component right here, and I'm going to import now the link from the React router DOM here. So I'm going to import link, and this link is from now, not from React scroll. We are going to get this from React router DOM. So React router DOM like that. And then now the other thing is to make sure that this link for the admin here takes you to the admin dashboard. So I'm going to at least add here. So let me make sure that I add the link, or I wrap the link here. So let me just do that. Then inside here I can be able to use, or to add now this link for the admin. So for this one, I'm going to add here too, but this time this one will be able to take me to the login. So it won't take me direct to the admin dashboard, because if we want to go to the admin, the admin dashboard, we need to log in first. So after that, now I need to make sure that I have the login page right here. So let me do that. So here I'm going to the pages here, and I can see that I have a login page here, and I want to make sure that also I have added here in the layout. So let me see here, for our router we don't have actually we have a login. So what I'm going to do, let me test it. And in our application here, if I click it again, it is taking me to the admin here, or to the login here. But right now I want us first of all to at least create the admin dashboard. So let me go to the admin right there. And when we go to the admin, you can see we have the menu and we have the admin dashboard. That means if you haven't gone through the other videos, kindly go back and watch the other videos so that you can understand what we are going to do right here. So let me create now the menu here, and our menu is this part here on our left side that has links to different pages. So let's do that. So here I'm going to at least close the footer here, and also I'm going to close the I'm not going to close it up here. So I'm going to menu component right here, and then if you check here, we have different icons that we have used in the menu here. So let's make sure that I add them. So I had already prepared them so that we don't waste time. So I'm going to copy them here, and you will be able to get them in my code, because I'm going to push the code after this, or after this video. So I'm going to paste them here, all of these icons here. And now let me first of all format my code also, and then now I can make sure that I style here. So now I want this to be wrapped here with the brackets like that, and then now I'm going to style it. So the first thing that I need to do is to add the class name here. So the class name, and then here I'm going to give it the height of our menu. I'm going to give it a height of 100 VH. I'm going to give it a background to be gray, so a variation of gray, and also I'm going to give it a padding of let's say 20 pixels. 20 pixels. The other thing is can give it the width, and in our case here I'm going to give it a width of 350 pixels, and I'm going to give it a shadow large, yeah, like that. So if I go back to my application here, it needs to have that styling for our menu, so you can be able to see that we have this gray part here that is for our menu, and also you can be able to see it's the same. So it's just a variation of a gray color. So I'm going to now create a list here, an ordered list that will hold our links. So the first one, let me just make sure that I style this an ordered list first of all. So I'm going to add the class name here. I'm going to make sure that they are vertical. So I'm going to add a flex here, then flex column that makes sure that we display our links in a vertical way. I'm going to add the items to be items start here, and also I'm going to add the justify content to be start here. The other thing is we are going to give a margin top of 20 pixels, so like that, and I'm going to have a padding left of, let's say, something like 20 pixels like that. So let me make sure that I add it here. So here I'm going to have the first link. So the first link here, we are going to have the first link here to be home. And if you check here in the other application, you can be able to see that we have the icon, and also after the icon we have this text here. So that's what we are going to do. So for this one, I'm going to add the first link here to be home, and then the other thing we are going to add here is the icon. So for this one, we had already prepared the icon, so I'm going to just add them. So this one is the far home here, and if I save that and come back to my application, you can see that we have added the icon and the text here. So let me also continue by styling the link. So this link here, let's add it or give it styling. So the styling here is very simple. We are going to give it a flex. Also, we are going to make sure that we have the text and the icon in the same line. Also, we are going to give it a font size of 20 pixels, both to the icon and the text. And also we are going to have a cursor to be pointer, and also we are going to give a margin top of 20 pixels like that. And also we can give the transition, at least we can give a transition. Let me add the transition here for animation. So our transition will be transition colors, and the last thing is we need to identify the duration, the time that duration will take. So in my case here, it is 100. So if I just save this and come back here, you can be able to see that they are on the same line here. And when you click on it here, you can see the icon or the cursor is pointer. So the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I add a space here. So for the space, I'm going to add a margin right for the icon here, right? And then also I'm going to give it like the font or the color. So here I'm going to give it a margin right of 20 or 15 pixels. Also, I'm going to give it a text or the color here to be variation of red, and then let me just go back here and you'll be able to see that we have the icon, and here you can see by default the icon is red, and also the style here or the text is just black. So I think I can add the font size or the font weight. So let me add something like a font weight to be semi-bold. I think this will be okay. So like that, let me save this, and let's see how it looks like. So yeah, you can see it has a little bit of black or little bit of font weight. So I'm going to copy this and going to add it here. So for this one and this one, we are going to have the profile as a profile. So let me add profile here, and this one we are going to give it a different icon. So for this icon here, I'm going to add as a file user. This is icon that we already added, and right now if I do that, you can be able to see that it has been added here. So we are going to paste it again. Yeah, but even before that, let me add a line here, a horizontal line, and because if you check here, we have this thin line here and we need to style it. So let me add a class name here. So let's have the line here, and we are going to add the length here to be, or the width here to be full, and also we are going to give it a margin here for the vertical. We are going to give it the margin here to be 20 pixels. We are going to give it a border of gray, and then we are going to give it a variation of it, so 300, like that. So if I just come back here to my code, you can be able to see that we have now this thin line here that separates these two icons from the rest, the same as this application here. But for this one is donors. So let me add here donors, like that, and here we need to change now the icon also. So for this one, the icon will be different, and the icon that we are going to use right here is a box, like that. Let me also add another here. For this one, we are going to add let me see, for prospects. So let's add for prospects. We are going to change the icon here, and for the icon for the prospect here will be, or prospects will be file users, and also we are going to have another one here, and for this one we are going to have orders. So let me add orders here, like that, and then after this part here, I think we need to have another line here. So let me add that separates. So I'm going to copy this one, the icon that, or the line that we created here, and paste it here, like that. And then let's proceed with the other links. So I'm going to copy this list here and then add it here. And after orders, I think now we have the elements. So let's have elements here for the admin dashboard. So elements, and for elements here, we can have a different icon, which is Elementor, like that. We are going to have another one here for the elements. We are going to have the settings. So settings here, and this one we are going to use for or cog icon, like that. We are going to also have another here, and for this one will be backups. So for the backups, we are going to use this one will be just a HDD icon, and then here we need to have another line. So let me copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here like that, and then I think we can have another one. So let me copy this link here, And then let's create the other icons here. After the backups, we can have the charts. So let me have charts here, charts, and this one we can give it an icon or icons that is charter, think for chat bar, or let me just use chat bar like that. And also we can have another icon here, and the link for this one is all logs. So all logs like that. For this one I'm going to use far clip, so clip and then board, so far clipboard like that. And then we have the last one here, which is a calendar. So for the calendar here, this one is simple also, and then this one will be a calendar icon. So I think like that. So let's see how our menu look like. So you can be able to see now we have this here, we have our menu here. And the other thing that we need to do is to format our code. So format this, and the other thing that I need to do is to make sure that actually here I have not used this, so I'm going to just remove it like that. So save that, and let's go back here, and you'll be able to see for the active link it will have this background color, and the text also should change. If you come to the donors here, you'll be able to see also that we have different or the links changes according to the link that is active. So let's also do that. So for this one, the first thing that we are going to do is to create a use state here that will be able to help us to create a state so that we can know which link is active. So let me create a variable here called active link, and we are going to have also set active link as a function that will change the active link. So this one will be useState. So let us import useState from React, and here by default it will just be the default link here, which is our home page. So the other thing is, and I think for this one will just be admin in our case here, because by default this is admin. So you can see it's just admin here. So the other thing is to create now the function here that will make sure that it changes the link. So I'm going to add here a function that is called handle active link, and this one here we can be able to change now. So for example, now inside here we are going to take in the link, and using this link we can be able to change the active link. So we are going to set active link and make it the link now that we are going to pass in this function. So here also I'm going to at least make sure that I import a link. So let me import link from React router DOM. So link from, so here I'm going to import it from React router DOM, this one. And from here, I'm going to now make sure that I wrap the whole thing, like this part here. Let's wrap it using link. And now we are going to add that here, that link inside here. And now we need to figure it out how to make sure that this link, if it is active, then it will show different color. So our background color and also the color of the text. So the first thing, let me add here to which link. So for this link here is for the admin. So admin right here, and also we are going to have on click here. So if you click this link here, it is going to call now the handle. Let me add here handle the active link, and then here we can pass in now the link that is for the admin, that is the default one, like that. So here also we need to change now. We need to change it need to change the background color, and that we are going by using the styling. So the other thing that we need to do right here is to make sure that we wrap everything inside here using the curly braces. So I'm going to take everything here like that and add now the curly braces. And also we are going to change these quotation marks. So this quotation mark here to be backticks so that we can do interpolation. So for the backtick here, and also this one for, we need to close it using backtick. So inside here now we can check. So for the active link, so I'm going to, for after duration here, I'm going to add if it is active link. So let's do that. So here I'm going to add a $sign, and inside here I can now check if it is active link. So if it is active link is equals to the admin, so let's add here. If it's is equals to the admin, then we can also add the, we can be able to add the another styling here, which is we are going to have a red color, background color, that is will be a variation. So we are going to have a background color of red, and also we are going to add like a padding. So the padding here will be padding of let's add as 10 pixels. We are going to have a width of 200 pixels here, and also we are going to have a text. So the text here should be white, it should be white. So the text here will be white like that. And again, now here we are going to make sure that we have if let me check here. If it is not the active link, then we leave it as the default. So like that. So let's see if this works. So if I save this and then come back here to my application, you can be able to see that it has a background color that is red, and this red is it's very, the variation is different. So we are going to change the variation here. So for the variation, let's change the variation to be at least something like I think 100 is okay, or 200. So let's see for the 300 variation. If I do that, you'll be able to see that already we can be able to see the even the icon. So let's change, at least it has a 300. And then also we need to check for the icon here, and for the icon we need to make sure that we wrap it using now the here these brackets here, and then inside here also we need to wrap it using backtick so that we can use interpolation like that. And then now after the color here, we can just use the upper sign here and check if it's active. If it is active link, or the active link is admin, then we need to change, we need to add uh, another styling, which is now, let me add here. So let's add now the text here, or we need to have our text to be white, and if it's not, then we can remain the same. So if I save this now and save, you'll be able to see that this one should change to the to white, because now this is the active link. So let me see if there is any, maybe somewhere that we didn't do the right thing. So here is the admin, and then we check for the active link if it's admin here, and then we change the text here to be white. So for this case, I don't know. So let us just make sure that we reload again, and we can see that the same, it remains the same. So I think there's somewhere that we have done a problem maybe. What we are going to do is that we are going to look at what the problem is in the other videos, but for this one, let me also continue by also adding this link to the other parts, for example, the donors and also the prospect. So I'm going to copy everything here so that we save on time. So I'm going to copy that and place it inside here like that. For this one, we are going to look for donors here, /admin/donors, if that is the active link, and then also we are going to go to the /admin/donors, and also we are going to change this to when you click on this, it will change the active link to be /admin/donors. And if you check here this one also, you are going to check if it is the active link is /admin/donors, and the same for this icon here. So this one, because this was donors here, we need to change also the text here, and also the icon here should be box like that. For the same for the prospects also, so we are going to do that for the prospect here. So let me add here, this one is maybe yeah, this one will be prospects /admin/prospects like that. Also for the here for this function, it should change the active link to be /admin/prospects like that. Also we are going to have this one, we are going to change to check if it is /admin/prospect. So let me add it here, and then for this one also it is /admin/prospects, and then also this one we need to change the text to prospects. And here, because I don't remember the icon here, I'm going to just check the icon that is not used here, and it's file users. So let me just change here to file users like that and have a space like that. So if I save that, come back to my application here and try to go to this /admin/donors here, you can be able to see the icon here, or the background color is changing. The only thing that is not changing is the icon color here. So if I go to the prospect here, also you can be able to see the same, and also you can be able to see that the here we are changing from the active link that is admin here by default, and when we click on the donors here, we can be able to change even the pages, because you can see these pages are donors here, and we are going to change this for the prospects here. Now what I'm going to do is that also I'm going to cover this page for the donors here and add this rich data grid, so that we can be able to do other things like sorting, filtering, even the hiding the column. So let's do that. So this rich data grid here, we are going to install it from React or Material UI. So I'm going to add here MUI and then data grid, so that we can go direct to the documentation and how you need to use that. So React data grid component. So if I just come here, you can be able to see the documentation right here and how this rich data grid work. So I'm going to check for the getting started, because this is just a documentation which you can go through it in your free time. So I'm going to copy this here to install my React router or my rich data table here. So I'm going to actually open the terminal here to be able to install that. So here you need to install several things. So I'm going to push this up here so to be able to install that. So here we need to first of all make sure that we add this, install this rich data grid. So let's add it here. I think we have our terminal here. So for our terminal, we are going to get to admin, or actually it's the same front end, I think, something like that. And here we can be able to paste now that command here for installing. So if you also using other things like P npm. Here you can be able to click that and use npm. If you are using ARN here, you can click that. So, and then after that we need to install that emotion here, because this is make sure that the rich data grid works without any errors. So we need to also make sure that we do that. So we are going to copy this here, this the second command here. So let's see if this one installed. So here it is still installing. So after that also we need to install, after we install the emotion react here, we need also to install this style engine here under style component, because this one, if you don't install these two, the rich data grid won't work and it will give you errors. So let's see here. And then we can also continue looking at the overview here, how to be able to install the rich data grid. So for the rich data grid here, the overview, you can be able to see that this is give you ability to manipulate your table, things like hiding you are able to hide the table and or the column. Also you can be able to filter, which is searching, can be able to sort, other things like that. So let's see here if it has finished installing. So it's still installing. Another thing for the documentation here, you need to have data that is raw, and also you need to have columns. So here I can see that they have not indicated that, and that's one you can be able to check here for the rows. You can see the rows, how you can do the manipulation for the rows. So let me install also, let me add the second command here. And also let me go back to get started here and copy the other command here, which is for installing this style engine and also styled components. So let me also, actually here they have a very good documentation in here get started, because you see here you need to define rows, and for this one, if you define rows like this, you need to be using TypeScript, because if you don't use TypeScript, then you need to remove this, the types here. For the example, this is grid rows prop, so you need to change or remove this grid rows prop here if you are not using TypeScript. Also for the columns here, and you can see for the columns here is just how you name your columns. So let me see here if this one is still installing, and after that you can be able to see how you can add it in your component. So, and then here they have actually embedded another, like a video or just a demo of how they look like. For this one, then they have given you the demo for the column 1, column 2 here, and then the data that they have added here. So this will be very simple task to add this rich data grid, because it's very hard to code it, or it's a very big work to actually make sure that you we work on it from scratch. So this one, as this one is installing, so we are going to open the pages for the donors here and make sure that we are styling it. So the first thing that we are going to have here for the donors, let me open the donors page here. So you can see we need to have this part here that has a text all donors, and this button here for the go to the new donor. If you click it, you'll be able to go to the page where you can be able to add a new donor. So if let's come here, and the first thing we need to style here. So the whole page here, we need to give it a styling, or let's give a width of 70 VW. So 70 VW like that. And then inside here, the first thing that we need to have is the upper part that has the text. So here we can have a span. Actually, let's have a heading. So heading 1 here. And this one will be all donors like that. And then also here we are going to have a button that is a new, that add new, or have a new donor, let's help you to go to the new donor as a link. So this one we are going to format here. So this one we are going to make sure that they are on the horizontal, and also their items should be at the center. They should be on the same line, and also we need to make sure that they are separated. So we are going to use justify between and also margin. So margin here should be having a margin of 30 pixels. So for the heading here, or heading 1 here, we are going to have a class name, and this one we are going to have also the padding here to be 20 pixels. So 20 pixels like that. So we are going to have a text, a font size using the text, and we can give the font size to be 20 pixels. We are going to, actually we can just leave it like that, and let me see if it is styling here. So for the donors here, you can be able to see that already is taking shape. I think we can be able to add the font size to be, or font weight to be bold. So I'm going to use bold here, semi-bold, and after that let us style now this button. So class name here, I'm going to add delete here. So the background color, so for the background color here, I'm going to use background color should be black, and also we are going to have the text here to be white. For the button, we are going to give a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels, and we are going to have a cursor to be pointer, and also I think this is okay now. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's see now. So you can see now this looks really nice. I'm going to make sure that this text is has a font weight of bold. So I'm going to use just a semi-bold, and then let's see now. So if we do that now, you can see this one looks nice. So we need now to have now this rich data grid here, and we can be able to see in the documentation. First of all, you need to define the rows and also the columns. After that, you need to add this data grid down here. So let's create another div here. So for the data grid, we are going to add it inside here. So let me add a class name here. So for the class name, we are going to give it just a margin. So I'm going to match with the margin that we have given up here. So this one, 30 pixels. So 30 pixels. And now we can be able to import now the rich data grid. So for this one, I'm going to import it here, as you can see in documentation. So let us import it here, and also we can add it on the top of this page. But this time, because we are not using TypeScript, I'm going to remove the types. So let us remove the types, and then the other thing is that we need to add it here. So let me actually make sure that I am adding it from the documentation. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here. And now I can define my rows and columns. Already I had prepared the data, or the dummy data, for our columns and rows. So I'm going to just paste them up there in the page. So this is my columns here, and also this is my row, my rows here. So let me copy that and paste it on top of this here on this function here. So if I do that, let me see, I can see we have error here. So for this error here, you can see we don't have these two icons here. So for this is a link. So let me first of all import that. So we need to import link from React Router DOM. So from React Router DOM, yeah. And also we need to get icon. So the icon is far trash from React icons, and then this one is FA, like that. I think now we can be able to save this page, and let's see how this application looks like. So here for this one, let it reload. We can be able to make sure that we come to now this link here called donors, and already you can see that our data has been displayed here using this rich data grid. But for our example here, you can be able to see that for a rich data table here, it has a selection box. So I'm going to add that as prop in my rich data grid here. So let me add that in this rich data grid. So for this part here, let me check here, let me add here as a checkbox selection. And if I save that, you'll be able to see that this selection box here has been added. So I'm going to end the video here because I don't want to be longer than this. So in the other video, we are going to create the charts here. As you can see in the home page here, we have all of these charts. So we are going to add them and also style this home page here, and also continue for the prospect page, for new donors page, and many more. So for this here, I want first of all to push my code. So let me just come here and navigate to the folder where we have our project. So for this time, I want to first of all check the branches that I have. So for right here, you can see we have 4 branches, and the active branch that you are working on is the front end. So I'm going to add first of all the code that we have, and also I'm going to comment here using commit, and I'm going to just add comment which says that we have added add new all donors and also menu, like that. And then also I can be able to push now the code. So I'm going to use git push origin, but we are going to push now the this branch that we are working on, which is frontend, and you can see it is highlighted using green. So I'm going to make sure that I add now my passphrase, and after that I can be able to go to my GitHub and also do pull request, because we are pushing on another branch, not a master branch. So let us open the GitHub here. I'm going to go to repositories, and after that, now this is where the repo that we are pushing our code to. And after that, now we are going to be able to see the notification for pull request. So you can see frontend had recent pushes 27 seconds ago. So I can compare and pull request. And after that, now we are going to create pull request here. And the last thing is it is going to check for ability to merge automatically. So after that, we can merge pull request and confirm merge, and like that. And if you want to see the insight, you can come to this tab for the insight. Under insight, you'll be able to see network, where you can be able to trace and track how you are coding your application. So I don't want this video to be longer than this. So let me end my video here. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel. And don't forget to turn on notification bell so that you'll be notified when I upload the next video. See you on the other video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our admin dashboard. As you can see here in the other video, we created this sidebar here. And also if you check here, you can see there's something wrong with this sidebar here. For example, when I come to the donors page here, you can be able to see if the link it is not active, you can be able to see that icon is red, and also the text is just the black color. So if I come back this home page here, which make it an active link, you can see it's just a background. The background color here is the red one, and also the icon here is red, but it is different variation, and the text here is white. So we want this icon to be white, and also the text and the background color should be red if that link is active. So we want to make this correction, because in the last video we didn't do the correction, and then we are going to proceed and be able to create this gauge here, this gauge chart here. We are going to create all this beautiful part here for the home page, and also we are going to look at our prospects right here. So let's do that. This will be very simple. So to correct here, and I saw where the problem is, and if you check here, for example, in our link here, this the first link here for the home, you'll be able to see that for our icon here, we are checking if it is active, and if it is active, then we are giving it a color of red. Or if it is, first of all, if it checks is if the active link here is equals to the admin here, which is, we actually, when we click here, we turn this link to be the admin, we make the admin link to be active. And then if you check here, you can be able to see that the icon become red, and if it is not red, then it becomes white. So we need to interchange this so that when it is active, then it becomes white, but when it is not active, then it becomes red. So this is a very simple thing. So I'm going to just change here to white, and then right here we are going to change it now to red, like that. So if I do that and then come back to the application here, you'll be able to see that now it changes, and you can see now both the icon and the text here are white, and the background is background color here is red when this link here is active. But for the others here, you can see we have not changed. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change also for the donors here. So let me check for the donors. So also this one I'm going to change here, and I'm going to change this to give it a text of white when it is active, but when it is not active, then we are going to give it a text of red, like that. Also, let's do that for the prospect down here. So for the icon here, let me just check here. For this one, you can see also the same. So I'm going to change this one to white here, and white, and if it is not active, then that means that we can change this to red, and then this is 500, like that. So as simple as that. So if I save this and then go back now to my application here, you'll be able to see that when the active link has a, like, the icon is white and also the text is white. So when also you come back to our home page here, you'll be able to see that the same is happening, and this is now how I wanted it to be, not like the other link, or the active link is just icon is red and the text is white and background color is red. So we have fixed that. And the other thing that I want to tell you is that I notice majority of those people watching this channel, they have not subscribed, and I kindly urge you to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'd be notified when I upload the next video. So let's now get into the tutorial where we are going to create our homepage. So now let's get into the tutorial and start creating this beautiful homepage here. And one thing that I want you to notice is that this section here, or this part for the homepage, we have two sections. First of all, we have this section that holds these two charts here, and also this line chart here, and also we have this part. But also inside this part here, we have two part, which is this part here and this part here. And also for this one, we have this part, we have this part, this part, and this part. So let's create those parts. Let me open now the admin here, which is our home page. So like that, and then here I'm going to create first of all. So here I'm going to create first of all two sections. So the first section and then the second section, like that. So we have these two sections. So the first section here represent this section here, and the second represent this. So we are going first of all to make sure that we style this. So let's do that. So for this one, we are going to have here we are going to style it from here. So a class name, we are going to give it a display of recs because we are going to display them side by side. We are going to have a justify to be between here. And the other thing is we are going to have a height here, and this height we are going to give it a height of 100 VH, like that. So now this part here also, let me first of all continue styling it here. So this one let's give it a class name, and for this one we are going to have a flex, and because inside here also we have several section, so we are going to display them vertically. So this means that this section here, we have this part here and this part which we have displayed vertically. That means that we need to display them vertically, and that's why we display flex and flex column. So inside here now I have another div. So we have two divs. So these divs hold the charts, and also we have this div or a section that holds the line chart or just line chart. So inside here now, let us also make sure that we at least style this part here. So this is the section that holds these two charts here. Let me show you these two charts here. So let's make sure that we now style this part, and this one is very simple because we need to style them in horizontally, those two charts, and also we want to make sure that we wrap them. So if they touch the end, then that means that they can take the space that is on at the bottom of them. So here also now we are going to create the first div here and also the second div. So these are the ones that holds the two charts here. So for the first one is a gauge chart. So let me make sure that I style this. So here we are going to give a class here. A class here should be a class name which we are going to style, and we want to give it a background color of 50 here. And also we are going to give a height here. We are going to give it a height of 100 pixels. Not actually, I should not give it like 100 pixels. Let me just remove this. We are going to just give it a margin of 30 pixels, and also we are going to give a width of 350. So 350 pixels here. Another thing that we going to give is a shadow. So the shadow here, and we are going to give a extra large shadow. So the other thing here also, let me just add the height. So we are going to have the height here. So for this one, we are going to give it a height of 300 pixels. So 300 pixels, like that. So this one, the styling here, I'm going to copy it also for this other part, because these cards are identical. That holds now our two charts. So if I do that and come back to my application here, you'll be able to see now we have these two cards here, and this one will be able to hold now our gauge chart. So let's continue. So let's now be able to go to MUI charts, so material UI charts. So if I go back here, and maybe let me just go to the pie chart here. But for here, I'm going to look for the gauge one. So for the gauge here, and I'm going to open the gauge. So I have seen gauge here. So let me click on it, and here we can be able to see how the gauge chart looks like. But right here, what I want is to first of all get started, and this will be just simple. So here is just to install the charts first of all. So copy that, and in our application here, we are going to open the terminal like that, and then inside here I'm going to make sure that I paste this command and install the charts. So here, let me navigate now to the front end like that, and let me clear here. So here I'm going to paste the command here, and then I'm going to install now the charts, material UI charts. And another thing that you need to do is that you need to install the emotion here, emotion React, and also emotion styled. Also, we are going to install styled engine here and styled components. and after that now they will be able to work. But for in our case here, because we have already installed eMotion, React, and also this one for engine styling here, we are not going to at least install them, because we installed them when we were installing data grid, material UI data grid. And let me check here if it has finished installing. So here, let me also go back now to now our gauge chart. So where is our gauge chart? Is just here, and see how to use it. So I'm going to go to the gauge chart, and you can see other charts here that you can use. So I'm going to come here, and you can see how now easy you can be able to create the gauge chart. You only need to import it. So I'm going to copy this and import it, and also make sure that you add it here where you want to use it. So I'm going to just paste it here, although it has not finished installing. And the other thing is I'm going to copy this now, this gauge chart here, and place it where I want to display the gauge chart. So copy that, and then you can come here. I want to display it here. I'm going to just paste it here, and also let me make sure that I format my code like that. Still here formatting, and also here you can see it has not installed. And the other thing that you can do, you can learn about this documentation. You can see other gauges that you can create. For example, this gauge here, and you can see we have gauge classes here, or gauge classes. And also you can see other variation that you can create. For example, this one, you can see how you can be able to style it and give it the color that you want, additional element using the gauge container. Like, you can be able to see all this. The one looks like a speedometer, and also you can see like the API here. So this is how you can be able to create your gauge chart and display the information using it. So let's see if it has finished installing. So I think it's still running. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create the other one here. Let's continue and create the second chart. So this one, we are going to create it from scratch. So let me just come here, and you see this one here. This is one that we are going to create it. So this one is still loading. I think we have not installed the installation for the MUI or material chart has not finished. So what we are going to do is that, actually the other thing that I noticed is that in the gauge chart here, we need to have also if you check here, you can be able to see that we have this name here. So we need, first of all, to make sure that we add another div inside here, and this div, so let's have this div here. So a div, let me create it here, a div here, and this div here will be able to hold all of will be able to hold for example, here you can see we have this div here, and we are going to give it a height. So let me just add a height here. So the class name, and then here we can give it the height. Here we are going to give it a height of 200 pixels, and also we are going to give a width of 200 pixels, like that. And then after that, now I can be able to paste this gauge here. After that, now inside also this gauge here container, we can add now the heading. So we have a heading 2 here. You can see this one is the prospects. So prospects, like that. And let us style this heading here. So class name, and then here we can be able to add, for example, we want the font size to be semi-bold, here. And also we are going to give the text different font size. So for this one, we are going to give 18 pixels, and the other thing is we need to give a margin here to be 40 pixels also. This one is the margin. So let's see how it looks like if it has finished installing also. So let's do that, and then come back to our project here, and already now you can be able to see that already has been displayed here. So make sure you do that. And now we need to create the other div here. So, and this chart here, we are creating it from scratch. So inside here, I need to have another div. And for this one, we are going to give it, first of all, the height. So the class name here, let's specify the height, which is 200 pixels. Also the width here, the width should be 200 pixels, like that. We are going to have a margin of 30 pixels, and also we are going to give it now the border. So the border, we are going to give it a border of 20 pixels, so a thick border. And we are going to specify which color it is. So our border here is red, and we are going to give it a variation of 400. And then we need to specify that the border here is solid. And then the other thing is that we need to add rounded to be full, like that, so that we can create a perfect circle. So if you do that and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have a perfect circle. And that's what we wanted to do. If for example, you didn't add the rounded full here and you added something like rounded MD, let's see how it will look like. So you can see this one makes a perfect square. So for the rounded, if you want to make a circle, you just use rounded full. And then inside here, we need now to create now the somewhere that they can be able to display now the information. So we are going to add another div inside here. For this one, we are going to have a class name. And for this class name, the styling will give it a flex. We give the items to be center. We are going to give a justify content to be center also. And the other thing that we are going to do is that we are going to give a padding of or the margin, to have a margin of 30 pixels. So 30 pixels, like that. And then after that, now we are going to have a heading. So heading 2 here, and the heading is just, we can copy from in here. So let's see where we had the heading. So let me copy this heading 2, and then I can be able to at least paste it here, like that. And this one is donors, actually, or just 100, or this one will be able to show the inside here. For example, we are going to give it 100 donors, and here I'm going to paste also this, and now this one will be donors. It will not be prospects, so donors, like that. So if I just save this here, so let me format my code like that, and then let's save this. And when I come back here to my project here, you can be able to see that we have now this full circle here, and we have donors here. So now we have left with the S part here, where we need to add this line chart here, of which is very simple to add. So after here, now we need to, inside here, we have this div where we need to add now the line chart. So this line chart, we can go back to our material UI and see how we can be able to add now the line chart. So for the line chart, you can go here to lines chart, and then you can see lines overview here. So let's do that. So you can see different lines that you can use. For example, basic one here, data format, you can be able to see how you display the data, and can see several here. And also for this one here, you can see it is a line chart. You can see others here, but the one that I want to use is down here, this one. And what we can do is, let me first of all make sure that I copy it. So this one line chart. So let me first of all make sure that I import right here. So let me see how I can I can import it. So because I cannot be able to see how to copy it, what I'm going to, or how to import it, what I'm going to do right here is very simple. I'm going to import it manually. So let me come up here, and for this one, I'm going to import now. I'm going to import line chart from, now I'm going to import it from MUI and then charts and then line chart. Let me see here if we can get the line chart here. So because we can be able to just add here line chart. So line chart like that. Yeah, you can be able to see it here. And then after that, now let's come here to this div and be able to add it. So let me copy the line chart here like that, and then we are going to paste it here inside here like that, and then we can be able to format. So let's format this and save that. If I go back to my application here, we need to see that line chart here, or that graph here. So let me reload here, and after that we need to see it here, and it is reloading. So let's see. So also you can learn more about this. You can see also these other graphs here that are for scattered here, and many others here. But for this one that you are using, you can be able to just use this simple line chart here, but these configurations that you need to do, for example, you can see they have changed the height, margin, and also things like grid here. So this one is taking time. So what we are going to do is that we are going to continue as it is loading, and then we'll come back here and see our line chart. So let's go back, let's go now to this other part here that holds the or this part here that holds this part that has a logout here, and has the recent donors, and this pie chart here. So let's go to this part here and create now the other part. So for this one here, we are going to make sure that we style this. So first of all, we are going to give it display flex, and also because we are going to display them vertically, we are going to give it a flex of column, or flex direction to be column. We are going to also add a background color to be gray, a variation of it. We are going to give a margin here to be 20 pixels, and we are going to give a height. I'm going to give a height of 700 pixels, so 700 pixels. I'm going to give also the width here should be having a width of 300 pixels, 300 pixels. So let me just come back here, and we can be able to just use pixels. And the last thing that I need to do is to add a shadow to be extra large like that. So let me save this and go back to my application and see if it has finished loading. And yeah, you can see here it has finished loading, and here we have this part here for the one that we are going to display the logout, the recent donors, and also the pie chart. So now the other part that we need to create inside here is the one for logout. So this one is a simple one. So I'm going to have a div here, and then we can just have a class name here for styling. Need to have a class name here. We are going to display flex, and I think this one we can give items to be center here. And then let's see what we are going to display here. If I come back here, I'm going to see that we have the icon and the logout text. So let's do that. So for this one, I'm going to import the icon from React icons. So I'm going to import now let me import file user from now React icons, and then /fa like that. So like that, and then now let's use that icon here. So let's do that. So file user, here, like that, and then now we can have a span or like that, and then that says logout like that, and then when I save this, then this means that now we can be able to display the information here, and you can see the information is not displayed the way we want. So I'm going to change this to be log out like that, and also I'm going to give it like justify to be center also. So justify center here, and we can give a margin top of, let's say, something like 30 pixels like that. Let's see if this will work then. So if I do that, you can be able to see that it is still here. We need to give it at least now a styling. We can give a margin left of something like 10 pixels, and we can give it a font of semi-bold for this text. So semi-bold here. So let me add the text here. So semi-bold like that, and when I save that and then come back here, you'll be able to see that we have that. For this one, we can also be able to add the cursor to be pointer, so that you can be able to know that it is clickable. So cursor to be pointer like that. I think that's now good. I think, yeah, if you come here, you'll be able to see that your mouse will change to cursor. So now the other thing that we need to change here is the other part here, that we can add now the recent, or what we are calling the recent donors. So I'm going to create another div here. So let's style this div. So for this one here, I'm going to add a class name, and to be able to style this. So for the class name here, like that, and this one we are going to give it just a margin to be having a margin of 40 pixels like that, and then we are inside here, we need to have a heading. So heading 2, we are going to give this to be recent donors like that, then give it a class name. So a class name, let's give a font to be bold, to just be bold like that. And then the other thing that we need to add here is now the recent donors here using the ordered list. So this will be just simple here. So let me copy the names. So I can be able to copy names from this here. So for this one, copy James here. So if I copy that and paste it here, like that, we are going to also add the others. So after James here, we have the Joel. So copy out of it. So I'm going to copy Joel here. We are going to also copy the others. So for the James here also, I actually made sure that I just recycled the name. So I'm going to just leave it at that, because it's just a display of the data, and let's see how it looks like. So if I come here, you'll be able to see that after sometimes it should have a, or we need to have like that name here. So I think I have not saved. So yeah, if I save now, you'll be able to see that we have this name here. So for this one, I can also be able to see that this we have pressed the logout here. So I'm going to change that. So for this one, I'm not going to add, let me just come here and remove this justify content to be maybe, let me just change also this should be center, okay, but this one we are going to change. First of all, it should be just a margin, and here we can give a margin 20 like that. I think this will be okay. Yeah, I think there pressing there is a good thing. So here also we are going now to be able to have now the pie chart now. So to add the pie chart, you need to go to this part here, and for the pie chart, you can be able to see the overview of all the pie chart that you can create. So let's do that, and here you can be able to see different pie chart, but the pie chart that I want to use actually is this on down here. so I cannot be able to see the pie chart that I want here. So this one, so first of all, let me make sure that I actually have seen it. So this is the pie chart that I want to use, but for this pie chart here, you can be able to see that it's different from this one, and I'm going to add some configuration so that it will look like this one. So let's do that. First of all, let me copy the importation here. Let us import this. So I'm going to just come up here and make sure that I import this pie chart here. And the other thing that I want now is to add it down here. So for this pie chart here, we can be able to copy it. So copy this pie chart here and paste it where you want to use it. So let's see here, like that. And then when you paste it here, so there are several things that you need to add here. So for in my case, I need to have a data, and you can see here, this is where you need to place the data, because if you don't have data, it won't be able to display anything. So let me now format the code also, again using prettier. And when I come back now to my application here, you'll be able to see after it loads, it won't show anything. So you can see no data to display. So I need to add the data, and fortunately I had already prepared the data. So let us copy this data inside here. So we need to copy this data here. I had already created that data, and let me make sure that I paste it inside here. When you start now fetching the data from a backend, we are going to display real data from the database. We are not going to hard code any data here. So after this now, if I save this and come back to my project here, you can be able to see that we have this part here. And already you can be able to see also it doesn't look like the one that we have here. So this one looks different. So let's start by adding some configurations here. So the first thing that you need to create here, we are going to give this inner radius to be 50. We are going to give this here to be 70, and then let us see the outer radius to be 70, the inner radius should be 50. So if I do that, let's come here and be able to see that we are able to actually display it in that way here. So the other thing that I want to do is that I want to remove the margin that I here, because I think this affects now our pie chart. So for this one or this one here, we need to change this to be, let's say, top, like that, and then save that. If I save that, then you can see here, let me just add maybe if the margin here, and we can add the margin to be around 20, I think. So I think that also makes sense, or even we can give it like 10. So I think this yeah, you can see it is paving a way for this pie chart to be looking good. Also, what I can do is that I can place it at the center. So what I'm going to do is to add flex. I'm going to add items to be center, so like that, and also justify should be center also here. So if I save that, and then yeah, I think should not add that here. Okay, so I can just add here flex column. So let me see this one, how it will look like. So yeah, I think this looks nice. So let us leave it like that. So now the other thing that I want to create now is our prospect right here, and this one actually will be simple because I'll just actually create it like the way I created the donors, and that means that I can copy everything from the donors and paste it in the prospect. So I'm going to just come here to the donors, and the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy everything. So let me copy everything like that, and then I'm going to come here to the prospects, and I'm going to paste everything here. I'm going to change this now first of all, I'm going to change this now to prospects because they are the same. So I'm going to just hold Control Shift and then L to select everything that has a name donors, and then I'm going to change it to prospects or prospect here. So it was prospect, or even I can just change to prospect like that. And let's see now. So I think we have changed even here. Yeah, you can see we have changed this. Also for the name here, I think we changed here to the prospect. So if I come back here to my prospect here, let's see, then let's come here and also be able to click here and see if our prospect changes, but I think we have not actually we saved the here. So let's see what the problem is. So I think there's a problem, and that because I think we have actually we can display the information here. So we have our information here, and then this one also we need to change to new prospect, actually remove it totally because we don't have to add prospects. So like that. And then the other thing is we need to change now the data. So changing the data here, we need to change the data to be having the data of the donors for the prospect, sorry. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, remove the columns, and also we are going to remove the columns and the rows. So let me just select everything here from the rows and then the rows here. So let me paste inside everything here, and then if I save that and then come back here, you'll be able to see that the data has changed. And I think I don't know why this actually I've done a mistake. So for this one, I want to have here as all prospects. So I'm going to copy from the donors here this heading 1 here, and this one now we are going to change it to all prospects. So let me paste it inside here and change this to all prospects here. So let's change this, so prospects like that, and then I can save that, and then let's see how it looks like. So yeah, you can see now all the prospect we are going to approve here if we want to approve, and then we have our donors right here, and then we are going to have a home here. So in the next video we are going to continue and build where we can be able to show the donors detail page and also the new donors page, and we are going to create a detailed page for the prospect and be able to approve. After that, now we are going to start integration, and then we'll be over with our project. So don't forget to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and turn on the notification bell, and then I'm going to see you on the other video. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Welcome to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our admin dashboard. As you can see here in the last video, we created this homepage here that we have the gauge chart here. We have also this donut for displaying the donors information. We are also these charts here that we created, and also we created the prospect page here. So in this video we are going also to look at other pages. So for example, in this application here, if you go to the donors here and click on a new donors button here, you'll be able to see that we have this page that you can be able to add the donor and also select other things like their blood group type here. So another thing is that when you come to the prospect here and you go to approve here, you'll be able to see that we have also this page here where you can click on approve and be able to approve the prospect. And when you approve the prospect will be now the donor. So if I come here to the donors, and also click on edit, you'll be able to see this page here where you can be able to edit your donor or the donor information. For example, you can update the date that they have donated blood so that the system will be able to now register that this date is when they have donated blood. So I think now that is a good introduction. So kindly remember also to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video. So now let's get into the tutorial. So we are going to start by creating now the page that we are calling new donor. So let's come here into the pages, and under here for the pages here, I'm going to create new, let me just create new donor like that, .jsx like that, and here I'm going to add the component. I'm going to use this shortcut to create this page, and I'm going to remove this because we are not going to need it right now. The other thing is that also I need to create a donor page. So let me create donor page where we can be able to edit the donor's information, so like that, and here we can be able to add RFCE to be able to create the page. Now I'm going to remove this importation for React because we are not going to need it right now, so I'm going to at least save this and also close. And the other page that you are going to require here is the prospect. So I'm going to add here the prospect page, so like that, and then I can use this information or this shortcut here to create this page. Also the same, I'm going to remove that like that, and then now here I'm going to just close this, and I'm going to register these pages in app.jsx here where we have our outline our layout. So here I'm going to add those pages here. So I'm going to copy that, and then I can be able to paste it here. I'm going to specify, for example, this one will be for the prospect, and then for the prospect here we are going to require the ID. So I'm going to add here ID like that, so that we can go to the prospect page. So let me import now here the prospect page. So let me try to auto complete. So here I can see only the prospects. I cannot be able to see the prospect. So I'm going to import up here that page. So let me import prospect from now the pages here, and also I'm going to import from the prospect right here. Also the other thing is I'm going to import donor. So let me import donor from, I'm going to import from pages and donor, so right there. And the other thing is that I'm going to import now donor, I think it's new donor, new donor page from the pages, so pages right here. And also we are going to import it from new donor right here. So now the other thing is that we can continue here and now add the prospect page. And other thing is we are going to add here, now after this we can have donors here. So the donors, we are going to require donors here. So let's add donors. And the other thing is that actually here it is actually this one should be not donors here, it should be donor or new donor. Let's just add new donor here. So new donor, and this will be, let's add here new donor like that. And then the other thing here is that we need also to have donors page where we can be able to edit. So this one will be just donor, and then you're going to have an ID now like that. So here we need to specify that is a donor, so donor like that. And then I think that's okay now. So we have created now the other pages that we are going to require in our application right here. So what I'm going to do is that, let me first of all go to the donors page. So right here, actually this is not the donors page. I think this one here. So because we have donors page here, and you can be able to see that, let me see here. Actually, let's go to the I think, yeah, donors here. But if you come here, you'll be able to see that we have this part here that we call new donor, the button. And this part here, we need to wrap it using a link from React Router DOM. So I'm going to cut everything here and wrap it using link. And this link should be from React Router DOM. So let me import, I think, let me just see here. Let me just add it inside here now, the button. And then the other thing is I want to see if I have imported it from React Router DOM, because it has not been imported. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to import it. Actually, I have imported it. You can be able to see it here as a line 2 here. So let me add now. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to add here to which page that I want to go. So for this case, I'm going to go to new donor. So new donor, and we can be able, actually it's a new donor here, and we can be able to see here if this is how we have added it. Yeah, you can see this one is has a capital D, but I'm going to change it to have a small d here. And then let's see if this will now work. So if we, in our application, if we come to the donors here and try and go to new donor, be able to see that we don't have this page, and I don't know why we don't have this page. So actually it's because we need to have added here the new donor should be /new donor or /admin, sorry, and then /new donor right there, because we don't have /new donor. So because that is we have abandoned. Let me just go back here, and when I click here, you'll be able to see now new donor here, and this is where we can be able now to style our page. So if I come here and then come to new donors here, you can be able to see how it looks. So let's do that. This will be very simple now. And then let me close this, and we can go to now new donor here and start creating the application. So what we can do is that here we need to start styling. So the first thing that I'm going to add here is the class name. So for the class name here, I'm going to add to have a flex, because if you check here, we in this application we have this part here and this part. So we need to have two parts. The one holds the inputs from the name here to the email, and the other one from the weight here to the diseases. So let me add here. Let me add the styling. So this one we want them to be aligned at the center, or to be in the same line. And also I'm going to have a justify to be center, and also mean height. We are going to add at least mean height screen, so that it will be at least centered. So the other thing is we are going to have two div. So this one here, and we are going to have another div right here. And these two divs, the one holds the name input, or this part here and this part here. So those are two parts. So here I'm going to start by styling this one here. And for this, I'm going to give it a margin, first of all, a margin of 20 pixels. And also I'm going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. I'm going to give it a height of 80 VH, 80 V height, and also I'm going to give it a width of 450 pixels. So 450 pixels. I'm going to copy the styling here and then paste it down here like that. So inside here now, I'm going to have now the other inputs now. So first of all, I'm going to start by heading here. I'm going to add new donor like that, and then here I can be able to style this, so class name, and then here I can be able to give it like a font bold to be font weight to be semi-bold like that. If I check now in my application here, be able to see that we have this new donor right here, and if you want to add the text, you can do that. So in my case here, I think that I have added like this styling is too much, but we can leave it like that. So after that, now let's have another div now inside here, and this div here will be able to hold now the inputs and the label. So inside here we can have the now class name, and then here we can have flex, and we want this to have a flex direction of column, and the other thing is margin of vertical to be at least 12 pixels like that. So now inside here we can have the label and the input. So the first one here will be label, and then this one will be the name. And for the input here, so let's have the input right here. So for the input, I want first of all to have the placeholder. So the placeholder here, we are going to add it as the holder, the hint. So James Doe here. So the other thing is we can have the class name. So let's have the class name here, and the class name we are going to add the border, and then we can have the the border color, which is dark color here. We are going to have a border of 2, that is like the width or the height, that is. We are going to have a border to be solid, so border solid. And then the other thing that we are going to have is the padding. So for the padding here, we are going to give it a 10 pixels, and then we can have the width of, let's say, 300 pixels like that. And then when I do this, I can come back now to my application and see. So you can see here we have the label here, and you can add the name here. So for this one, I think it's the same here. So what we can do is now we can copy this and paste it several times. So we can paste it here, and this one now will be for the address. So for the address here, like that, anything you can add here for the placeholder, you can add anything. So for example, 123 downtown, downtown, maybe something like Sydney. And then also we can have the other part here. So for this part here, let me also format the code because the code is not aligned here. So here we can have the tail or the telephone number, and then here we can have the placeholder. Here we can have maybe, for example, the telephone. So let me add it like that. I think that's okay. Now after this one, we can have also, after the telephone, we can have the blood group. So for the blood group, this one will be select. So I'm going to add here. Actually, we can just add here. Let's just add blood group, and I think this one we can just copy from the this here we have a contact, because remember this one should be selecting, not just writing it. So I'm going to copy here from the label. I think this one is okay. Now select option here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here from this part like that. And then I think this one I can be able to now format, and then let me continue with this input, the label and the input. So this was label and selection. So inside here also we can have the, after the blood group type, we can have other like email. So this one we have email here, and also we can have now the here for the email we can just add, for example, Jane Doe at example.com, like that. And then also we can have the other one here. After this one we can have the weight, so format here. So this one we can have it as a weight, and also we can have now the weight here to be, first of all, this one should be number, so that actually this one should be number here, so that you only need to type in the number, like that. So this one I can add here like a placeholder here. We can give it like 50 kgs. So let me just add here 50 kgs, like that. And now after we have the weight, now we can have the date also. So we have the date here, and then date, and for the date here we can change this input from now the text here to date, because we need to have where we can select the date, and then here we can give it, for example, 2024 July, and then date 29, something of the sort. We can have also, if we have the, here we have diseases also. So if we have any disease, so I think this also I can be able to get it from here, because this is a text area. And you can see also here I didn't format my code, so let me format my code right here using Prettier. So this one is okay. Now let me format here, and paste the, here we paste the this disease here. So I'm going to format this code also, and then also we can have now the other part. Actually, I think now we can have, I think this part here, let me see. So let me see from which part here, from the weight here, we need to have it in a different section, because if you check here, be able to see all of them are in the same, let's say here, you can see they are on the same line here, but we don't want that. So to do that, I'm going to cut everything here from this part, actually, like that, and then can be able to add them in a different section. So let me just copy this until somewhere here, and then we can add them in this here, in this part here. So for this one also we can have a div, and inside here we can paste our code, but here we need also to make sure that we add now the class name. We can add it to be flex, and flex column, like that. And then if I format my code here like that, and then let's go back to application here, you'll be able to see that they have been that they are here. So what we can do also is to make sure that we can copy this styling here. And because if you check here, you can be able to see that, for example, for the selection here, we don't have like the border, and also for the input for the text area. So let's do that. So here for the selection, I'm going to add that styling here, like that. Let me paste it here. I think where is the problem? I think this part here. Yeah, I think it should be like that. And also for the text area here, we need also to change this styling, and then we give that styling to be uniform. So let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think now that's okay. But here you can see we have a problem here. Do you have any disease? I think for this label here, you should not have like this here. So let me just remove that styling there and add it here. So I think this is where it should be. So let me add it there. So where is the problem? I think here we need to add that quotation marks. So after this, now I can format my code, and if I go back here, I'll be able to see that do you have any disease? You can see name, address here. So here I need to add now the button now. So for the button here, so I'm going to add it right here, and this one is for create now. So create, and here we can add now the styling. So class name, here we can be able to add the background color. So the background color here, we can give it a dark one. So that color, and then we can have the cursor to be pointer. We are going to have now the text to be white, text white here. We can have also the padding here to be having a padding of 10 pixels. We can have the width here to be of 300 pixels, and I think this is just okay now. If I save this and come back here, you'll be able to see now we have this part here, and let's make sure that we have the margin. So I'm going to add margin vertical here, and then we can give it a margin of 10 pixels like that. I think that will be just okay. So after that, now you can see we have this create here. So I think that's all that I wanted right here. And I think, yeah, that's everything. So now we are going to create other pages. For example, the other pages that we are going to create here is that when you come to the donors here and click on edit, you can be able to see that we have this part here, and you can see it is actually almost similar to this. So this is something that we are going to change. Is a small thing that we are going to change here. So let's do that. So for this one, you can be able to see that we need to come to donors and then we edit. So to do that, I'm going to come to the donors here, and I'm going to close actually I'm going to just then copy everything that is inside this new donor here, because I'm going to just paste that in our donors page. So let me copy this from here up to this part here, like that, copy that, and then I'm going to close this page. And for edit here, you'll be able to see that here already I had created the route for that. So you can be able to see, for example, this edit here, donors, and then 1, 2, 3 here. But this now we can just make sure that we pass in the ID of that donor. So here we need to add the params so that we can be able to access the ID. So, and then here we can be able to use extrapolation, and here we can say params dot rows and then dot underscore ID, like that. That's how we can be able to at least select the ID and the ID of that donor. So if I save that and then come back to my project here to the donors here and select here, you can be able to see that we can see this one is undefined. So if I try and click that edit here, you can see that is undefined, and that because we are not selecting this donor from our database. What I'm going to do is just that I'm going to leave it the way it was. Like we need to just have it. Let me just come here and add admin here, and then we need up here. We need to change this, and we need to just add here /admin, and then the donors here, and then the ID. So if I save that and come back here, try hover over it. So if I try to go this part, you can see we have the donor right here, this page here. And we can open the donor here. And after this one, we can paste the code here like that. And when I save that, come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this information right here. So I'm going to change here. So let me just come from up here. I'm going to change this now to donor, and then here I can be able to change. I want to just remove this border here, or to change this border to be on the bottom only. So what I'm going to do here is, let me just make sure that I remove this styling. I don't know why the styling is giving me a hard time. So let me just remove this here and style it the way I want the border. So here I'm going to first of all give the border bottom. So border bottom, you can add it like that. We can have a border 2 here. We can have a border and then bottom, and then we can just specify the color that we want, and then here we can have the border to be solid. So border solid, and then also we can have outline none, like that. And then padding, we can have the padding of 10 pixels, and also we can have the width of 300 pixels like that. So if I save this and then come back to my application, you'll be able to see here that actually we don't here we don't have the let me see. So it is not working the way it is supposed to be. So this one, we have border bottom 2, border bottom color here, border solid, outline should be none, and also the width here should have a width of, let's say, 500 pixels, like that. So, and then here the outline is none, yeah, like that. So let's come back here. Yeah, you can see here it has worked, but this width is very big, so this one will be 300. Let's see. If I do that, you can be able to see now it's working right there. So let's do that. So I'm going to copy this styling here and paste it in every, for example, for this one, for the address here. So paste it there. We are going to change for the font here also. Let me do that. Change it like that. We are going to also change for the blood group here. I think this one we can just leave it like that, or we can, yeah, let's just leave like that. Here for the email, we can change this like that, and then for the weight here also let us leave it, or let's change. And then for the date here also we are going to change it like that. And for the iPhone here, so also we are going to change this. Let me also check for the this one, this text here, text area. And then also I want to change this button here to not create but update. So update like that, then save this. And then if I come back here, be able to see that now we don't have like the border in all direction. So I think that's okay, but also we need to remove this here. Let's just add the border here to be just bottom, because I think this is a little bit weird. So I'm going to come here to blood group, and we can, in our select here, we can make sure that I add that there. And then also I want to remove the styling for my label here for the select, so like that. And then let's see. Yeah, I think that's okay now. So here we can be able to add the information that we want to update, and then update that information. But in our case now, we are going to display here the information that is already in the database, so that if you want to update, you can update that. So I think now we have this other page for the now for detailed donors page. So what we can also create now is the other page. Let me go to the other page here. If you check for the prospect here, and click here approve, you need to go to this one. Should bring you to the page where you need to update or to be able to update that prospect. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just cross this donors contact here, and donors here. I'm going to go to prospect here, and for the prospect here, I'm going to make sure for the link here, I'm going to add /admin here like that, and then prospect, and then /123 here as an ID. So now let's style this part or this page for the prospect here. So we are going to add the class name here, and the first thing that you are going to do is to give it these items here to be, or this part here that we are calling our main div here, and we can give it just a flex, or even we can just leave it like that. I think there's no need for styling this div here. And now the other thing is inside here, we can have now the card that holds the information. If you check here, you can be able to see this part here. So let's do that. So I'm going to add a class name here, and this one we are going to give it a margin of 20 pixels. So 20 pixels here. We are going to have a height of 80 VH. So 80 V height here. I'm going to have now the width here to be 450, so 450 pixels. And also I'm going to have a shadow of large, so LG like that. And then when I save this and then come back to my application here for the blood donation, here you can be able to see that we have this part here that should hold now the information. So also I think we can make sure that we have tree-centered it. So here I'm going to add a class name, and I'm going to say here flex items to be center. I'm going to have a justify here to be center also, and I'm going to have a mean height and then screen like that. And when I save that, if I save that and come back here, you'll be able to see that it has been now at least have a space here or the margin. So after that, now we can have inside here the information. So we are going to have a heading. So for this heading here, we are going to just add it as a prospect, and we can be able to style it here. Class name, we can have this one to be font to be semi bold like that. Also we are going to give a margin of 30 pixels like that. So after that, now we can have an ordered listing, so an ordered list here, and then we can be able to style it here. So for example, we can give a class name here. We can just style it and give it a margin of 30 pixels, 30 pixels. Now we can have the information inside here now as a list. So for the list here, we can have a class name also for the styling. So have a class name here, and for this one we can give a margin top of, let's say, 14 pixels. So 14 pixels. And now we can have the strong where we are going to add, like, for example, the name. So if you check here, you'll be able to see that we have this bold part here, and we have now this part that is not bolded. So we are going to have, for example, the name here, we can add to be John Doe like that. We can also make sure, let me first of all format my code. I'm going also to copy this and paste it here. I'm going to also add the address. So for the address here, we are going to add the address to be 123 maybe downtown. So downtown Sydney, Sydney here like that. And also I'm going to add this one here. After the name here, we can add also the phone number, which you are going to call tel. So here I'm going to add now the phone number here, like that. We can add anything. So I'm just adding dummy information. So for actually, let me paste it here. For this one, after the tail here, we can have the blood type. So blood type here. So for this one, I can just add maybe, for example, the prospect doesn't know. So I'm going to say here, not applicable or unknown. Let me just add unknown, like that. I think that's good. And also right here, we can have after the name here, we can have the diseases. So if there's any disease, here I can be able to add none. So for example, here none. And also I can have another here. For after the diseases, we can have the date. So for the date here, we can have maybe to be 2024, and then 12/01, something of the sort, maybe any date. And let's paste another one here. After the date here, we can have the weight. So weight here. And for the weight here, we can add anything. For example, this one we can add 50 kgs. And now we have the other one here. So actually this one is just we need to paste it here. And after the weight, we can have the status. So can have the status here, and we can say the status is pending. Status to be pending right here. So pending, like that. And then now we have been left now by just add the other part here. So for this part, we need to just come out of the styling and have another part here. So this part is this one that asks, do you want to approve maybe the name of the donor? So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, like that. And also I'm going to have a button here. So a button, and then here this button is for approve, like that. So if I just make sure that I come back here and see, so you can be able to see that we have these two here. You can see we have this for, do you want to approve James to a donor, something of the sort. And also you can see this one, all of them are bolded, and I don't want them to be bolded, all of them. So I think there's somewhere that is actually, I know where the problem is. I think this one should be actually be here. So after this, add it there. So also let me remove this, and it should be after strong tag here. This also here should be after strong tag right there. Also let me remove this one for unknown here. And then this one, we don't want them to be bold, all of them. So also this one, none here, can remove that. And then also I want to remove this one here, like that, and paste it here. For this, for weight here, the same. I'm going to add it here. And also I'm going to add for the pending here, I'm going to remove and add it here. So like that, I think now if I check here, you can be able to see that now all of them are not bolded. And then the other thing is, let me see if I can make them to be on the flex direction. And then let me just add here flex direction to be column, like that. Let me save this, and then when I come back here, be able to see that they have been aligned here. You can see now have been aligned this way, but also I think I don't want that. Let me just remove that, and here I can be able to style this text here. So class name, I'm going to add the class name here. I'm going to add the display to be block, so that they cannot be in line, So like that, you can be able to see it here. The other thing that I want to add here is can give a margin of 10 pixels, and also here we can have the class name. So for this class name here, we can add it to have a background color of red, and then this one I'm going to give a 500 variation. I'm going to give a text to be white. I'm going to have a cursor to be pointer, so cursor pointer, and also I can have the padding to be of 50 pixels, yeah, and actually not 5 pixels, sorry. So this one should be 5 pixels, and also I can have the width here to be 150 pixels, and then we can have the margin to be also 10 pixels, like that. So if I save this and come back here, you'll be able to see now we have this part where we can approve, and the same looks for this one here. So now the only thing that we have been left with in our front end is now our login page. So if I come here to the login, so let me add login route here. If we go to login here, you can be able to see that this is the login page. So I'm going to have to create that login page here. So let's do that. So now let's go to the login here, login page, and we are going to style our login page. So I'm going to come here, and to see our login page, I'm going to come to home page. And when I click on logout, you can be able to see this login page here. So you can see even we have the some animation here for the button. Also here you can see when you click that, you have an outline that is red here. So let's do that. I'm going to just remove this text here. And for example, in this, if you check, you have this part here for the image, and you have this part that holds the inputs here and also the button. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a class name, and this one I'm going to add it to be flex. I'm going to have items to be center because I want to center the card that holds the image and also the input. I'm going to add the justify to be center, like that, and I'm going to give it a mean height, so mean height screen, like that. And also I can give it a background color of gray, so like 100, like that. So let me just check here and see how it looks. So if I come here, you can be able to see this part here is a grayish, but it has a grayish color. So the other thing is we can add another div here now that holds now the image and also the input. So I'm going to have a div here, and this one we are going to make sure that we style it. So for this one, I'm going to add also the flex because I want the image, and also I need the image and also the input to be side by side. I'm going to add the items to be center here, and also I want the background color for them to be white so that it can be displayed very clearly. We are going to have a shadow of large, and also we are going to have rounded to be large. Yeah, we are going to have overflow to be hidden if there's any overflow to be hidden, so like that. And then now inside here we can have now the first part here that holds the image. So, and also we can have the other part here that holds now the inputs. So let me add them inside here. So this one for the image, I'm going to add a class name, and for this one I'm going to give it a height of 500 pixels, so 500 pixels. I'm going to give it a width also of 500 pixels, 500 pixels. I'm going to also give the transition, so for a bit of animation I'm going to give it a transition in form of transform. And then after that I can give it the duration that I want it to animate, and I'm going to give it to be 700, like that. And I'm going to give it is in out, or is in out, and also I can give a transform of, so the transform here, and when you hover over it, it should scale trace scale by 105, so 105 like that. So then inside here now, this is where we are going to add the image. So for my image here, the source here, we have already that image in hello1.jpg, and also we are going to have another, maybe for the alt here, I'm going to add login, and we are going to have a class name here, that, and we are going to add object to cover the whole card cover like that, and also we are going to give it height to be full, and also the width to be full, so like that. So if I save on this and then go back and check here, you'll be able to see that we have the this image here that at least cover all the this card here. And you can see when you hover over it, it has a animation in that case. So another thing is here I can be able to format this, and now we can continue with this other part here. So that holds the input. So I'm going to add the class name here, and for my class name here, I'm going to add the padding to be having a padding of 10, and then also I'm going to give a width of 500 pixels, so 500 pixels like that. I'm going to start by having the heading here as a heading 2, and this heading is login. I'm going to add class name here. So for the class name, I'm going to give it a text large of 2XL. I'm going to have a font to be bold like that, and also I'm going to give a text to be gray, and also if it is gray, then 600, and also I'm going to give it a margin bottom of let's say 1, like that. I think this one, or 5, let's add 5. And if I save this and then come back here, be able to see that we have the login here, and you can see it is the same width also. So the other thing is after that here, for the heading, we can have now the form. So let's add form here like that. Actually, it's let's add it here inside. So this, for the form here, I want to give it like a class name, and I'm going to remove the action here for now. So I'm going to have here the class name, and we are going to give it a space vertical of 5, like that. Also, the other thing I'm going to have inside here is a div. So for the div inside here, we are going to have the we are going to have now the label, and for the label here, I'm going to have this as an email, and also we are going to have the input here. So input like that, and then we need to style this, and this because if you check here, you'll be able to see this one very styled. If you come here, you can see they are not styled, so we need to style first of all. For the label here, let's add the class name here, and for the label we can be able to at least give it for the label we can give it like a display to be block, and then also I can give it a text to be gray, gray 600, and also I can give a margin bottom of 1, like that. And then if I save this, come back here, you'll be able to see this that. So label, and the other thing for the input, so for the input here, I can be able to add, like for example, the type here should be email, because this is an email input. Also, we can have a class name, and for this class name here, I think here I need also to add the ID, to be also email. And also we can have now the placeholder here before we style it. So for the placeholder here, we can add something like example at example.com, and then now we can start styling. So for the styling here, we can give it the width to be full. Also, I'm going to give it padding X to be 4. I'm going to give a border, to add a border here. So let's add a border, and this border we can give it a color, so a border of gray, and then we are going to give a variation of gray which is 300. I'm going to add rounded to be MD, so that, or medium. And another thing is we can give a focus and focus. So when you focus on it, and we can give it outline. So outline here, or we need to have outline to be none. And also we can have the, when you focus here now, we can give now the ring, which has a width of 2. And also we can have the color of that for the input here. We can have the ring here to have a red color of 500, like that. So let's see. And here, so if I come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this, and when you click on it, you can see that we have like this ring here that has a color of red when you focus on it. But I think we can add also the padding. So let's add the padding here. So for the padding, I think we need to have a padding Y also. I think this is also because we have padding X, we need to also have padding like that. I think, yeah, you can see it is taking shape. And now this one, we can just be able to copy this here and paste. So for this one, we can copy it like that, copy, and then paste it here for the password now. So let's add here, this label should be for the password here. So let's add the password. So password here. And another thing is here for the type, this one is password like that. And for the email here, or for the ID here, is also password like that. And then here we can just add for the password here, the placeholder here can be just asterisks, so that to show that the password will be hidden. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see that now we have this one for the password, and then we need to have a button here. So for the button, you can add it just here, down here. So let's add the button. And for the button here, this one is login. So login like that. And then let us style here. So the first thing that I need to add here is the type of the button is for submit. So submit like that. And let's now focus on styling the button. So class name here. So we are going to give it the width to be full. Also, we can give it padding Y of 2. We can give it a background color to be red, variation of it. And also we can give the text to be white here. We can give it the font to be bold. Let's add it to be bold here. Also, we can give rounded to be medium. So rounded MD. And also we can have transition because this we need also to have like the animation. So we can give the transition here to be transform. After that, we can give the duration that we want to animate to be 700. And I think we can have when you hover over it, you can have the background color to be red, and then we can give it a variation of red then it becomes active, we can add 600, and then we can give a focus. When you focus on it, it should give an outline to be none. So here, and also we can give the ring. So focus, give a ring, you have width of 2, we can have a focus here also. And for this one, we are going to have a red ring. So this one is 500, and also we can give a transformation or transform, and then hover. When you hover over it, it should scale to 105 like that. I think that's all that you need to do here. So if I save this, you can be able to see that when you focus on it, it enlarges. There's this animation here. So now we have been left with this part here for the this text here. So we can do that. Let me first of all format my code here. So after the button here, we need to have now the text. So let me add it, I think here. So let's have a div, and then this one we can have the span that says, let me just add here. Let me come back here and copy this. Do not have an account, so that if you don't have an account, you can be able to, actually we can just leave it like that, because honestly that we don't need to sign up, because this is only admin who will be able to log in, and we can add the information in the database for the admin. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to just save it like that in here, and we'll be able to see that we have this login here for the admin. So the admin should enter the email here and the password. So now the last thing that I have been left with is to make sure that I push my code now. So I'm going to come here to my code here, and then first of all do git branch, and you can see we are on the front end branch. So I'm going to add here git push origin, and then actually I need to first of all add the code, and then git push origin, and then this one we should push in the front end like that, and then let me add the passphrase here like that, and then it is saying everything is up to date. I don't know why. So okay, for the front end. Okay, that's weird, but I don't know why it is saying that. So here I'm going to add another branch. So the other branch that we need to have here is the integration. So let's have the integration here. If I do git branch, and then you can see here we have this integration branch that we have created. So I'm going to switch to that, because in the next video we are going to start integration. So integration like that, and then you can see here, let me now try and push this integration here, origin integration, see if it will work. So let me add the passphrase here, and then try and push the code. So yeah, there is a code that has been pushed, and you can see the pull request here. I can be able to copy this link here, and when I paste here, let me see. So when I paste here, it should take me to the pull request part. So you can see here we don't have anything to compare. So I'm going to also come here under my REPL, and then go here to full stack application here, and you find all the information or the code here. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. It's long enough. And then also the other thing is, don't forget to subscribe and also like this video, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the next video. So from the other video, we are going to start integration. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our application, and we are going to start integrating now. We are going to start integrating our front end here with our backend and be able to receive the data and also display that data into our front end here. But the other thing that I want us to look at is somewhere that I did some mistakes, so we need to correct that. So for example, for our pie chart here, it doesn't look very good, and one of you have suggested that I do some configuration or some changes so that this pie chart here looks very good. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to here into our front end, and also I'm going to the pages where we have the admin, because that's where we have our pie chart right here, and I'm going to change this CY here to 100 like that. And then when I save this and come back to my application, you can see now it is not working. So let me just change now the CY here like that. And then when I do that, you'll be able to see that now it has given some space, and it looks really, really nice. So another thing is that before this video, I was testing my backend using Postman, and you can see the routes that I had already created. And this one is for registering admin, for login admin, for get all donors right here. I'm having now this also for get all prospect, but there's one that has a mistake, and this one is for get one prospect, and this is where we are able to get prospect. And you can see here this we cannot be able to get API slash prospect slash find here, and also the ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to correct this, and this is because it is in my backend here. So I'm going to close frontend first of all, and in my backend here I'm going to routes right here, and under routes we are going to go to the prospect. And for the prospect here, you can be able to see that get one prospect here already we added here as a post method, but this one should be get method like that. And when I save this and then go back to testing this route and then save that and send that request, you'd be able to see that now it should work. So I don't know what is happening right here, so let me send it again. And yeah, you can see now we can be able to get that one prospect using the ID right here. So that is it. If you don't know how to use Postman, you can go back to one of my video. I showed you how to test your backend using Postman, and then you'd be able to understand what I have done. So I'm going to close this, and also I'm going to close this for the routes here. And then now we are going to continue with our integration. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to fetch my donors here in my pages, and also we have the donors here. This is where I'm going to fetch the data, because if you look at here, my rows here, this is just data that I appended here. So you can see the name for the donors here, their blood group type, their diseases, their everything here. You can be able to see that I appended it. So I want to make sure that now I'm fetching the data from my backend, and because I had already created two donors here. So let me show you. If I come here to get all donors here, then send this request, you'll be able to see that we have these two donors here, and I created it before starting this video. So I'm going to fetch my data, and I'm going to use effect. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to import use effect, because I'm going to use effect from React. And then after that, use effect, what it does is that it allows you to have first of all, you need to have a function or a call function here, and also an empty array here as two arguments that you should pass. For inside this function, this is where you need to fetch the data. So before that also, I want to do something. and I want to create a file here that is called request methods, because this one will help us to create endpoint here. So request method.js like that, and I think it should be there. And also I want to install Axios, because we are going to use Axios to be able to fetch the data. So let me open my terminal here. So open the new terminal, and here I'm going to now install the Axios. So I'm going to go to the front end like that, and then I'm going to add npm install Axios like that, and then we are going to wait and see how it installs. So after I enter here, we need to wait until it installs the Axios. Axios is a very small package and it should not take a lot of time. So as you can see here, it is a very small package. After this, now inside this file here, we need first of all to import Axios. So import Axios from Axios here, and then after that, actually this one should be Axios like that. And after this, now you need to actually make sure that I have the baseline. So I'm going to, or base URL. So I'm going to create base URL here, and this base URL here, I'm going to add http here, and also add the localhost, because this is my endpoint. So also I want to specify the port number, and then API, and then version 1. So this is just my endpoint. Another thing is, now I want to create here a public request function. So public request, or any, you can call it even request. So it doesn't matter how you call it. So I'm going to create here an instance. So Axios call the function create, and inside here this create function here accept like an object, and this object you can specify the base URL. So the base URL, I'm going to give it the base URL that I specified up here. And now the other thing that I'm going to do is just save this, and then I'm going to close this part. So for this one, I'm going to import public request, because that's how I'm going to make sure that I import, or I make request. So I'm going to add here public request like that, public request. Let me just see here, public request from, let me just come here and add the import public request from public request. I think, I don't know if it should be like this. So I think it should be like this one here, should import it like this, and then this is .js here, and then now I can be able to use that in my use effect here. So the first thing that you need to do inside this callback function, you need to create a function. So let me create that function. So const get donors, this is a function, just a normal function. So I'm going to create as an arrow function here, and then when you when you have this function, you also need to call it just here. So get donors like that, and then you call that function, and then inside here also I want to create a state that will hold the data for our donors. So I'm going to add here another hook. So this one is donors, and then set donors, and then here we are going to have use state, and then let me import it like that, and then add now this empty I'm going to add here this empty brackets here, and or empty array, and this by default means that when this page will load, first of all the donors will be just empty array, and then afterward this array here will be populated with their data once we actually call this use effect here. So I'm going to add here try catch, and from here, I'm going to add the try catch. I'm going to add here a sync like that, and then I'm going to add here or create a variable here called res. Then I'm going to say await, and then public request. This one will be public request. Now I'm calling my endpoint, and then after that, now I need to specify the method. So for example, here the method will be get, and then I can just specify the endpoint or the endpoint that I want to just make the request, and you can see the endpoint here is the donors. So after that, now the other thing that you need to do is now call the set donors here, and then populate it with the data from the response. So here I'm going to add dot data like that, and then here I can be able to console dot log the error. If we have any error, you can console log here, or even you can make a toast to make sure that you can show the error here. So after that, now what we can do is that I can try and delete these rows here, this data, because now we don't need to hard code the data. We are going to have the data from our database after we fetch it, and then now we can replace here from the rows. Here we can specify these to donors, because these rows will be populated with the donors data. So if I come back to my application here and try and go to the donors, here we I think and then reload here. Let's see if it will change. It is changing, so it is reloading, sorry. So here it needs to have that data. Now we have two donors, so it should show those two donors. So right here it is still reloading, and I know that there is a mistake that we need to correct, and that is because when you are fetching the data from the database, you need and displaying it in the data grid, you need to add something else here in our data grid here. So if you check here, you'll be able to see that the error here is the data grid component requires all rows to have a unique ID property. Alternatively, you can use the get row ID prop to specify a custom ID for each row. A row was provided without ID in the rows prop. So you need to make sure you have that, and then that one we are going to add it here. So let me add a get. Here we have a prop here that is called get row ID. This one here, get row ID, and then inside here we can specify the ID that we want to use. So I'm going to take from the row, and then I'm going to return now the row dot underscore ID, because that's how Mongo's ID looks like. It's underscore ID. So if I save this and then come back to this page and then reload again, to be able to see now it should show those two donors. So you can see now we can display these two donors, and they have the same information because I didn't change the information, and you can do that on your end. The other thing that I want to make sure is that this button here can be able to delete the donors, and this will be a very simple task. So this one, let's go to this app here where we have the delete here, and we can see we have this icon here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to accept the params here and make sure to continue with me. So here I'm have params, and then here I can create now the function. So I'm going to have on click here as a function, that way on click, and then here I can call now the function handle delete. So we are going to create this function called handle delete, and then inside here we are going to accept now the params, or we are going to pass in the params, and then dot row and then dot underscore ID. So after that, now I can create this function now. So this function, I'm going to create it after the use effect here, and before that I want to format my code, and also I want to push this down like that so that we can have a space where we can work in. So here I'm going to add const and then handle delete, So handle delete like that, and then now because this is a call, just a function that is here, arrow function, so I'm going to accept the ID. You can be able to see I'm accepting the ID here, and because what I'm going to do here is a synchronous function, I'm going to add a sync right there, and then here I can be able to add try catch. So try catch there, and after that I'm going to say await, and then call the public request, and then after public request I can call the function delete like that, and then after that I can specify, I'm going to use backtick, and I'm going to specify the donors, and then I'm going to pass in the ID. So the ID that I'm going to pass here, that I'm receiving from now this function here. And then after that I want to reload the page, so I'm going to call the window object, and then location, and after location I can say reload. This is if you want to reload that page. So like that, if here I can console log, like that, and here actually you can also use toast to show that you have already deleted that that donor. So here I'm going to add this error like that. So after that now I can try and maybe reload again first of all, and then try to at least delete one of these. So I'm going to click here, and when I click that, you'd be able to see that it reloads, and now we have only one donor here. So I think you have understood that. And then the other thing that I want to do is to do the same for the prospect. So let's go to the prospect here, and I want to show the prospect here. So let me open the prospects page, so that we can also make sure that we fetch the data from our database and display the that one for the prospect. So I'm going to format my code first of all, and then here this is for prospects. This is for prospect, one prospect. I want to go to the prospects page here, and let me do that. So here I'm going to make sure that I import public request. So I'm going to import these two here because it's the same. We are going to use the same procedure. So like that, copy that, and then I'm going to paste it up here like that. And then the other thing is also we need to create a variable that will hold prospects. So copy this and also paste above here. And then for this one, I'm going to add this one. I'm going to add this to be prospects like that. And also here I'm going to change to prospects. So prospects. And then I can add the function down here. So you can see this also is a dummy information, and this information, because now we are going to fetch from our database, I'm going to delete everything here. So like that. And then I can be able to copy the function that I had here, this one, and then I can now make sure that I copy this. Let me copy this and add it here in the prospects. So I can paste it here, but this time this one will be prospects. So prospects here, and also this one will be get prospects, and also for this one we are going to add get prospects like that. So and then also for this one should be the endpoint should change to prospects. So prospects right here, and then now I think that's okay. Now if I save this and make sure that I change here to now the prospects. So let me change to prospects, and also I want to make sure that I choose I add the ID here. So get row ID here like that, and then I'm going to get the row here, and then I'm going to return row and the row dot underscore ID like that. And then after that I can save this, and come back to the donors here, and you can see we have 2 donors here. But in this case, I don't have, I'm not going to have this delete here. And also you can see here there's information that we cannot be able to show here. So I want to also make sure that I change this to be able to see the data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going first of all to remove this delete, because we are not going to delete the prospects. So remove this here like that. And then after that, you can see for field here for the ID, our MongoDB, it is underscore ID, is not like ID. And then here we don't have the Brad group type. We have a Brad group. So I'm going to change this. And this one, we don't have disease, we have diseases. And then after that, if I change that, you'll be able to see that now you can show that information here. Let me check for the for the donors here. Also, let me check if you can see we are not showing the ID here, and also the blood group type, and then diseases here. So let me change that. I'm going back to donors page here, and I can scroll up here and change this to underscore ID, because that's how MongoDB adds the ID. And also for this one is a blood group, not blood type here. So blood group, and for this one is diseases. So if I save that and then come back here, you can be able to see that the ID has been displayed here. We have the name, we have the address, we have blood type, and we have diseases here. So now what I want is that when you click on the edit here, you need to go to this page here where we can be able to update the information for our donor. But you can see here we had coded the ID for that donor to be 123, and that means that we cannot be able to display that information for the donor here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure that I pass in the ID for a specific donor. So let me come here, and already you can see that already you remember how we are passing the ID. For this delete here, we use params. We are going to do the same for the edit. So I'm going to accept the params here like that. And after that, now this is where we are going to accept now the ID from the params. So to get the ID, I'm going to add params dot row and then underscore ID like that. So if I save this and then come back to donors here and click on edit, you can be able to see here in the URL that this ID now is valid and is from MongoDB. So that means that we can use this ID and be able to display the information here for this donor. So I'm going to display that. Let me see where the error is here. So I'm going to come here, and you can see we don't have, we are not using this icon. So I'm going to close that. I'm going to also to close this prospect and also donors. But now I want to show the information in this detailed page here for the donors. So what I can do here is very simple. So I'm going to fetch the data using this ID for our donors. So the first thing that we need to do is to come to the donors page here, where we can be able to show all the information. And we don't have to hard code this. We are going to get them from now these donors from that specific donor. So what we are going to do is first of all make sure that we can get the ID in this page, and we need to pass that ID in URL here. So we need now to figure it out how we can be able to get this ID in this page, so that we can use this ID and be able to fetch that data for that one donor in this page. So I'm going to import several things. For example, I'm going to import use location from React Router DOM. So I cannot be able to see that here. So I'm going to make sure that I import React Router DOM here. Let me just do that, React Router DOM. And then after that, I can be able to see here, use location. So use location, you can be able to see this. This is what we are going to use to get the ID. So this one will help us to get the ID from the URL. So to get the ID, first thing that I need to do is to create a variable here called location. And now we are going to call this use location here, like that, as a function. And after that, now to get the ID, so I'm going to create another variable here for the donor ID, like that. And then here I'm going to just get the location, so this location variable here, and make sure that I can be able to access the path name. You can see we have the path name here, and after that I'm going to split now that path name, and we are going to use / here, because you can see here this is a /. So we have / so we need to have we are going to have this here as our location. It will have the admin, the donor, and also we are going to have this ID. So that means that after you split here, it will create an object, or it will be able to create it will be able to create a array that has those paths. And to show you that, I can be able to, for example, save this, and then let me console log here to show you what I mean. So console log here, and I can console log donor ID. And first of all, I won't even split first of all, so that you see what I mean. So when I save that and then come back here and maybe open the inspect here, go to the console log, so that we can see the data that we are, or the path that we are console logging. You can see here actually /admin/donor, and then the ID here. So we need to get now this ID. So what we are going to do is use a function that is called split. So when we use split here, and we are going to specify we want to split where we have the where we have this /. That means that here where we have this /, when you do that, you'll get an array that contains all this. For example, this empty here, and then we have the admin, you have the donor, and we have this ID. So to access the ID here, you need to access that element here. So to do that, let's get from that element. So let me access it here, and to access it, you are going to add it here and access that element. But let's see. So yeah, you can see now through accessing that element, which is the fourth element in our array, we can be able now to get the ID. So that's how you can be able to access the ID from this path here. So after we have this ID now, this donor ID, we can use it to be able to fetch the user. So what we are going to do is that here, I'm going to first of all also create another variable, and we are going to use state here. So use state, so I'm going to import it like that. And for use state here, because this is just one donor here, it will be an object. So I'm going to enter here, or to add here an empty object, and here also I'm going to get the data. So this one is donor, and then we are going to set donor like that. So that means that we have the donor and set donor here. So now we can use state. So let's use effect, actually use effect from React, and then already now you know how to use effect to fetch the data. So I'm going to add it here, and then we can be able to use that. We can also add this array here. So I'm going to I'll create a function here called get donor, and then let me first of all create it get donor as an arrow function here, and after that here we can have now to call that function down here. So get donor, so get donor like that, and then inside here I can add here a sync, and then also I'm going to use try catch, so just like the other one. So try catch here like that, and then here I'm going to accept the data, the response, and this will be a variable. I'm going to say await. I'm going to use now the public request. So here I cannot be able to auto import it. So what I'm going to do is to import it from manually from now this file that we created called let me come here to request methods here, so we can get now what we call public request and be able to import it like that. So this is public request here, and then this function is get, and also here we are going to use this backtick because we need to at least add the ID at the end. So we are going to get or to have the donors and then have the find here. So you can see we need to have find, and then we need to, or this URL here, endpoint, and then we can accept now, we can just use now donor ID, and then we are going to fetch now our that specific donor. So I'm going to add here set donor, and then we can now populate using res.data like that. And then if it is for catch error here, you can use console.log and then display that error here. And then if I do that, the first thing that I wanted to show you here is the endpoint that you are hitting here is the one for get one donor, this one here. So let me add it, click it, and you can see here we need to specify the donors and then find, and then now we specify the ID, and that's why you can see here in our code that we are specifying that donors, after the endpoint you need to specify the donors, the find here, and then the ID. So if I do that and then now try to make sure that I display the data here, for example for the name here, I can just say donor dot name like that. Let's see if it's working. So if I do that, you can be able to see that, yeah, it displays the information here. But I don't want to add here in the label. I want to display it here in my, so let me just go back. I want to display here in my placeholder here, rather than showing a default name here. I'm going to now show here the real name. So I'm going to add here donor.name, and here for the address also the same. I'm going to change this to donor.address like that. I'm going to add here donor.tel. So here is donor.tel. This is phone number. I'm going to change this to Brad group type. This we are not going to change anything here. And also for this one, I can change this to email. So let me, the email here, we are going to change this to donor.email. And there's something that I forgot here, which is here we can add this type to be email. And also for the weight here, we can also do that. So I'm going to add here, let's say something like donor.weight. And then here I think we can add kg. I think it will not work. So what we can do is that to do that, I can use backtick here. And like that, I think, let me just remove this and add the backtick here. So add the backtick, or actually we can use just these brackets here and add backtick inside here, and then first of all, what I can do is I can display that donor.weight here, and then here I can add kg, so that I can display that. So for the date also the same, I'm going to add here the date. So this one will be donor.date, the date that they donated blood. And I think this I have already added the phone number, so I'm going to just cancel that. And for the diseases here, I'm going to make sure that I display it here. So for the placeholder, I'm going to add the placeholder here. And for this one, we are going to actually have that. So I have the placeholder down here. So I'm going to show the diseases here. So this one will be donor.diseases, like that. And save this. When I save this, come back here, I'm going to see now the information right here. So I have the information for this specific donor. So if you have any other donor here and go to the edit, you'll be able to see a different data here, and you can edit that data right here and click update. But we are going to do that in a few. So what we are going to do also is to go to the prospect and do the same for the prospect. So for the prospect, let me just save here like that, and then save this. I'm going to come to the prospect page, so where we are going to show just the prospect, the detail for that prospect. So the first thing that I need to do, I'm going to come to the prospects first of all to be able to pass the required ID, because if you check here and then click on approve here, you can see we are just passing the ID as 123, and that means that we cannot be able to show the specific data for that prospect here. So I'm going first of all to prospects here, and then in my edit here, I can be able to now require the params here. So get the params here, and then after that, specify that ID here. So like that here, I'm going to get the params and then dot row and then underscore ID. That's how you are able to get the ID. So after that, and then save that, I'm going to come back now to the donors, and when you click here to approve now, you can be able to see in this URL here, or in this path, you can see now we are able to display this ID here, which is different if I select another prospect. So you can see the ID is changing. So what we can do is that now we can be able to get that ID in our prospect detail page. So I'm going to open it here, and because it's the same with donors here, I'm going to copy the data. So I'm going to copy all of this here, like that, copy that, and let me copy it here, and then I'm going to paste it here on the top of this page. So on top of this page, I'm going to add these 3 lines of code here. And after that, inside here, I'm going to add this on how you can get on the variable for the prospect, and also how to get the ID. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here because it's similar thing. So for this one, I'm going to change here to prospect. So prospect, and then this one is set prospect. So prospect, like that. And then the other thing is after that, we need to show here the location. Yeah, that's okay, but this one is prospect. So this one is just prospect ID, like that. So I think that's all now for now. So what I'm going to do now is to call the function or the use effect here, and I'm going to copy it from here, this use effect, to be able to fetch the data. So copy this, let me copy it from here like that, copy it like that, and then I'm going to paste it down here. And this one I'm going to change to now get prospect, like that. And for this one, I'm going to get from the get prospects. So get from prospects endpoint dot find, and then also for this one I'm going to change now from the donor ID to prospect ID, like that. And then the other thing is we need to change here to to set prospect, set to prospect here, set prospect. And then I think now this one also we are calling this function here. So you can see here is as if this get prospect is not complete. So here we need to call the get prospect here, and like that. And then we need to first of all make sure that we have now. So from here, this part here, we need to make sure that we have closing curly braces here. You can see we have these curly braces that we didn't cross, and also we can have that array here, and then you can see that array is empty. So here we can format our code like that. And then let's see now. So here we can be able to display this information for our prospect. So this one I'm going to get prospect. So from prospect dot name, like that. The address, for the address I'm going to do the same. So prospect dot address, I'm going to get the phone number here. So this one will be just a prospect.tel, and for this one is Brad group type. Here we are going to get it from Brad group. So this one is prospect, so prospect and then Brad group like that. And also the same for the diseases here. I'm going to get it from prospect, so prospect, and from prospect.diseases. And then here for the date, I don't think here we are going to have the date. Here we don't have the date because the prospect have not donated blood. And then for this one, we are going to, if the prospect knows the weight, so I'm going to display here prospect and their weight. So prospect.weight. And for the status, I think we don't have to show the status here. And then that is it. So if I come here, you can be able to see that we are able to display this information here in this detailed page here for the prospect. So if I come back to this part here, I can also do that, and you'll be able to see different information because we are using this ID here to access the information from the database for a specific donor and also for a specific prospect. So I think that video is enough. I don't want to get beyond that in this video. So in the other video, I'm going to show you how to add new donors to the database here. So like using this input here to be able to register the donor to our database. And also I'm going to show you how to approve to be able to approve now the prospect here to be donors. And then we are going to be able to have to see the information about the prospect, the donors here. We are going to show the prospect here, the donors here, and also make sure that you are getting statistics from our database here. So I don't want this video to be longer than this. So let's just end this video here. Have a great day. Remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and I will see you in the next one. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our application right here. And now the other thing that I wanted to cover in this tutorial is how we can be able to add new donors here, where we can add the name and the other information. And when you click here, it will be able to show you like a toast and telling you that you have added that donor in the database. Also, the other thing that I wanted to do in this video is that when you come here to approve, you can be able to approve the donor, and then you'll be redirected to the donors here if you approve that prospect to be a donor. So what we are going to do right now is, first of all, let's make sure that we push our code to our GitHub. So if you check here, and let me clear for this here in the terminal, because you can see here in the terminal we are in the project that you are building right now. So I'm going to use git branch first of all, and if I do that, you can see right now we are in this branch that is called integration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the other files that I added from the previous video, and then I'm going to commit. So let me commit here. So added or started integration. Let me just add here started integration as my comment, like that. And then I'm going to push my code now. So push origin, git push origin, and then this one is integration, like that. And then I'm going to now be able to add my passphrase, like that. And then I'm going to push now the code. So you can see it here. And the other thing is we can visit now the GitHub that I'm pushing that code. This is my personal GitHub. So let it load, and here you'll be able to see in the repository here. Let's check for this full stack Brad donation application here. So if I do that, let's see, you will be able to see the notification here for pull request. You can see integration had recent pushes 28 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare and pull request right here. And also I'm going to create a pull request here. And after that, now I think now it's checking for ability to merge automatically. And after that, now I can merge pull request and confirm merge. And I think for that now it's okay now. So I'm going to leave it like that, and then now we want to integrate with or how to make sure we can be able to add the information right here. So I'm going to cross the other pages, for example the prospect and also for the donor right here, and I'm going to open the new donors page here, and then you are going to collect the information from this form here, and then push it to our to our backend, that is, or save them in the database. So before I continue, remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So what we are going to do now is that I'm going to create a variable here, or a function, sorry, and this function here will help me to collect the information in these inputs here. For example, the input for the name, the input for the address, and then the input for the rest of the information. So we are going to add here handle change. Yeah, so we are going to have this function, and this is an arrow function here. And this arrow function here, let me first of all make sure that I have an object where I'm going to have my data. So here I'm going to have a state. So this state will going to have inputs, or you can call it input data. Here we are going to have set inputs, and this one is just object that has data. So we are going to have use state, and for this use state I'm going to use object here. After that, now what we are going to do is that we have inputs and then set inputs. Here for the handle change here, I'm going to now make sure that I can use this handle change here to collect the information from the input. So here what I'm going to do is to accept the event right there. And then the other thing is I'm going to now set inputs, and here I want to make sure that I first of all take the previous information, and then using that previous information I'm going to now, this is like a function, so using the previous information I'm going now to return here the previous information. So I'm going to spread the previous information, and then after that this one should be 3 dots here for spread. And after that now I'm going to add now the current information. So using the current information here, we are going to take first of all the name. So I'm going to use e.target.name, and also I'm going to use e.target and then here dot value. So dot value like that. So that means that we can use this handle change here, and maybe for every input we can use handle change, because when you are adding, like for example, the information here in the input for the name, then it will save in the inputs here, and when you are trying to also add the input, the information for the address, that means now this function will take the previous information which you corrected from the name, and then now add the information for the address here, and it will be in form of name and the value. So here the other thing is you need to do is because I'm using the name here, I'm going also to add the name here, and then for this name you need to match this with the name that you have for your the name that you have in your database. So for example, for this one here, this will be name, because on I'm calling the name here in the database just name. It's not a full name or anything. The other thing that now I can be able to do here is to add the value. So the value here, we are going to have the value as the inputs. So the inputs dot name, or I can have it as a just empty data or just empty string. So in here now I'm going to use now on change here, and this is where now we are not going to we are going to use this handle change like that. So that means that I can be able to use this handle change in every input. The only thing that I'm going to change is just the name here and the value. So I'm going to copy this like that and then paste it here in my address. So this one will be address, yeah, address. I'm going to change this to be inputs.address. Yeah, I'm going this one handle change, I'm not going to change that. So for the phone number here, the same, I'm going to add the name here is tel. So because this is for the phone number, I'm going to change this one to be tel, and also can be able to add the information also here for the select. So now for the select here, it will be a bit different. So for the tel, then for the select, that is, it will be a bit different, and we are going to add in the select here. So I'm going to come up here. For the example, you can see we have where we have this class name, and I'm going to paste this one here. For this one, I'm going to add the name here to be blood group. So blood group. Also for this one, this will be blood group here. Blood group like that, and also this one will be handle change like that. There's nothing else that you need to do there. So for the email, the same here, we are going to change this one here, and for the name here will be just email, and this also should be the name, the email, sorry. And then after that we can have also for the weight here, as simple as that. Here we are going to have this one as weight. We are going to add here the value should be weight. So let me add as weight like that, and then we are going to come here to the date, and for the date here also I'm going to change this to be the name here should be the date. Here this one should be the date also, and this is handle change. So for the tel here, this is for the information for phone number, so I'm going to add the tel there. So here also the tel, and also for this one, now this we have the text area here. For the text area here, we are going to have the diseases. So diseases like that, and also this one will be diseases. So diseases, like that. So also for this button here, I need to create a function. So this will be very simple. So on change, like that. We can add the function here. For example, I can say handle donors, like that, and then I can be able to use that information here to create that function. So I can come up here to on here after now the handle change, and I can create another function that is handle, let's say handle donors, like that. And inside this function, it is just an arrow function. The first thing that I need to do here is I can be able to try catch. First of all, I'm going to use a sync here, like that. And I want, first of all, here in try catch, I need to first of all to check if there is inputs. So if there are any data in the inputs object, then I can continue. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here now the information. I'm going to await here and then use public request. So the endpoint, called the endpoint. So for this case, I think I'm going to import it here. So like that. From now my file, which is request methods here, I'm going to import the public request. So this is public request, and then after this one I can have public request here, and then this one will be post, like that. And then here I can be able to specify it is /donors, and then I'm going to now add the inputs here. So that data, which would be as an object. So after that, now I want to clear now the inputs, and to clear the input, it will be just set inputs, and then make sure that the inputs are just empty. So this will be adding here an empty inputs. So for the data here, for the error, so I'm going to just console log error. So now after this, what we can do is, let me format my code here. So what I can do is that I want to use something that is called toast. So I'm going to open here and search for toast. So toast here, let's look for the Toastify. Actually, this is a library that will help you to create the toast. So if I do that, you'll be able to see how toast looks like here. So you can see how they are, and you can customize them. So I'm going to use this command here to install Toastify. So that means I need to open my terminal and make sure that I install the Toastify. So I'm going to click that, and in here I can be able to come to the front end here. I'm going to, let me make sure that I can be able to paste this command here in my front end, and then click enter. So this one will be just the Toastify. I installed the Toastify here, and now we can read more about Toastify in the documentation here. So if I scroll down here, you'll be able to see how to be able to use Toastify. First of all, you need to install the Toastify here. You need to import it, and you need to import these two, the toast container and toast, and also this one that is React Toastify CSS. So I'm going to copy this, and then the other thing is I'm going to paste these 2 lines of code here. And then if we check here in the documentation, you can see you need to add the Toastify here in the return part. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to come here after the button. So let's check for the button here. After here, we can add the toast container, like that. And then after that, you can use now toast here, where you want to use the toast here. where you want to use it. So in my case, I'm going to use here from the toast here. I'm going to, after now it is successful, I'm going and all the, actually I need to add it here. When it is successful, I'm going to call toast here dot success, because this one will be for success. This one we're going to show various data. For example, here I'm going to show donor has been successfully added to the database like that. And you can see it's very simple. But if we have also like the error here, you can call Toastify, for example. So you can see how easy it will be. So this one will be warning or danger. And then here I can say something, maybe something like I can pass in the error. So, or error dot message, something of the sort. You can be able to show the error here. So I'm going to save that, and now I'm going to try and add another donor in the database. So I'm going to add here John Doe, or maybe let me add here log Mondara, like that. I'm going to add the address here as 123 downtown, and this one is maybe something like Michigan, I think so. Here I can add the phone number. I want to add the phone number here, like that. And then let me add here the data here. So for example, this one, and you can see here for the tail, I can be able to add the letter, and I don't want to do that. You can see the same here. I repeated the tail, so I'm going to, or the phone number, I'm going to change that. So for here, I need to change this to be number. So let me change that to be a number. Also for the weight, let me check if it's a number. So yeah, you can see this is a number. And also here I want to remove this because this is a repetition. So for the inputs here, I'm going to change to save that. And here you can be able to see now we can add the, let me just add the phone number here, which is 608. Actually, I don't see why I'm not getting the space, but still okay. So I'm going to select the blood group here. I'm going to add the B positive, and here I'm going to use alloc mondala, and then 199 at gmail.com, like that. And then here I'm going to add the weight to be 50. I'm going to make sure that I add the date to be today's date, and here I can say none, like that. So if I click here create, you'll be able to see that there is no data that is being shown. So I don't know why. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open the inspect here, and I can be able to see in this part here for the console log, there is like this the specified value, this one here, cannot be passed or is out of range. So I think I have this error here. So if I click again, you cannot be able to see it. So let me just make sure that I reload here and then try and add the data again. So alloc, I'm going to add here 123 downtown. So downtown, and then here I'm going to add any information like that. I'm going to select the here the blood group. I'm going to add the email here, like that, 199 at gmail.com, and then I'm going to add here 60 kgs, the date here. So let me just scroll or push this sideways, and then here I can add that one. This one will be none. And when I click on this part here, you can see that we don't have, like we are not able to see anything. So that means that the data is not pushed to the database. I don't know why. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going first of all to make sure that I remove this checking of the inputs first of all, and also this part here. So let me do that, and also I want to console log the input so that we see if the information is being corrected from our inputs. So like that, and then if I save that, come back here and click again, so I cannot be able to see anything here. So I think maybe this is we have the problem here. So this is handled donor, new donor, and then this is new donor here. So I don't know what is happening. So this is loading when it is already loaded. I don't know. Let me just check. So the problem is that here in the button, I added the event to be on change rather than on click. So this is a stupid mistake. And then if I come back here now to the application and click create here, you'll be able to see this toast here. Donor has been created successfully. You can see here the data that you are console and the data that we are consoling. Yeah, we are logging here. So I'm going to just come here and make sure that I remove this console log inputs, and also for this one here, like that, and then we can continue now. So the other thing is, let me first of all check if the donor has been added in my donors page here. So let me do that, and you can see here, a log has been added here. So if I click on edit, you'll be able to see that a log has been added here. So the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I approve the prospect. So if I click here and go to the prospect, so I'm going to make sure that I go to the prospect here, like that, and then here we can be able to approve this prospect. So the first thing that I want to do here is let me import from React Router DOM. I'm going to import use navigate. So we are going to import use navigate here, and I can be able to get now here navigate, and then this navigate here is from use navigate. So like that, and call that function here. And then here I can be able to format my code. And then this one, I'm going to push it down. Then here, I'm going to make sure that I create another function here that is called approve. Let me call it approve prospect like that. And this is a narrow function like that. So here I'm going to add that event or that function in the button here. So I'm going to add on click. So on click like that, and then here it's approve prospect like that. And then let me scroll up here, and then I can be able now to use the information. I can be able to use now that button to be able to approve the prospect. So the first thing that I want here is, let me add a sync here. So to approve the prospect, when you click that button, first of all, it is going to save the data to the donor. So I'm going to try catch here to the donors as a donor. So to do that, we are going to first of all make a request to my database. So here I'm going to add public request, and then I'm going to post now to the donor. So this one from the donors here, like that. And then after that, I can be able to add this now the data here. So the first thing that I'm going to add here is the name. And the name now, remember we had the prospect right from here. So I'm going to add prospect. So prospect.name, because already in this page we had already fetched the prospect using their ID here. So after that, also for the example for the address, also we are going to do the prospect and then dot address. We are going to also add others. For example, for the email, I'm going to add the prospect dot email here, and also I'm going to have, so let me just come here for the email. For the other information like the phone number here, the same, we are going to get it from prospect, and then we are going to add here the prospect and then the tel, which is the phone number. I'm going to add now the blood group. So the blood group, and this one will be from prospect dot blood group. I'm going to have also the other for the diseases. For the diseases like that, I'm going to have, let me add here for the diseases, diseases like that. I'm going to have to get it from prospect dot diseases like that. And then also for the other date, for example, also we are going to have it from prospect dot date. And then the last one is, now the last one will be weight, which will be now prospect dot weight like that. So, and then after that, that means that also we are going to delete that prospect from the database. So I'm going to await here, and then I'm going to do public request, and then we can be able to delete now. And then we are deleting from now prospects. So from prospect, and remember we have the ID. So this one, I think I'm going to use the backtick so that I can pass in the ID. So this one will be prospect like that. And then here I can be able to add the ID, the prospect ID. So prospect ID here like that. And then after that, now I can be able to navigate to the admin and then donors. So I'm going to use the navigate from React Router DOM and be able to now go to the admin and then slash donors like that. And then here I can be able to console log, console.log, and then here display the error, or make sure that you console log the error and then format this, save that. And if I try to approve here, you can be able to see that we are redirected here, and you can see now we have these 3 donors here. And for the prospect, so for the prospect, I have only one now, only one prospect. But for the donors now, you can see we have these 3 donors right here. So the other thing that I wanted to do is that in the admin here, I want to show all of this data here. For example, for the prospect, the donors, and then for this one, for the statistics. So let us first of all test and see how the data will come looking like for the statistics. So if I come here to the get all donors here, I want to go to now add here stats, because that is the route that we created to show the statistics. So if I click send here, you'll be able to see that the information, how the information comes like. You can see we have count of 2 AB positive, people who have AB positive, and we have only one person who have A negative blood group. And you can see now this one comes as an underscore ID. So if we check in our data here, let's go to the admin here. For the admin, you'll be able to see that for this case, if your pie chart, we need to show that information. You can see that for the label, yes, we can have, we don't have the data in this part here that represent the label, and also we don't have data here that represent the the value. So because you can see the value is in the number of people, and the value here is underscore ID, and also for the label here is actually the value here is count, and for the other part, which is label, is underscore ID. So I need to transform this data. So what I'm going to do, let me come up here. So let me just come up here. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a variable here that is for blood group. So I'm going to add here blood group data like that, and then like that, and then I can say set blood group data like that, and then I can use now the hook, which is useState, and then I can be able to use that. So I think I have not imported this useState hook, so I'm going to import it like that, and then now I can be able to use effect. So let me just come down here, and then I can use effect, and then I'm going to import it. You can see it has already imported, and then here I'm going to use a function. Actually, you understand that use effect accept the function and also this empty array here for the dependencies. So for this one here, also I'm going to have the function. So for my function here, I'm going to call this function get blood group stats like that, and then this one is just an arrow function like that, and then I can be able to make sure that I can call it here down here. So let me make sure that I think I need to first of all wrap this in a try catch. So here I can have can have the try catch here, but it's not necessary. So I'm going to add it here and then call the get group type stats here like that. I can call that function here. The other thing is inside here now I can have the try catch here like that, and then inside here is where we are going to call our data. So for example, here we are going to have a response from our backend. So I'm going to have public request. I'm going to import it like that, and then I'm going to get, because this is a get method. As you can see here in the postman, this is a get here. This is a just get method. So I'm going to get to slash donors and then starts, and after that now this will give me an information, but information that it will give me information that looks like this. So I need to transform that, and so that I can display it in my pie chart. So I'm going to create here another variable called transformed. So this one will be transform data here, and then I'm going to take res.data like that, and then I'm going to map here as I'm transforming. So the first thing that I'm going to have here is a function that is able to transform. So let me have the function inside here that will be able to transform. So this one will be able to transform here the data. So I'm going to get now, as I'm looping through the data, I'm going to get the item and also the index. So I need to transform right here now. Inside here, I'm going to return now. The first thing that I'm going to return here is the ID, and the ID will be index. So you can see the index here. So the other thing is I need to have the value. So for the value here it is equals to item dot count, and for the label here, will be, I can just add here for example a broad group type. So I'm going to use this backtick. So I'm going to add here broad group, and then here I can be able to add now using interpolation. I can add item dot underscore id like that, and then I can be able to just show the data using this broad group, and then I can be able to pass in now this item.id. So our label now will be like broad group, and then the this ID here, you can be able to see this is the name of that broad group type, and the count here, you can see we have assigned it to value, which you can be able to see it here as ID there. So after that now, and I can just add here set now, you can say set broad group type or broad group data, and then here I can just call in the transformed, so the transformed data like that. So here I can console log the data, the error, sorry. So console log, and then here I can console log the data, the error, sorry. And then for the pie chart, I'm going now to push this down, and then for the data here, let me show you here. For the data, I'm going to just call now blood group. So blood group data like that. And when I save that, let's see if it will display the information here. So let me reload again. So yeah, it's unable to show the data here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to console log so that we can see the data, if the data is being fetched. So I'm going to format that. Then here I can be able to just console.log. I'm going to have the blood group data here. If I save that, and then I make sure that I inspect here. So let me inspect here, and then come here to console. You can see here we don't have any information. So let me come here to the console, and if I come up here, you can be able to see, you can see cannot read properties of undefined map. So that means that we are not getting the data from our backend. So this is /donor/stats. So let's see if yeah, you can see this is /donor/stats. So I don't know where the problem is, but also I can be able to, first of all, make sure that I console log here des.data. So this is debugging. So if I save that and then able to reload here, so you can see this is just an empty array here. So let me just go back into my Postman and then send this and see if we can get the data. Yeah, we are still getting the data, and I don't know why we are not able to get like this data in our front end. So this one is slash donors here, then slash stats, and then this is a get request. Oh, actually, I know the problem, where the problem is, and this is because we have not used async here, because this is a synchronous function, and then here I need to use await like that. So if I do that and then remove this, let me come back here. You can see now we have the information, and when I click here, you can be able to see that now our pie chart here has been added. And you can see here, you can see if we hover over this interactive pie chart, you can see the number of people who have broad group type of AB, and also we can see there is a one person who has a broad group of A negative. So now the other thing that we have been left with, which is to just display the prospect, which is very simple. I will just leave that for you. You're just going to fetch prospect, and then for that, because it will be array, you'll be able to do just prospect.length, and then you get the number of people who are prospect. For the donors, you are going to fetch the same. You are going to fetch all the donors, and then .length, you'll be able to get the number of donors that are in the database. So that is very simple. For this one, this is what I wanted to cover mostly. So the other thing is that when you come to the donors here, I think there's somewhere that I wanted to add. Yeah, this one I wanted to make sure that you can be able to update here. For this one, it will be very simple. So here I'm going to cross this prospect here and a new donor, and also I'm going to cross this, and over here I want to go to the actually new donor here, this page, and because this is the one that we are going to use to at least collect the information. So here this is handle. For this handle change here, we are going to copy everything here like that, and then we are going to come here to the donors and then paste that here, because we are going to need it right here so that we can be able to collect the information like we did in the for the donors page here. So let me open the donors page, and then here we are going to collect the information as the same. So let me, actually I need to be new donor here, so where we are going to add a new donor. So because we are collecting the information here, I'm going to copy this one from the name here, and then make sure that I copy this, and then I can be able to paste it here. So for the donor here, I can be able to come now to the name here and make sure that I press that here like that. For the address, the same. So this is just like a copy and paste, copy and paste. So let me copy this like that and paste it here to the address. For the phone number here, or the tel, you can be able to do the same. We are going to get the name here and then add it in part here. For this blood group here, for the select, also we are going to copy this and then also paste here in the select. So this one is, so select here like that. Sorry. So I'm going to open here. Then for the email, we are going to do the same. For the name here, we have the value, and then we have the on change. I'm going to copy and paste it here. And then I think for the weight, the same. So this one is the same for the weight. So for the weight here, I'm going to copy this name value, and then on change, I'm going to do the same here. Let me look for the weight and then paste it here. And then we have for the date here. So copy this date and then on change here. And then I'm going to paste it right here. And then the last one now, which is the text area, I'm going to copy this three, and then I can be able to paste it here like that. And then now for this one, I'm going to create a function here. So this one is on click. Let me add this event. And then here I can add handle update. And this will be a very simple thing to do now, because any information that will be collected here, we can be able to update. So I'm going to add here handle update like that, and then this is a callback function like that. Here we are going to have async, and then inside here now we are going to have a try catch. So like that, we are going to have try catch. Here we are going to have now we can just have a wait, and then I'm going to add public request, and then this one will be to update. So I'm going to use here, it's just put and like that, and then because this is donors, so we are going to pass in the ID. So I'm going to go to the donors and then pass in the ID. So donor ID like that, and then after that I can pass in now the inputs. So we need to send the inputs if there is anything in the input. So here I'm going to reload this page. So window dot location and then dot reload like that, and then here I can be able to console.log, and then this is error like that. So I think this is very simple. And then now if I save that and come back here, let's try and maybe update something like the name here to John. Let me add here to be John Doe, for example. When I click on update here, you can see it is reloading, and now you can see the name here has changed. For the weight here, I can add, for example, 79, and when I update this one here, you can see the weight has changed. Also for example, for this for the email also the same. So you can just update every data that is inside here for the donor. So I think that is okay now. I don't want this video to be longer than this. So let's end this video here. Remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel, like the video, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building this full stack blood donation application, and this is the last video of this full series of this project. So by now you have learned a lot about this project, and you have seen how you can be able to at least solve a real world problem. For this one, for example, blood donation, you can create also similar project. So another thing is that we are going to end up this series by looking at the authentication, and by authentication we are going to use Redux toolkit, and also Redux persist. So if I scroll down here and to this link for the admin, and when I click on it, you will be able to be redirected here to login, and here is where you can be able to enter your email and also the password. After that, when you click here, it should direct you back to the admin side, and where the admin can be able to control the application and be able to see other parts. Also, I'm going to show you how you can protect your route, although I touched that on later videos. So also, if you don't understand what you are doing in this video, kindly go back and watch the other video, and you'd be able to understand what we are doing right here. So another thing is that don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel, also like this video, and another thing is turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So now let's get into the tutorial. So what you are going to do is that I'm going to open here, and I am going to go to my code, and here I can open another terminal. I'm going to click this plus sign here on the bottom right, and I'm going to navigate to my front end, and then here I'm going to install certain packages. For example, the first package that I'm going to install, let me check here. I have these packages. I had already created them here. So I'm going to copy this Redux toolkit or this React Redux, and then I'm going to also make sure that I add this package that is Redux toolkit, and also I'm going to install the other one for persist, because we want to persist our data even if the page for our page for our web here has been reloaded. So we have these three packages here that we want to install. So for the example, we install Redux here, React Redux, Redux toolkit, and Redux persist. So I'm going to enter here, and we are going to wait until our packages here have been installed, all of them. But what we can do is that we can continue as they are being installed. So I'm going to come here to now the source, and I'm going to create a Redux. So let me just close the other folders here, for example, for the backend, and inside this source folder here, I'm going to create a Redux folder here, and this is where we are going to have different things. For example, we are going to add API calls here. so a file that is called API calls. So let me do that, or API call. So I have this API called API calls.js. I'm going to have another one that is store. So I'm going to have a store here.js, and then I'm going to have a user redux, because here we are going to use just for the authentication. If we had also other, but if we wanted to create other redux for other things like maybe showing our products or maybe donors, we could have already created a donors redux here. So I'm going to close this, and also this store here, and also for this new donor here we need to just close, and also for the donor here. So let me first of all concentrate also, and because here you can see also down here in the terminal that all packages have been installed. I'm going to push this down so that we can have a space where we can work in. So here I'm going to start by creating user redux here. I'm going to create the store and then API calls. So here I'm going to first of all make sure that I have imported. Let me import create this rice here. So create slice from, I'm going to import create slice from at Redux. So at Redux toolkit here, and then let me get the create slice. So create slice here. I cannot be able to see it, so it's here. I'm going to import it like that, and then in here I'm going now to create a user slice. So user slice like that, and this one is from create slice like that, and then this one I'm going to have the as a function. I'm going to call it as a function, and then this function accept this object here. So the first thing that I need to make sure that I add is the name of my slice. So my slice here is that I'm going to add here is the user. So another thing is I'm going to have the like initial state. So for the initial state here, I'm going to add for this slice here, the initial state here, it will have a current user or the admin, which will be just null. I'm going to have another is fetching. So is fetching will be also is fetching here will be false, because when we are starting to fetch, it will be or in the current state it will be false. Another thing is that we are going to have error. So if we have error here also, we are going to show false. We are going to have error as false because this is the initial state. You have not started fetching, and that's why you can see if this fetching is false and also error is false. So another thing after this one here, after the initial state here and also after the name, we need to have the reducers. So or the functions here. So I'm going to have reducers, and already you can see the auto completion. So here I can be able to create now the functions that I want. So for this one, I'm going to have, for example, login start. So this is, I'm going to call it when I'm starting to log in. So this is, you are going to take the state. Let me just add it here. So this one will take the state here. So, and then inside here, I'm going to first of all take the state, and then is fetching. So is fetching, I'm going to make that sure that is true, because now we are starting to log in. So I'm going to set it to true. Also here we are going to have the login success. So login success. Yeah, this is another redux function. So this one we take state and also action. So here we are going to have this function here that is state. So I think it's okay here. Also here we need to add a comma here, and then inside here, when the login is success, what we are going to do is that we are going to have is state is state, and then is fetching, it will be false. Also we are going to have another one here, and for this one we are going to have the state and then current user. So you can be able to see the current user here, and the current user will be just action dot payload. So the data that is in the action and then payload here. So this, you can see here the current user is null, and here we are going to set now the current user to action.payload, or the data. So the state of the error here, so we are going to have the state.error, and this we are going to assign them to assign it to false. That means that there is no error that has happened because the login has been success. So now the third reducer, you can actually guess it, and this is login failure. So if the login fails, so we have this function here. So let me also have the state here. So this one will just also be state, and this one now will be for example here also we need to add this comma here, and this one I'm going to take just the state up here. So the state here will be just false, and another thing is also the error here will be false. So actually it should be true, because that means that login has failed and we can be able to access the state of the error here. So after that, now also the last one that you are going to have here is logout. So let me have the logout here, and this also will take the state. And then another thing is that inside here, okay, here I need to add this part here, or the comma, and then for the logout, I know you can now guess what you need to do here. So we need to take is fetching to be false, and also what we are going to do is that we are going to take the current user, this one, set.current user, and now because we have logged out, we need to make sure that it is null. That means that we have logged out from the system. So now after this, now we need to at least export this. So we need to and also here I think I can add the state for the error. So that means that we don't have error, I think so. So this one, state.error, before I forget, and this one we are going to set it to false, like that. So after that, now the other thing that you need to do is to export all of these reducers function here. So I'm going to add module, or just export const. So export const, and then here I can be able to actually specify, so for example login failure, and then we are going to also have login start. So login start here, we are going to have after login start, we are going to have login success. So login success, and then also we can have now the logout. So you can be able to see it here. After that, we can be able to, this one will be from user slice dot action dot actions, like that. And then now down here, what we can do is now we can export by default. We can export default, and what we are going to export here by default is user slice, or user slice dot reducer, like that. So user reducer, actually it is user slice and then dot reducer, like that, and then that is complete now. So this one also, we don't have to have this equals here. So that is now user reducer. The other thing that we need to create here is that's the store, and this one we are not going to actually create from scratch, because this is a very, or something that I can explain. So I had already created the store here to save on time. So I'm going to copy this until here, and inside here I can paste this. So the first thing that you need to do is to import configure store here from Redux toolkit, and also now we can be able to import our user reducer that we have already created, that we have just created here in user Redux. The other thing is we are import persist store, persist reducer, flash, hydrate, all this here from Redux persist, and this is because we want to persist, and then we need to import storage from Redux persist, and then rib storage. This is because we need to persist the data, and then here the first thing that you need to create is this object that is called persist config, and this will just add key. You can call the key whatever you want. Mine I have called it root, and then here I have created the version which is 1, and then I have added the storage. So for this one here, I need to create a persist reducer, and to create persist reducer you need to create this variable persist reducer, and then you can take now persist reducer as a function, and then you can be able to pass in now this persist config here, and then also you need to pass in the user reducer. And after that, now the other thing is to export and the variable store. So this one here, so this store is created using now the configure store, and then this configure store you can already see here that is from Redux toolkit. So this configure store, and then this one we need to have the reducer, and then you can see here the reducer we have assigned this user. Remember the name of our store or the name of our slice is user, so we add here persisted reducer. But if we had also other, like for example we have other slice like donor, we could already have added here like donor and everything. So also the other thing is the last thing is middleware here, and then we need to get default middleware here, and then you add all this here, and then after that you need to export that. You need to export the store here, so export the persister, and then we can be able to export that. So after this, now we can create our API calls here. So in here we can be able to now create our API calls that will help us to make a request to our backend using Redux now. So here I'm going to first of all import. I want to import public request, and this is from request methods. You can be able to see it here. So I'm going to add .js. So this one is a public request here. Another thing is that I'm going to have to import now the reducers. So I'm going to import reducers from user reducer, this one. And what we are going to import here is login failure, and then login start. So login start here, and also we are going to get the login success like that. And then now let's come here to now create a function here, and this function we are going to export it. So I'm going to start with export, and then const login. Here we are going to create as an arrow function. So this arrow function here, and this function we are going to pass in the dispatch, and also we are going to pass in the user here like that. So after this, now inside here we are going to, first of all, before anything else, we are going to dispatch now. We are going to dispatch login start. So login start like that. And then after that, now we can add here try catch, so that we can catch the error that we don't want, that can come through when we are logging. And then here I'm going to have const res, and then here I'm going to await, and that means I need to add a sync here. So async, and this one we are going to make a request to our backend. So I'm going to have a public request, and then dot post, and then here I'm going to make a request to auth, and then slash login, and also here I can be able to pass in now the user. We are going to send our user, and this means this is just email and password. And after that, now Another thing that I can be able to do is now to dispatch, also dispatch now, and I'm going to call in the login success. So login success here, and if you remember now for this login success here, we need to pass in now just the data, so rest.data here. So if you check here in our user redux here for the login success here, we are passing in now like the action here. So, and the action here have receives the state and also the action. So the action will be having a payload, which is the data, and that's why we are passing this rest.data here. So this will just be information of that user. So here we can just be able to dispatch, and we can dispatch login failure. So let me do that. So dispatch login failure right there, and then I can save this. So let me format this. After that, let me save that, and also here I want to save this. So now there's one thing that I want to do, and that is make sure that we can use the Redux toolkit and also Redux in this application, and we can do that by adding it here in the entry point of our application. So here I need to import first of all various things. For example, here we need to import provider. So provider, and this one is from here is from React Redux. So React Redux here, we need to get that. Also, the other thing that we need to import here is that we need to import the store. So let me import here the store from, need to import store from .redux, and then slash also the store. So you can see the store here, and we exported it. So here we can get the store. So you can see the store, and also we also exported the persister. So you can see if we come back here to the store, let me check here. For the store, you can be able to see that we exported we actually exported the store here. So export this persister here. So let me just come back here, and then the other thing that I want to import here is the persister get. So import, and then here I'm going to import. So I'm going to import Redux, Redux persister, Redux persist from Redux persist here, but also I want to get now integration and then React like that, and then here I want from this part here I want to import persist get like that. So the other thing that I want to do is to wrap this application here, and this application we are going to wrap it using provider and also persist get. So what we can do, I'm going to remove this React strict mode here like that, or even you can wrap it with also using, or even if the React strict mode is there. So here the first thing that I want to wrap this up here. So let me just remove it like that, and here I want to get now the provider. So provider like that from React Redux, and then here I also want to wrap it using persist get. So persist get, you can be able to see it here like that, and then this persist get we need to add certain here we need to add props. So for example, loading here, we are going to have to add loading, which I'm going to set to none. Also, I'm going to get the persister here. We are going to the persister here, and then pass in the persister. This is just a prop, and then inside here is where I can add now the app like that. And then also the other thing is I want to format my code here like that. So I think this also I need to pass in the store here So as a prop, so this one accept a prop called store, and this is where now we can be able to pass in the this store here. So I think everything is okay. I want to just remove this React here because you are not going to use it. And then now I want to reload and see if my application is working. So if I come back here to my application and it reloads, let's see if it is working or if there is any problem, because we have added now the React Redux. And for the React Redux, because it's just a library, you can be able to come to Redux toolkit here and be able to learn about how to use it and also how to persist the data. So this is, you can see the quick start here, and also you can just learn more about how to use this one or this package here. And also persisting, you can be able to search for persist, for example persist here. Yeah, you can be able to see Redux persist here, and you can read more about this documentation here. You can see how to use Redux persist to be able to persist your data. So, and this one is persist and hydration. So this one is persist and hydration. So you can be able to see everything here. So this is the documentation. You can come here and learn more about documentation. Can use JavaScript or TypeScript, and yeah, this is the documentation that you need to read if you don't understand Redux toolkit. But even if you don't understand, you can go through with me and you'll be able to know how to use the Redux toolkit and also Redux. So it has finished loading, and it is as if we don't have any error. So what we are going to do is just go to the login page. So let's go to the login page here, and the login is in the pages here, and we have the login. So here we only created the inputs. So for this input here, we are going to make sure that we can be able now to collect the data from the input here and be able to use it. So that means that can come here and make sure that we create a variable using state. So this one is the email, and then here I'm going to say set email like that, and then this is use state. This one will be, first of all, a state that doesn't have any error, or it doesn't have anything. Yeah, so I need also to import use state. So I think let me just come here and try and auto import. So from React like that, I'm going to also create another variable here for the password like that, and then yeah, this one will be just set email or set password, sorry, set password. And this one, the initial state will be just an empty text, so you can see it here. And then after that, now what we can do is to make sure that we can collect the data from this input. So to collect the data here, we use on change event. So on change event, I'm going to accept the event, and then we are going to set now the email like that, and then we pass in the event.target and then dot value. That means now we can be able to collect, when we type in this input for the email, we'll be able to get the data and will be set to email now. So for the password, the same here. So on change, and then here we can be able to have the event, and then we set now password. So when we set the password, we need to pass in the event.target and then dot value like that. And then the last thing is our button here. When you click it, we need to log in. So we need to first of all have here on click event, and then here we are going to have handle login like that. So I'm going to copy this handle login, and I'm going to create that function up here. So let me do that. So I'm going to come up here, and we are going to have here this handle login, and then now we can be able to set our to be able to log in here. So now this will be a very simple thing. So I'm going to first of all async, but even before that, I want to import several things. For example, I want to import navigate. So import here navigate, and we are going to get the navigate from React Router DOM. Another thing that I want to import here, because we need to use it, is we need to import use dispatch. So let me make sure that I import from React Redux here. So this one we are going to use dispatch like that. We are going to use a selector. We are going to import these two, and then the other thing that I want to have here is also we are going to import login from API calls. So import, we are going to import login login here from Redux, and then API calls here. So let's come now to the login, and here I want to first of all accept the event, and then we are going to prevent default here, but this is not the must, especially for this new version of React. And then here I'm going to first of all check if I have email, and also if I have the password here like that. And then after that here let me just add this. So we need to try catch now. So try and then catch, and then here we can be able to have like first of all what we can do here. Let me also create another variable for loading. So we are going to have loading here, and then this one also we are going to have set loading. This one will be use state, and this one will be false to start with, and then you can have to true when you want to start or when it is loading. So by start here, we are going to start by setting the loading. So the loading here we can set now to true, because we are starting to the process of logging in. So another thing is here we are going to await. So that means that we want here to be have a sync, of which we have added. And then here we can have the login, and then we are going to pass the dispatch, of which we have not created the dispatch. We need to create the dispatch here as a variable. So const dispatch, and this one we just only need to use dispatch from React Redux like that. So we are going to pass in the dispatch, and this one is from React Redux, and then here we can be able to pass in the email and password as our user, and our password like that. And then after that, now if we have error here, we can just set the loading. So set the loading to be false like that. I think that is okay. So I'm going to first of all format this, and then here we have the loading here. So what we can do is that we want to make sure. So let me just make sure that when I come here, I can first of all check. Let me see. So let me see here. So I want to cut this, and then here I can add loading. If loading, then actually it's not. We need to check if loading. We can set this to loading, and then we can show it is loading. But if not, then we need to just have a login like that. We just need to have a login text. So if I come back here also for my project, when it is successfully loaded or login, so we can set the set loading to be now false also. So like that. So let me, and then the other thing that I want to do, I want to make sure that I can see if the user have, we can get the information for the user, and by that what we can do here is that I can be able to get the user now from the Redux when they have already been registered. We can, or when they have logged in using use selector. So use selector here, you can see we already imported it here, and then use selector here will help us to get the state, and then through the state we can now get the state dot user here like that, and then now we can get our user. So when I'm logging in, I'm going to make sure that I can console log here the user, and after that, if it is successful, so we need also to make sure that we navigate to the admin side. So this will be a very simple task. So let me scroll up here, and then here in the after the button here, or inside the button also, like here we want to navigate. So after here I'm going to add, for example, if we have user dot current user, so like that, if we have the current user here, I'm going to use navigate. So navigate to, let me just come here, and I'm going to navigate to, so let me navigate to the admin. So I'm going to navigate to /admin, like that. If we don't have the user, then do nothing. So like that. I think that's okay now. We can try to log in. So let me do that. I think this is very okay. So now I can come up here, and one thing that I'm going to do is to inspect this and console log here to see if I have the that user here. So I'm going to use now the email here. So this is the email. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to copy that and paste it here. I'm going to also take in the password and paste it. So let me paste it here, and then try and log in. So if when I log in here, you can be able to see that here you can see the current user is null, error is here you can see also the error is fetching is false, persist. I don't know why we are not able to log in. So I'm going to first of all make sure that I send this, and you can see here it is able to log in here. So I can try and log in again. So using this here. So if I have any here, so let me just make sure that I add the correct password. So like here, so let me just add the like that. Let me try and log in again. So I think now we don't have that. We are not able to see the user. We don't have the user. So I'm going to check what is the error, and then I'm going to come back and explain. So I have seen where the error is, but I'm not very sure why I had this error, and I was not able to get the email. The email was saying that is undefined. So what I've done is just I have created a new input here. So make sure that if you are getting the same error, make sure that you create this input here for the email, a new one, and repeat everything here, and you'll be able to get the result. So I'd already commented this this patch here. So let's see if we just here we just uncomment it, and then go back to my application here. Let's see if now we can be able to log in. So I'm going to add the email here like that, and then I'm going to add the password like that for the admin, and after that when I click on login here, you'll be able to see that we have been redirected to now this part where we have admin dashboard here like that. And so for example, also I want to log out, I can click here and be redirected to the logout, or be able to log out in our application, and that is what we are going to do. Let's see the functionality for log out. So I'm going to close this for the login here, and I want also to make sure that I remove this console log here, and also this one for the user right here, and I'm going to this part for the admin side. So I'm going to format this, and let me close this, and also this main here, API calls, and also reducer. I'm going to open the admin side here, and we can check on how we can be able to log out. So we have this part here with we have created the logout text here, and I'm going to create an on-click event here, and add here handle login, like handle logout, sorry. And then after that, I can be able to make sure, let me just copy it like that. I'm going to copy it, and then up here, so let me scroll up here, and I want to remove this. I'm going to create this function here for logout, and then I can be able to import logout. Let me import logout here, logout from this one should have a, let me just make sure that I complete here so that I don't have any mistake. So here I can import this from Redux, so Redux here, and then from Redux, and then also from user Redux here. So let's see the logout. So you can see the logout here, and then after that I can have to import use dispatch. So use dispatch, let me see, I don't have any auto completion. So use dispatch from, now I'm going to get use dispatch from React Redux. So React Redux here, that, and then I want to also have the navigate. So get navigate, so this one is from React Router DOM, so use navigate. So let me have the use navigate here, and then navigate, and this is from now React Router DOM, so this one here. And then here I can be able to create now the dispatch, and this is from use dispatch, like that. I'm going to have and now navigate. So let me create navigate here. So const navigate, and this is from now use navigate. So use navigate here, call this function here, and now we can be able to use this here in my function. So I'm going to call dispatch, and I'm going to pass in the logout. So this function here, I'm going to call this logout, and then I'm going to use navigate so that I can navigate back to the login, like that, and like that. So to the login, and then I think that's okay now. So if I save this, and then I can be able to go back now, and then you can see now we are here. So after that, we can actually make sure that we add our email here again, .com, and I come here to now the password. I can be able to add the password like that, and when I click login here, you can be able to see that it says login, and then afterward you can be able to see we have been directed to this part here. So what I want to do is that I want also to make sure that I can protect the route, because if I come back here and for example if I come to the login here, the admin, you can see that we are not able to come to the login because already we have the user. So when I log out and then try and go to the admin here, we'll be able to see that we can also be able to access the admin here, and that is not right because we are logged out. So we want to protect this route. So I'm going to make sure that let me just come here to the login. I want to get the user. So login here. I want to get this use selector here. Let me just also open the app.jsx here where we have our routes here, and I want to make sure that I protect the route here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to the login. So let me just open the login here, and I don't want how it is opening on the same page. So I'm going to get this use selector here like that, and then I'm going to add it. Let me copy it here, and then I'm going to the app.jsx here, and then I can be able to add it here like that. And then the other thing is also that I can be able, because this here I'm not going to use dispatch, I'm going to just use selector. So I'm going back to the login here, and I'm going to copy this user here like that, and then I'm going to add it here, and then we can be able now to use this user here to be able to at least make sure that we protect our route. And I want to protect the admin route because you don't need to access the this admin route here if you have not logged in. So protect the route, first of all I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to add here user.current user. So that means if we have already logged in, so I can be able to have this logout here, or the layout, sorry. And then after, if I'm going to use navigate. So let me use navigate here, and navigate is from React Router DOM, and then you are going to be navigated to, so here I'm going to be navigated to login/login here like that. So that is okay. Now if I save this and then come back here, you can be able to see because we have not logged in, we cannot now be able to go to the admin dashboard. So if I come to the admin dashboard here, you cannot be able to access because already we have not logged in. But when I add here the email like that, the email and the password, and then add the password here, that means now we can be able to access this admin here. So let me log out, and the last thing that I want us to do in this application is also to make sure that we can be able to add the prospect. So I'm going to come here to the home page, and in this component here for the prospect here, we can be able to use this and correct the information about the prospect. So let's do that. So this is the component that we are calling contact. So I'm going to close this one here, and let me open in my components here. I'm going to open contact, and then here we can be able to add different things. So I think because we had already did that in this page that we are calling new donor here, we are going to copy almost everything from here because it's just the same thing. So I'm going to actually open, and I'm going to copy here. Actually, I'm going to copy everything here like that. Copy that. I'm going to come here to the contact and paste here up there. And then the other thing that I want to do is have this input here. So I'm going to copy that and then make sure that I add it. So in this function here. And the other thing is I want to, everything here is the same, so I'm going to copy that and add it here like that. But this time this one will be handle prospect. So handle prospect, and now after here I can be able to add the information here. For example, for the input for the name, I'm going to copy these 3 lines of code here, and then we can be able to copy this and paste it here in the name input. So like that. We are going to copy for the address here. So the name, add value, and then the address here. And we are going to look for the address and then paste it here. And let me also be able to format my code. Let me check for this one here for the phone number. So copy this, and then for the phone number, I think the phone number is right here. Then also let me add this one for the blood group type like that. For select here, blood group type. So here for the select, and what I'm going to do is that, because this is just copy and paste and you already know what you are doing here, so I'm going to pause the video and we are going to continue when I already have completed this copy and paste. Here I have completed everything that we wanted, and now everything is okay. So you can see here I've already added even the toast success, and here the toast dot error or the warning here. The other thing that I wanted us to be able to do is to protect our route in our backend. So what I'm going to do is that I want to show you how to do that. And for example, let's say if we want to add the new donor here. So let me just come to my backend, open my backend here, and I'm going to this routes here. And for the donor, for example, so any route that you want to protect now, because we had already created the middlewares here, and you can see for the middleware here we have different functions. So for example, we have this function for making sure that you verify the token if the token is valid, and also if the token is exists. So I'm going to now come to this routes here for the donor, and let's for example create here for the create donor here. Before you create the donor or call this function, you need to call verify token. So here I can say verify token like that, and I don't want authorization for now, so I can be able to add verify token here. So let me see if I had already exported that. So I can be able to export also the verify token. So verify token like that, and then here in the donors I can be able to get now verify token, so like that. So and then when I save this, and then now let me open on this part here where I have the new donor from our front end. So where we have the front end here, let me go to the new donor, and this is because it's the work of our admin. We need to make sure that the admin is logged in when they are adding the donors to the database. So what we are going to do is that we need first of all to get the access token here, or the token. So what we are going to do is to use the use selector. So I'm going to maybe make sure that let me just close this, and then for the login here I want to make sure that I can get now the user. So I'm going to copy this and then copy in the new donor here, make sure that I add it there. I want to remove the use dispatch and then here I can be able to use the new user or to get the user using this use selector here. So copy that, and then in here I can be able to use it, and then after that I can be able now to see if, to console log. First of all, I'm going to console log user dot current user and see how the token is named. So I'm going to actually come here, and the other thing is, let me make sure that I can log in. I've already logged in here to the admin. Let me log in first of all. So let me add my email, and then the other thing is I want to add the password like that. When I log in like that, and then go to the donors, I'm going to the new donors here. Let me see the information here. So if you check here for the console log here, let me check for the object, and you can see for the object here we have the access token. We have the information, the email, the name, the role, and then access token. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to now get the access token. Let's see if I do that and then reload again, you can be able to see that. Yeah, you can see now we can get this token here. So we need to pass in or send this token when we are now we are adding the donor. So I'm going to make sure that I cross this, and in here in donors here, what we can do when we are actually making the public request here, what we can also make sure that we do here is to add the in our headers. So let's check for the headers. You can see we have headers here, and for the headers here we can be able to pass in the token. We need to pass in the token like that, and then because we need to now inside here need to pass in the backtick. First of all, we need to have the add the bearer here, and then the other thing that we need to do is to pass in now our token. So I'm going to add here the access token. So if you scroll up here, you can take all of this, and then let me delete this one here. And this one, we can be able now to add the access token here like that, as simple as that. So this one means that now you can be able to make this public request because you are passing in the token. And I want to show you why we are adding the bearer here before the token. And that is because if I come back to the backend here and go to the verify token here, you'll be able to see that we need to check here for the if we have any headers. So in the headers, if we have the token, and then after that, that means that we are going to check for the token, and that's why you can see here you are passing it as the token, and then after that you are going to split it into, you are going to split using the space, and you can see this is the space that you have here. So it will be element 1 and element 2 in the array. So after that, then you can see here verify token, and let me just show you something. So here let me see. So the token, and then here we are going to take now the second element. So when you split using the space, so that means that this bearer here will just be element 0, this one will be element 1. That is means that bearer will be index 0, and this token here will be index 2, and that's why here we are accessing index 2, which is index 1, which is element number 2. So that is it. I wanted to show you right here. And also, if you can come here to the routes and add also other, for example, you can protect other routes. For example, get all the donors here. You can add verify token for the update here. The only part that you do not need to add the that token, or to protect that route, is create prospect, because prospect here, they can be able to add the information if they have not logged in. And also for the user here, for this one, for login and register, you don't need to add the verify token here, or to protect this route, because login and registering doesn't need a person to be already logged in. So I think that makes sense. So the last thing that I'm going to do is to push my code. So this one would be git add, and then git commit, here comment, and this one will be finished project, like that. And then I can be able to, now let me first of all check for the branches. So I'm going to push now origin, and then integration, like that. And then let me now make sure that I push this. So let me add it here, the passphrase. And now we have already pushed now. So if I come to my GitHub, so here, like that, and then we can be able to go to this repo here. I'm going to also repositories, and the repo that we are pushing our code to is this one here. So I'm going to open full stack Brad donation application here, and here we'll be able to see notification. So I'm going to compare pull request and pull request here. So it will be able to be checking the compatibility. So I'm going to check to create pull request here. And then the other thing is that it is going to check for ability to merge automatically. And this won't take long. So you can see merge request and confirm merge. So it have merged, and then you can see here it's open. So come here to the insight, and under insight, go to the network. And here you can be able to see how we have make sure that we are creating our project. So you can see the network, how many also commits that we have, or the merging we have done. So that is over. So I don't want this video to be longer than this. I have explained a lot of things in this project. So this project, I have finished it in today's video. So if you have come across any error, or if you want any help, you can kindly contact me, and we can solve it together. Or even if you want this project, we can talk about that. Just email me and we'll talk about that. So see you on the other video. Have a great day.